Quran, Chapter 10, Surah Yunus by Sayyid Qutb. Translation by Muhammad Al-Amrani. In the name of God, the most compassionate, the most merciful. We return once again to the life lived in the light of the Meccan Qur'an, with its unique atmosphere, its shadows, its rhythms, and its inspirations. After we have dwelled for a time in the shades of the Madinian Qur'an through the chapters of Al-Anfal and At-Tawbah, we now enter into the distinctive ambience of the earlier revelation. Although the Meccan Qur'an is part of the whole Qur'an, sharing with it the general divine qualities, its inimitable nature which sets it apart from any other discourse of human origin, both in content and in expression, it has its own special flavour and character. This unique character stems from its primary theme: the reality of divinity, the truth of servitude to God, and the relationship between the two. It calls people to recognize their true sustainer, the one to whom they must submit, worship, and follow in obedience. It seeks to clear the distortions that have crept into the pure, innate faith, removing the fog of deviation and misguidance, and guiding humanity back to their rightful sustainer who alone deserves their devotion. This distinctive character is also shaped by the style of its presentation, a style that is profoundly suggestive, rich in rhythm, and deeply impactful. Every feature of its expression, from the structure of its words to the thematic elements, collaborates in this purpose. We have already explored this unique character in Surah Al-An'am, and we will continue to do so here, by the grace of God. Our last experience in these shadows of the Meccan Qur'an was with Surah Al-An'am and Surah Al-Araf, which are successive in the order of the Qur'an, though not in the chronological order of revelation. Then came Al-Anfal and At-Tawbah, with their distinctly Madinan atmosphere, concerns, and themes. Now, as we return to the Meccan Qur'an, we encounter Surah Yunus and Surah Hud, which are not only consecutive in the Quranic order, but also in their revelation. Remarkably, there is a great resemblance between these two surahs and the earlier ones, both in their themes and in their manner of presentation. Surah Al-An'am deals with the very essence of faith, confronting the Jahiliyyah of Jahiliyyah, refuting it both in belief and practice. Surah Al-Araf, on the other hand, narrates the journey of faith through history and its continual struggle against Jahiliyyah. Similarly, in Surah Yunus and Surah Hud, we find a profound connection in theme and style. Yet each surah retains its own distinct personality and rhythm. While Surah Al-An'am is characterized by a lofty, fast-paced rhythm with a vibrant and powerful pulse, Surah Yunus flows with a gentle, calm cadence and a serene smoothness. As for Surah Hud, it closely resembles Surah Al-Araf in subject matter, rhythm and tone, yet remains uniquely its own. The central theme of Surah Yunus is the same overarching theme of the Meccan Qur'an, which we have already outlined. The surah addresses this theme in its own distinct way, giving it a personality and character that are uniquely its own. In this introduction, we can only summarize its contents, which will be explained in greater detail as we explore the Quranic verses. At the outset, the surah confronts the disbelief of the polytheists in Makkah regarding the truth of the revelation to the Messenger of God, peace be upon him, and regarding the Qur'an itself. It declares that there is nothing strange about divine revelation and that this Qur'an could never have been invented by anyone other than God. Alif Lam Ra. These are the verses of the wise book. Is it a wonder for people that we have sent revelation to a man from among them? Warn humanity and give glad tidings to those who believe that they have a firm position with their sustainer. But the disbelievers say, this is clearly a magician. When our clear revelations are recited to them, those who do not hope for the meeting with us say, bring a different Qur'an or change it. Say, it is not for me to change it of my own accord. I only follow what is revealed to me. Indeed, I fear, if I were to disobey my sustainer, the punishment of a tremendous day. Say, if God had willed, I would not have recited it to you, nor would he have made it known to you. I lived among you for a lifetime before this. Will you not then reason? Who does greater wrong than one who fabricates a lie against God or denies his signs? Indeed, the wrongdoers will never succeed. The surah then addresses their demand for a physical miracle other than the Qur'an, and their impatience for the punishment they are warned of. It affirms that the Qur'an itself is the miraculous sign of this religion, carrying within it the proof of its divine origin. The signs are in God's hands, and the time for judgment is determined by Him alone. The prophet, being a servant of God, holds no power over this. In these verses, we see a part of the teaching about the true nature of divinity and servitude to God. We destroyed generations before you when they committed wrong, and their messengers came to them with clear proofs, but they would not believe. Thus do we requite the guilty. Then we made you successors in the land after them to see how you would act. Every nation has its appointed term. When their term comes, they cannot delay it by a single hour, nor can they advance it. And they say, when will this promise be fulfilled if you are truthful? Say, I have no power to harm or benefit myself except as God wills. Every nation has its appointed time. When their time comes, they will not be able to delay it, nor will they be able to advance it. Say, have you considered? If his punishment were to come upon you by night or by day, what part of it would the guilty hasten? Will you then believe in it when it actually befalls you? Will you say then, now we believe, though before you were hastening it? And they say, why has no sign been sent down to him from his sustainer? Say, the unseen belongs to God alone, so wait, and I too am waiting with you. The Surah addresses the disarray in their understanding of the true nature of divinity and servitude, matters which the messenger of God, peace be upon him, explains to them. Yet they reject the revelation or cast doubt upon it. They demand a different Qur'an or ask for a material miracle to prove its truth, all while persisting in the worship of things that neither harm nor benefit them, thinking their false gods will intercede for them with God. They even attribute a child to God, exalted is he beyond such claims, without any knowledge or proof. The Surah, therefore, asserts the attributes of the true God and the manifestations of his power in the universe around them, in their own existence, and in the phenomena of the world that surround and change them. It speaks to the instinctive cry of their nature and their souls to their true sustainer, especially in the face of danger, when no one can save them but God alone. This theme resonates throughout the surah and gives rise to its many other elements. Indeed, your sustainer is God, who created the heavens and the earth in 6 days, then established himself above the throne, governing all affairs. No intercessor can plead on anyone's behalf except after his permission. This is God, your sustainer, so worship him. Will you not then reflect? To him is your return, a promise of God in truth. He originates creation and then repeats it so that he may justly recompense those who believe and do good deeds. As for those who disbelieve, for them will be a drink of scalding water and a painful punishment because of their rejection of the truth. It is he who made the sun a radiance and the moon a light, and he determined its phases so that you may know the number of years and the reckoning of time. God did not create this except in truth. He makes clear the signs for those who understand. Indeed, in the alternation of night and day and in what God has created in the heavens and the earth are signs for those who are conscious of him. Yet they continue to worship besides God things that cannot harm or benefit them, claiming that these are their intercessors with God. Say, do you inform God of something he does not know in the heavens or on the earth? Glory be to him. Exalted is he above what they associate with him. It is he who enables you to travel by land and sea until when you are on ships and they sail with them by a favourable wind, and they rejoice in it. There comes upon them a stormy wind, and waves surround them from every side, and they think they are about to be engulfed. Then they call upon God, sincere to him in faith. If you save us from this, we will surely be among the grateful. But when he saves them, they return to rebellion in the land unjustly. O mankind, your rebellion is only against yourselves, an enjoyment of the life of this world. Then to us is your return, and we will inform you of what you used to do. Say, who provides for you from the heavens and the earth? Or who controls hearing and sight? And who brings forth the living from the dead, and brings forth the dead from the living? And who directs the course of all affairs? They will say, God. Say, Will you not then fear him? That is God, your true sustainer. So after the truth, what is there but misguidance? How then are you turned away? Say, are any of your partners able to begin creation and then repeat it? Say, God begins creation and then repeats it. So how are you deluded? Say, are any of your partners able to guide to the truth? Say, God guides to the truth. So is the one who guides to the truth more worthy to be followed, or the one who cannot guide unless he is guided? What is the matter with you? How do you judge? And most of them follow nothing but conjecture. Indeed, conjecture is of no avail against the truth. Truly, God knows what they do. Indeed, to God belongs whatever is in the heavens and the earth. Those who call upon partners besides God follow nothing but assumption, and they do nothing but invent lies. It is He who made for you the night to rest in, and the day to see by. Truly, in that are signs for those who listen. They say, God has taken a son. Glory be to Him, He is the self-sufficient. To Him belongs whatever is in the heavens and the earth. You have no authority for this claim. Do you say about God that which you do not know? Say, indeed, those who invent lies about God will never succeed. They may have some enjoyment in this world, but to us is their return, and we will make them taste the severe punishment for their disbelief. Indeed, to God belongs whatever is in the heavens and the earth. Surely the promise of God is true, but most of them do not know. It is He who gives life and causes death, and to Him you shall all return. The Surah conveys a sense of God's presence, His awareness of everything human beings are engaged in, their intentions and their actions. This fills the human heart with reverence and awe, along with a sense of caution and vigilance. It is captured beautifully in the following verse. And you are not engaged in any matter, nor do you recite any part of the Qur'an, nor do you do any action, except that we are witnesses over you when you are immersed in it. And nothing is hidden from your sustainer, even the weight of an atom in the earth or in the heaven, nor anything smaller than that or larger, but that it is in a clear record. This verse infuses their souls with a sense of anticipation and fear of God's judgment at any moment, awakening them from the heedlessness that arises from comfort and prosperity. They are warned not to be deceived by the flourishing of life around them, as God's punishment can come suddenly and unexpectedly. The example of the life of this world is like the rain we send down from the sky, which is absorbed by the plants of the earth, from which humans and animals eat. When the earth has taken on its adornment and is beautified, and its people think they have mastery over it, our command comes to it by night or by day, and we make it as though it had not flourished the day before. Thus do we explain the signs for those who reflect. Say, have you considered, if his punishment comes to you by night or by day, what part of it would the criminals seek to hasten? Will you believe in it when it actually befalls you? Will you say then, now we believe, though before you were hastening it? The Surah confronts their contentment with this worldly life, their satisfaction with it over the hereafter, and their denial of the meeting with God by warning them of the deceptive nature of this false contentment and the loss they incur in choosing a cheap bargain. It reminds them that this worldly life is merely a trial, and that the true recompense lies in the hereafter. It then presents them with various scenes of the day of judgment, particularly focusing on how their false deities will disown them and absolve themselves before God. It also highlights the impossibility of ransom, no matter how great, to save them from the torment. Indeed, those who do not expect to meet us, who are content with this worldly life and feel secure therein, and those who are heedless of our signs, their abode is the fire because of what they used to earn. But those who believe and do righteous deeds, their sustainer will guide them by their faith. Rivers will flow beneath them in gardens of bliss. Their call therein will be, Glory be to you, O God, and their greeting therein will be, Peace. And the last of their call will be, Praise be to God, the sustainer of all the worlds. The Surah reminds them of past generations whom God destroyed for their wrongdoing, despite being sent clear signs by their messengers. These people refused to believe, and thus God's punishment befell them. And we destroyed generations before you when they wronged, and their messengers came to them with clear proofs. But they would not believe. Thus do we recompense the guilty. Then we made you successors in the land after them to see how you would act. And the Surah presents God's invitation to the abode of peace, offering guidance to those who desire to tread the straight path. And God calls to the home of peace and guides whom He wills to a straight path. For those who do good, there is the best reward and more besides, and no darkness or shame will cover their faces. They are the companions of paradise. They will abide therein forever. But those who earn evil deeds, the recompense of an evil deed is its equivalent, and humiliation will cover them. They will have no protector against God, as if their faces are covered with pieces of night's darkness. These are the companions of the fire. They will abide therein forever. On that day when they are gathered before God, the Surah depicts the separation between the worshippers and their false gods. And on the day we gather them all together, we will say to those who associated others with God, "Stay in your place, you and your partners." Then we will separate them, and their partners will say, "It was not us that you worshipped. And sufficient is God as a witness between us and you. We were indeed unaware of your worship of us." At that moment every soul will taste the consequences of what it has done, and they will be returned to their true master, God, as all the falsehoods they invented disappear from them. Every soul will test what it had done, and they will be returned to God, their rightful master, and all that they used to fabricate will have forsaken them. The Surah then paints a picture of their regret and the futility of any ransom they might offer. And on the day when they are gathered, it will be as though they had only stayed on earth for an hour of the day, recognizing one another. Those who denied the meeting with God have certainly lost, and they were not guided. If every soul that wronged had all that is in the earth, it would offer it as ransom. And they will conceal their remorse when they see the punishment, and the judgment will be made between them in justice, and they will not be wronged. The Surah then turns to address the consequences of their misconceptions about divinity and their rejection of the resurrection and the hereafter. This leads them to act as though they possess the attributes of sustainership, legislating for their lives and determining what is lawful and unlawful in their provisions and dealings, in accordance with the dictates of their pagan beliefs. They apportion part of what God has provided for them to their false gods, and the priests and leaders permit and forbid as they please. Say, have you considered the provisions God has sent down for you, of which you have made some unlawful and some lawful? Say, has God permitted you to do so, or do you invent lies against God? And what do those who invent lies against God think will happen on the day of resurrection? Indeed, God is bountiful to people, but most of them do not give thanks. The Surah is filled with the presentation of these truths, reaffirming them, embedding them deep within the heart, and stirring minds and souls to contemplate them. It employs a variety of profound and vivid influences, characteristics of the unique Quranic style, both in theme and expression. These influences, deep and vibrant as they are, perfectly suit the character of the Surah and its nature, which we discussed earlier. Here we briefly mention examples of these influences, which will be further elaborated upon as we go through the Surah in detail. The Surah is filled with images of this universe and its phenomena, images that speak to the human nature, awakening an awareness of the truth of divinity and pointing to the wise governance of the universe, the purposeful design of its construction and management, and the intricate harmonies that nurture life, human beings, and the needs of human existence. The Quran presents the concept of divinity in this living, tangible way, rather than through abstract philosophical debate. For God, the creator of this universe and of human beings, knows well that between the human nature and the wonders of the universe lies a language understood, a language that resonates deeper than cold logical reasoning. This nature only needs to be directed to observe the wonders of the universe and its mysteries, to be stirred into awareness, for it to awaken and respond. Hence, the Quran frequently addresses human nature in this profound, evocative language. Verily your sustainer is God, who created the heavens and the earth in 6 days, then established himself on the throne of his might. He governs all affairs, none may intercede without his leave. Such is God, your sustainer, so worship him. Will you not then reflect? He it is who made the sun a radiant light and the moon a reflected glow, and determined phases for it, that you might know the number of years and reckon time. God has not created this, but in truth he sets forth his signs for people who understand. In the alternation of night and day, and in all that God has created in the heavens and the earth, there are signs for those who are mindful. Say, who is it that provides for you from the heavens and the earth? Or who has power over hearing and sight? And who brings forth the living from the dead, and brings forth the dead from the living? And who governs all affairs? They will surely say, God. Say then, will you not then be conscious of him? This then is God, your true sustainer? What is there after the truth but error? How then are you turned away? He it is who has made the night for you, that you might rest therein, and the day bright, so that you may see. Verily in this are signs for those who listen. Say, behold what is in the heavens and the earth. But of what avail are signs and warnings to people who refuse to believe, though they witness events and experiences unfolding before their eyes, though they live through them? They remain heedless of the signs of God's governance, his decree, and his will. The Qur'an sets before them scenes from their own reality, like a mirror held up to the heedless, so they may see their true state. Here are examples of that unique method. When affliction touches the human being, he calls upon us, whether lying on his side, sitting, or standing. But when we relieve him of his affliction, he passes by as if he had never called upon us in his hour of need. Thus are the deeds of the extravagant made to appear fair to them. And when we grant people a taste of mercy after adversity has touched them, behold, they devise against our signs. Say, God is swifter in devising, our messengers record what you scheme. He it is who enables you to traverse the land and sea, till when you are on the ships and they sail with a favourable breeze, and the people rejoice therein. A violent wind overtakes them, and waves come upon them from every side, and they think they are overwhelmed. Then they cry unto God with sincere faith, saying, if you save us from this, we shall surely be among the grateful. But when he saves them, they transgress in the land unjustly. O people, your transgression is only against yourselves, merely the enjoyment of the life of this world. Then to us shall be your return, and we will inform you of all that you used to do. The Qur'an also abounds with the stories of past peoples who denied the truth, sometimes in the form of reports, other times as narratives of the messengers. These tales converge in displaying the scenes of destruction visited upon those who denied the truth and warn the disbelievers of a similar fate. Let not the life of this world deceive them, for it is but a brief respite for testing, an hour in the day during which people recognize one another before returning to their eternal abode, either in bliss or in torment. Indeed, we destroyed the generations before you when they committed wrong, and their messengers came to them with clear signs, but they would not believe. Thus do we requite the wicked. Then we made you successors on the earth after them, to see how you would act. And recite to them the story of Noah when he said to his people, O my people, if my presence and my reminder of God's signs is too burdensome for you, then in God alone have I placed my trust. So devise your plan, you and your partners, and let no hesitation be in your course, then carry it out against me and give me no respite. But if you turn away, then I have asked no reward of you. My reward is only with God, and I am commanded to be of those who submit. But they rejected him. So we saved him and those with him in the ark, and we made them successors while we drowned those who rejected our signs. Behold then, how was the end of those who were warned? Then we sent after them Moses and Aaron to Pharaoh and his nobles with our signs, but they behaved arrogantly, for they were a wicked people. When the truth came to them from us, they said, this is nothing but manifest sorcery. Moses said, do you say this of the truth when it has come to you? Is this sorcery? But sorcerers never succeed. And behold, when we parted the sea for the children of Israel, Pharaoh and his hosts pursued them in rebellion and hostility, till when drowning overtook him, he cried, I believe that there is no deity but the one in whom the children of Israel believe, and I am among those who submit. But it was said to him, Now, while you disobeyed before and were among the corrupters, but this day we shall save you in body, so that you may be a sign to those who come after you. Yet many among mankind are heedless of our signs. What then do they await but a fate like those who passed before them? Say, Wait then, for I too shall be among those who wait. Then we shall save our messengers and those who believe. Thus it is incumbent upon us to save the believers. The surah abounds with scenes from the day of resurrection, vividly portraying the fate of the deniers and the reward of the believers, deeply stirring the heart. Alongside the destruction of the wrongdoers in this life and the salvation of the faithful, it presents the full picture of life in both worlds, the beginning of the journey and its ultimate end, from which there is no escape. For those who do good is the best reward and more besides. No darkness or humiliation shall cover their faces. These are the dwellers of paradise, where they shall abide forever. But those who earn evil shall have a recompense equal to their deeds, and humiliation shall cover them. They will have no protector against God, as if their faces were veiled in darkness from the night. These are the dwellers of the fire, where they shall abide forever. And on that day we shall gather them all together and say to those who associated partners with God, Stay in your places, you and your partners. Then we shall separate them, and their partners will say, It was not us that you worshipped. God is witness enough between us and you, for we were unaware of your worship. Thereupon every soul shall face what it did in the past, and they shall be brought back to God, their true master, and all that they used to fabricate shall vanish from them. If every soul that did wrong possessed all that the earth contains, it would offer it as ransom. And they will feel regret in their hearts when they see the punishment, and judgment will be passed upon them with justice, and they will not be wronged. Among the powerful scenes of the surah is the challenge it presents to the disbelievers to produce something like this Qur'an, followed by the Prophet's instruction to leave them to their fate, just as the deniers before them faced destruction, and to continue on his straight path without concern for their rejection. This confident stance, this defiance, stirs their hearts, for it reflects the Prophet's unwavering faith in the truth he brings and in his sustainer who supports him. It shakes their obstinacy and cracks their pride. This Qur'an could never have been devised by anyone other than God. Rather, it is a confirmation of what came before it, and a detailed explanation of the book, free of doubt, sent down from the sustainer of all worlds. Or do they say, He has forged it? Say, then produce a surah like it, and call upon whomever you can besides God if you are truthful. Nay, they deny what they cannot grasp, and its meaning has not yet unfolded for them. Thus did those before them deny the truth. Behold then, what was the end of the wrongdoers? Say, O people, if you are in doubt about my religion, then I do not worship those whom you worship besides God, but I worship God alone, who will take your souls in death, and I have been commanded to be among the believers. And set your face steadfastly towards the true faith, turning away from all that is false, and do not be among those who associate partners with God. And do not call upon that which can neither benefit you nor harm you besides God, for if you do, you would surely be among the wrongdoers. If God afflicts you with harm, none can remove it but He, and if He wills good for you, none can withhold His bounty. He bestows it upon whomsoever He wills among His servants, for He is the all-forgiving, the most merciful. Say, O people, the truth has come to you from your sustainer. Whoever chooses to follow the right path follows it for his own soul, and whoever chooses to go astray goes astray to his own loss, and I am not a guardian over you. And follow that which is revealed to you, and be patient until God judges, for He is the best of judges. Thus the surah concludes with a clear separation between truth and falsehood, rounding off this series of profound admonitions and appeals that address both the hearts and minds. This surah was revealed after Surah Al-Isra, at a time when the arguments of the idolaters grew fierce against the truth of the revelation, and against this Qur'an, which challenged their beliefs and denounced their jahiliyyah, exposing the contradictions within their worldview. They acknowledged that God, Exalted be He, is the Creator, the Sustainer, the one who gives life and causes death, the one who governs all things and has power over all things. Remnants of the monotheism of Abraham and Ishmael, peace be upon them. Yet they falsely attributed offspring to God, claiming that the angels were his daughters and took them as intercessors with God, worshipping their images in the form of idols. This confusion in their belief system manifested in their daily lives, especially in the arbitrary prohibitions and permissions decreed by their soothsayers and leaders concerning fruits and livestock, and in apportioning some for God and some for their fabricated deities. Thus, when the Qur'an exposed the flaws in their haphazard beliefs, they resorted to denying the prophethood of the messenger of God, peace be upon him, and falsely accused him of being a sorcerer. They demanded a miraculous sign to prove that God had sent him, indulging in their demands for wonders, as recorded in Surah Al-Isra, where they said, "We shall not believe you until you cause a spring to gush forth from the earth for us, or until you have a garden of date palms and grapes, and cause rivers to flow abundantly through it, or until you cause the sky to fall in fragments upon us as you have claimed, or until you bring God and the angels before us, or until you have a house of gold, or ascend into the heavens, and even then we shall not believe in your ascension until you bring down to us a written book that we can read." Say, "Glory be to my sustainer, am I anything but a human messenger?" And again, as God says in this surah, they say, "Why has no sign been sent down to him from his sustainer?" Say, "The unseen belongs to God, so wait, and I too shall wait with you." They even went as far as asking the messenger, peace be upon him, to bring them a different Qur'an, one that would not challenge their gods, their beliefs, or their way of life, so that they might accept and believe in it. As God has said in this surah, when our clear signs are recited to them, those who do not hope for the meeting with us say, "Bring a different Qur'an or change it." Say, "It is not for me to change it of my own accord. I only follow what is revealed to me. Indeed, I fear if I were to disobey my sustainer, the punishment of a mighty day." Say, "If God had willed, I would not have recited it to you, nor would he have made it known to you. I have lived among you a lifetime before this. Will you not then understand? Who is more unjust than one who forges a lie against God or denies his signs? Truly the wrongdoers will never succeed." This surah was revealed in this very atmosphere, and it is evident from its flow that it addresses a continuous reality, making it difficult to divide into distinct sections. This continuity also refutes the claim made by some who suggested that certain verses of this surah, namely verses 40, 94, 95 and 96, were revealed in Medina, as they are closely interwoven with the overall context, and some of them are essential to the coherence of the message. The flow of this surah intertwines its beginning with its end, creating a seamless unity. It opens with the verse Alif Lam Ra. These are the verses of the wise book. Does it seem strange to people that we have sent revelation to a man from among them? Warn humanity and give glad tidings to the believers that they shall have a sure footing with their sustainer. Yet the disbelievers say, "This is surely a manifest sorcerer." The surah concludes with the verse, "And follow what is revealed to you, and be patient until God judges, for he is the best of judges." Thus, the discourse on the matter of revelation serves as both the beginning and the end, and indeed it is the central theme that binds the entire surah together. Moreover, there is a clear harmony between the various elements of the surah. For instance, when the disbelievers hastily demand the punishment, they are warned that it will come suddenly, at a time when neither faith nor repentance will avail them. Later, the stories within the surah vividly depict this very scene through the destruction of past nations. In response to their challenge, the Qur'an states, "And they say, 'When will this promise be fulfilled if you are truthful?' Say, 'I hold no power over harm or benefit for myself except as God wills. For every nation is an appointed time. When their time comes, they cannot delay it by an hour, nor can they advance it.' Say, 'Have you considered, if his punishment were to come upon you by night or by day, what part of it would the sinners seek to hasten? Will you then believe in it when it befalls you?' You will be told, 'Now you believe, when you had been hastening it before.' And it will be said to the wrongdoers, 'Taste the eternal punishment. Are you not being recompensed for what you used to earn?' At the end of the story of Moses in the Surah, we witness a striking parallel to this warning. And we brought the children of Israel across the sea, and Pharaoh and his soldiers pursued them in arrogance and hostility, until when drowning overtook him, he said, I believe that there is no God but He in whom the children of Israel believe, and I am of those who submit. He was told, Now you believe while you disobeyed before and were among the corrupt. So this day we shall save your body, that you may be a sign for those who come after you. But indeed many among humanity are heedless of our signs. Between this response and the narrative of Moses, the Surah weaves scenes of sudden destruction befalling the deniers, drawing a consistent picture of God's swift retribution catching them unaware. The mood, the events and the themes are all interconnected, creating a unified, harmonious whole. This harmony is also evident in the similarity of the disbelievers' accusations. At the beginning of the surah, the disbelievers say of the prophet, This is surely a manifest sorcerer. Later, Pharaoh and his council say of Moses, When the truth came to them from us, they said, This is clearly sorcery. The surah is named Yunus, Jonah, although the story of Jonah is mentioned only briefly. If only there had been a community that believed and thus benefited from its faith. Only the people of Jonah did so. When they believed, we lifted from them the punishment of disgrace in the life of this world, and we granted them enjoyment for a time. Yet this brief mention holds great significance, as it stands as the only example of a nation that repented and turned to God before being overwhelmed by punishment. They alone in the history of prophethood believed as a whole after initially rejecting their messenger, thus escaping the punishment that their prophet had foretold, unlike other deniers who persist until the promised calamity befalls them. Thus, the surah presents a tapestry of interconnected elements from its beginning to its end, forming a cohesive, interwoven whole, as we have previously noted. It is clear from the selected passages that the central issue upon which the entire discourse rests is the matter of divinity and servitude, clarifying the true nature of God's oneness and explaining its implications for human life. The other themes, such as the question of revelation, the afterlife and previous messengers, serve to deepen and broaden this profound truth and its demands on human belief, worship and action. In reality, this is the central theme of the entire Qur'an, and especially the Meccan revelations. Defining the true nature of divinity, explaining its attributes of sustainership, governance and sovereignty, and outlining the limits of servitude, these are the core issues of the Qur'an. Beyond this, all else is merely a detailed explanation of the practical implications of this great truth for human life in all its dimensions. Indeed, when deeply contemplated, this monumental truth warrants the comprehensive exposition found in the Qur'an. It justifies the sending of all the messengers and the revelation of all the scriptures. As God says, And we did not send any messenger before you, except that we revealed to him, There is no deity except me, so worship me alone. Human life on this earth can only be truly ordered when this reality is rightly conceived in their beliefs and implemented in their practical lives. Without this understanding, human beings become disoriented in their relationship with the universe in which they live as they interact with its creatures and its objects. When their understanding of divinity and servitude becomes confused, they begin to deify objects and beings, even illusions and phantoms, and they offer them worship in forms that may appear absurd but are in fact tragic. They offer to these powerless entities, prompted by the whispers of soothsayers and those who exploit the jahiliyyah of the masses, the fruits of their toil, the provision that God has granted them. Some even offer up their own children or sacrifice their own lives to these lifeless creations which hold no power over harm or benefit for them. Thus, their entire existence becomes chaotic, as they oscillate between fear and anxiety in their dealings with these created things and fellow creatures, offering them reverence as if they were equals to them in their servitude to God. As God says of them, they assign to God a share of the crops and cattle he created, saying, according to their claim, this is for God, but what is for their partners never reaches God, while what is for God reaches their partners. How ill they judge! Likewise, their partners have made the killing of their children appealing to many idolaters in order to lead them to their ruin and confuse their religion for them. If God had willed, they would not have done so. So leave them to their falsehoods. And they say, "These animals and crops are reserved, and none may eat of them except whom we please by their claim. And there are livestock whose backs are forbidden to be ridden, and others over which they do not pronounce God's name, lying against him. He will soon punish them for the lies they fabricate, and they say, 'What is in the wombs of these cattle is reserved for our males and forbidden to our females. But if it is stillborn, they share in it.' He will soon punish them for their false attributions. He is all-wise, all-knowing. Indeed, those who kill their children in folly without knowledge, and who forbid what God has provided them through lies against him, have certainly gone astray and are not rightly guided. These are but examples of the burdens imposed by servitude to anything other than God. Burdens upon wealth and children, offered up to creations of God, be they objects or living beings, for which God has sent no authority. Human life, likewise, cannot find its proper balance without the right understanding of divinity and servitude, without recognizing the true nature of God's oneness in their beliefs, their worldview, and their everyday lives. The true humanity of man, his dignity and his complete freedom, can never be realized under any belief or system that does not ascribe to God alone the attributes of sustainership, authority, and governance. It is only God who rightfully holds dominion over human life in this world and the hereafter, in both public and private spheres. He alone has the right to legislate, command, and rule in every aspect of human life. Human history bears witness to this truth. Never have people deviated from submission to God alone, whether in belief or in law, and instead submitted to other human beings in worship, or by following man-made laws and systems without losing their humanity, their dignity, and their freedom in the process. The Islamic understanding of history attributes the subjugation of oppressed peoples to tyrants and their domination over them to a fundamental cause: the people's rebellion against the divine law of God, which grants God alone the ultimate sovereignty, sustainership, and governance. As God says of Pharaoh and his people, "And Pharaoh called out to his people, saying, 'O my people, does not the kingdom of Egypt belong to me, and these rivers flowing beneath me? Do you not see? Am I not better than this one who is despicable and can hardly express himself?' Why then were bracelets of gold not placed upon him, or why did angels not accompany him in procession?" So he belittled his people, and they obeyed him. Indeed, they were a rebellious people. Thus, Pharaoh's belittling of his people is attributed to their rebelliousness, for no tyrant would dare belittle a people who believe in God alone, who submit to none but him as the sole sovereign, the only legislator and ruler. Those who abandon the servitude to God alone, allowing a few among them to rule over them with laws other than his, eventually fell into the misery of enslavement to those other than him. This servitude devoured their humanity, dignity, and freedom, no matter how diverse the systems that ruled them, and despite their belief that some of those systems might guarantee their humanity and freedom. Europe fled from God while rebelling against the oppressive church that, under the guise of false religion, tyrannized people and trampled upon all human values. In their revolt against the church, they thought they had found their humanity, freedom, and dignity, along with their interests, under individualistic systems, democracies. They placed their hopes in the liberties and guarantees promised by their man-made constitutions, parliamentary systems, press freedoms, judicial safeguards, and the rule of elected majorities. But what was the outcome? The result was the tyranny of capitalism, a force that turned all these promises and systems into mere facades or empty illusions. The overwhelming majority became enslaved to a domineering minority that controls wealth, and with it, parliamentary majorities, constitutions, press freedoms, and all the guarantees people thought would secure their humanity, freedom, and dignity, while keeping them distanced from God. Then some fled from individualistic systems dominated by capital and class to collective systems, but what did they find? They simply replace their submission to the capitalist class with submission to the state, which owns both wealth and power, becoming even more tyrannical than the capitalist class. In every system, in every state, whenever people submit to other human beings, they pay a heavy price with their wealth and their very lives. They pay this toll to their various over-sustainers in every situation. Indeed, there must be servitude. If it is not to God alone, it will be to something other than Him. Servitude to God alone sets people free, restoring their dignity, nobility, and honor. Servitude to anything else consumes their humanity, dignity, and freedom. It strips them of their virtues, and ultimately, even their material wealth and interests are devoured. For this reason, the issue of divinity and servitude receives such attention in God's messages and scriptures. This surah is but one example of that concern. This issue is not confined to the idol worshippers of primitive Jahiliyyah. It concerns all humanity in every time and place, and it applies to all forms of Jahiliyyah, whether it be the Jahiliyyah of prehistory, of historical eras, or of the 20th century. Every age of Jahiliyyah is built upon the worship of humans by humans. This is why the essence of all divine messages and scriptures is the affirmation of God's sole divinity and sustainership over His servants. And we did not send any messenger before you except that we revealed to him, "There is no deity but me, so worship me alone." And so the closing of this surah, which we now address, is, "Say, O mankind, if you are in doubt about my religion, then know that I do not worship those whom you worship besides God, but I worship God, who will take your souls in death. And I am commanded to be among the believers, and to set your face toward the religion upright, and do not be among the polytheists, and do not invoke besides God that which neither benefits you nor harms you. If you do so, then you would surely be of the wrongdoers. And if God touches you with harm, none can remove it except Him. And if He wills good for you, none can repel His bounty. He bestows it upon whom He wills of His servants, and He is the forgiving, the merciful. Say, O mankind, the truth has come to you from your sustainer, so whoever is guided is only guided for his own soul, and whoever strays, then he strays only against it. And I am not a guardian over you, and follow what is revealed to you, and be patient until God judges, for He is the best of judges." This suffices as an introduction to the surah. Now let us delve into its detailed verses. Alif, Lam, Ra. These are the verses of the wise book. Is it a wonder to people that we have sent revelation to a man from among them, saying, "Warn humanity and give glad tidings to those who believe that they have a firm footing of truth with their sustainer"? But the disbelievers say, "This man is a manifest sorcerer." Indeed, your sustainer is God, who created the heavens and the earth in 6 days, then established Himself upon the throne, governing all affairs. There is no intercessor except after His permission. That is God, your sustainer, so worship Him. Will you not then take heed? To Him you shall all return. This is the true promise of God. He begins creation and then repeats it, so that He may reward with justice those who believe and do righteous deeds. But for those who disbelieve, theirs will be a drink of boiling water and a painful torment for their disbelief. It is He who made the sun a shining light, and the moon a reflected glow, and ordained its phases so that you may know the number of years and the calculation of time. God did not create this, but in truth. He explains the signs in detail for those who have knowledge. Indeed, in the alternation of night and day, and in all that God has created in the heavens and the earth, are signs for those who are conscious of Him. As for those who do not expect to meet us and are content with the life of this world and find peace in it, and those who are heedless of our signs, these, their abode is the fire because of what they have earned. Truly, those who believe and do righteous deeds, their sustainer will guide them by their faith. Rivers will flow beneath them in gardens of bliss. Their call therein will be, "Glory be to you, O God," and their greeting therein will be, "Peace." And the conclusion of their call will be, "Praise be to God, the sustainer of all worlds." Had God hastened the evil for people as they hasten the good, their term would have been fulfilled. But we leave those who do not expect to meet us to wander blindly in their rebellion. When adversity touches man, he calls upon us, lying down, sitting or standing. But when we relieve him of his hardship, he passes by as though he had never called upon us in his affliction. Thus, for those who transgress, their deeds are made attractive to them. We have indeed destroyed generations before you when they did wrong, and their messengers came to them with clear proofs, but they would not believe. Thus do we requite the criminal people. Then we made you their successors on earth after them, to see how you would act. When our clear signs are recited to them, those who do not expect to meet us say, "Bring a different Qur'an, or alter it." Say, "It is not for me to alter it of my own accord. I follow nothing but what is revealed to me. Indeed, I fear, if I were to disobey my sustainer, the punishment of a tremendous day." Say, "Had God willed, I would not have recited it to you, nor would he have made it known to you. Indeed, I have lived among you a lifetime before it. Do you not then understand? Who is more unjust than one who fabricates lies against God or denies his signs? Indeed, the wrongdoers will never succeed. They worship besides God that which neither harms them nor benefits them, and they say, 'These are our intercessors with God.' Say, are you informing God of something he does not know in the heavens or on the earth? Exalted is he, and far above what they associate with him. Mankind was but one community, yet they differed. Had it not been for a word that proceeded from your sustainer, the matter in which they differed would have been settled. And they say, 'Why has no sign been sent down to him from his sustainer?' Say, 'The unseen is only for God.' So wait, and I too am waiting with you. When we grant mercy to people after hardship has touched them, they plot against our signs. Say, 'God is swifter in plotting. Indeed, our messengers record all that you plot. It is he who enables you to travel by land and sea, until when you are in ships, and they sail with them by a favourable wind, and they rejoice in it. But then a stormy wind comes upon them, and waves surround them from every side, and they think they are doomed. They call upon God, sincere to him in faith. 'If you save us from this, we will surely be among the grateful.' But when he saves them, they transgress in the land wrongfully. O mankind, your transgression is only against yourselves, a brief enjoyment of worldly life. Then to us is your return, and we will inform you of what you used to do. Indeed, the likeness of this worldly life is like water we send down from the sky, and the earth's vegetation mingles with it, from which humans and cattle eat. But when the earth has taken on its adornment and is beautified, and its people think they have full control over it, our command comes to it by night or by day, and we make it as though it had not flourished the day before. Thus do we explain the signs for a people who reflect. God invites to the home of peace, and guides whom he wills to a straight path. This surah, as we have noted in its introduction, forms a single cohesive whole, defying easy division into segments, much like Surah Al-An'am discussed earlier in the 7th part of this work. Yet each surah has its distinct character and tone. It flows in successive waves, pouring forth its profound, soul-stirring messages upon the human heart, calling it to wonder at the response of the disbelievers to the divine revelation and the Qur'an. It shifts from the portrayal of cosmic scenes where God's majesty is manifest, to the depiction of the day of resurrection, to the varied states of humankind in their encounter with life's events, to the fates of earlier nations, all topics and influences we have previously touched upon. If we are to delineate distinct sections within this surah, then more than half of it forms a single flowing wave of divine wisdom. Following this, we encounter the story of Noah, and briefly, the mention of Moses and Jonah, which shapes another section. Finally, the concluding rhythmic verses form the last section. Due to the distinctive nature of this surah, we will attempt to present it wave by wave, or as clusters of harmonious waves reflecting its inherent character. This first lesson begins with 3 letters, Alif, Lam, Ra, as do surahs Al-Baqarah, Al-Imran, and Al-Araf, where we have already discussed the view we favoured in their interpretation. Here, these letters introduce the statement, "These are the verses of the wise book." The text then unfolds a series of themes that manifest the wisdom alluded to in the description of the book. From the revelation to the prophet, may God's peace and blessings be upon him, to warn mankind and bring glad tidings to the believers. to the response of the skeptics who question the idea that God would reveal his message to a human being, to the creation of the heavens and the earth, and God's governance of all affairs therein, to the making of the sun a radiant light, and the moon a reflected glow, with its phases determined so that people might know the number of years and the reckoning of time, to the alternation of night and day, and the wisdom and order inherent in it. From these cosmic signs, the discourse turns to those who are heedless of them, who do not anticipate their meeting with God, the one who governs all things, and what awaits them in their neglect, a terrible fate. Conversely, what awaits the believers is eternal bliss. God's wisdom is evident in delaying the final judgment to its appointed time, and in not hastening punishment, as humans hasten in their desires for worldly good. For if God were to hasten punishment as people hasten in seeking good, their time would be cut short, and they would be seized without delay for their wrongdoings. There follows a description of human nature in the way they respond to good and evil, their earnest supplication to God when affliction befalls them, and their forgetfulness of him when the hardship is lifted. They return to their prior state without learning from the fates of previous generations who followed the same path and met their destruction on that path. Though the destruction of earlier nations was clear to the Arabs whom the prophet was calling to God, the deniers still demanded from the prophet a different Qur'an or a change in its verses, without reflecting on the fact that this Qur'an is from God, with a fixed, divine wisdom that does not admit alteration. They worship what neither benefits nor harms them, forsaking the worship of God, despite the clear evidence that his worship rests upon divine revelation. They demand a miracle, ignoring the evident miracle of God's signs in the Qur'an and the universe. The discourse then returns to human nature in the face of mercy and affliction, depicting a vivid, moving scene. People at sea, as their ships sail gently at first, but then are beset by a violent storm and engulfed by waves from every side. In their despair, they call upon God with sincere devotion, promising gratitude if he saves them. In another scene, the allure of this worldly life is depicted, its brief glitter and radiance that vanishes in an instant. The people of this world are absorbed in its fleeting beauty, heedless of the swift end that awaits them. Yet God calls them to the abode of peace, the dwelling of security and tranquility, free from the sudden calamities of this life. Thus do we explain the signs for a people who reflect and perceive the wisdom of God in creation and the management of all affairs. Alif, Lam, Ra. These are the verses of the wise book. From these very letters available to them, the verses of the wise book are composed, the book which they deny could have been revealed by God to the prophet. These letters are within their reach, yet they cannot produce even a single verse like those of the book, despite the challenge presented to them in this surah. Does this not prompt them to reflect and recognize that divine revelation is the line of distinction between the prophet and themselves? Had it not been for this revelation, he would have stood as powerless as they in composing even a single verse from these very letters readily available to all. These are the verses of the wise book. The wise book, which addresses humankind in a manner suited to their nature, presents in this surah timeless, enduring truths that resonate with every generation. The wise book, which calls the heedless to reflect upon God's signs in the vast expanse of creation, in the heavens and the earth, in the sun and the moon, in the alternation of night and day, in the destruction of earlier generations, in the stories of the prophets, and in the manifest and hidden signs of divine power in this universe. Is it a wonder to people that we have sent revelation to a man from among them, saying, "Warn mankind, and give glad tidings to those who believe that they have a firm footing of truth with their sustainer"? But the disbelievers say, "This man is a manifest sorcerer." This rhetorical question rebukes the astonishment with which people have always greeted the truth of revelation since the time of the prophets. For the eternal question posed to every prophet has always been, has God sent a human as a messenger? The source of this question lies in their failure to grasp the value of the human being, their failure to recognize their own worth. They deem it too much for a mere human to be God's messenger, to be the one with whom God communicates through revelation, to be tasked with guiding humanity. They expect God to send an angel or some higher being, failing to see that it is a mark of divine honor for humanity that one among them is chosen for this sacred task, this unique connection with God. This was the objection raised by the disbelievers during the time of the prophet, peace be upon him, and a similar objection was raised by their counterparts in the earlier ages. In our modern times, however, some people have devised another objection, no less flimsy than the first. They ask, how can there be communication between a human being with his material nature and God, whose essence is unlike anything he has created? How can the infinite, whose nature transcends all creation, communicate with a finite being? Such a question can only be posed by one who claims to fully understand the reality of God's divine essence and the nature of his being, as well as every aspect of human nature that God himself has endowed within us. Yet no one who respects their intellect would make such a claim, for they would know the limits of human reason. Indeed, even the faculties of human nature that are open to discovery still reveal new dimensions, and science has not yet reached the point where it can claim to comprehend all that can be known of humanity's potential. Moreover, beyond the reach of human reason and scientific knowledge, there will always remain vast horizons of the unknown. Within the human being, therefore, lie latent powers known only to God, and God knows best where to place his message. The capacity to bear the burden of revelation resides in the human soul, even if this capacity remains hidden from the people, and perhaps even from the individual themselves, until the moment of revelation. Yet God, who has breathed of his Spirit into the human being, knows what each cell, each structure, and each creature holds, and he is capable of enabling a person to receive divine communication in a way known only to those who have experienced it. Some modern interpreters have labored to prove the reality of revelation by aligning it with scientific principles, attempting to make it more comprehensible. Yet we do not endorse this method from the outset. Science has its own domain, one in which it wields its appropriate tools. Science also has its own horizons, those that can be explored and measured using its methods. However, science does not claim to know anything substantial about the nature of the soul, for the soul lies outside the realm of material experimentation, beyond the instruments available to science. That is why those adhering to sound scientific principles have refrained from entering the domain of the soul. As for what is called spiritual sciences, these remain surrounded by doubt and skepticism, both in their authenticity and their objectives. There is no way to attain certain knowledge in this realm except through a reliable source such as the Qur'an and the authentic traditions of the Prophet, within the limits that they provide, without addition, alteration, or extrapolation. For addition, alteration, and extrapolation are intellectual processes, and the intellect in this case is outside its field and lacks the tools necessary to operate here. It was not equipped to function in this domain. Is it a wonder to people that we have sent revelation to a man from among them, saying, "Warn mankind and give glad tidings to those who believe that they have a firm standing with their sustainer"? Thus, the essence of revelation is to warn people of the consequences of disobedience and to bring good tidings to the believers of the reward for their righteousness. This implies laying out the duties to be followed and the prohibitions to be avoided. Such is the essence of the warning and the glad tidings in a general sense. The warning is directed to all people, for everyone stands in need of being informed, guided, cautioned. However, the good tidings are for the believers alone. Here they are given the glad tidings of tranquility, steadfastness, and security. Those meanings conveyed by the term "a firm standing," evoking the image of an unwavering, unshaken, and certain foundation, one that remains untroubled by doubt or hesitation, even amidst warnings and fears, and in moments of distress. A firm standing with their sustainer in the presence of the one who reassures the believing hearts while others are shaken to their core. God's wisdom is clear in choosing a man from among them to deliver his message, a man who knows them and whom they know. They trust him, engage with him naturally, without formality or estrangement. God's wisdom in sending messengers is even clearer. Humanity is inherently inclined towards both good and evil, and the mind is its instrument for discernment. However, the intellect requires a balanced scale to return to whenever confusion arises, when doubts cloud judgment, when desires pull at it, or when it is influenced by the fleeting pressures that affect the body, nerves and temperament, causing the mind's evaluations to shift, sometimes from one extreme to the other. The intellect needs a stable, just scale unaffected by such influences to which it can return and under whose guidance it can correct its course. This balanced, unwavering scale is the guidance and law of God. This necessitates that God's religion possesses an unchanging truth to which the human intellect, in all its interpretations, can refer. By measuring its understanding against this fixed scale, the intellect can discern right from wrong. The notion that God's religion is merely human understanding of God's religion, and thus inherently evolving in its essence, undermines this fundamental principle in God's religion, the constancy of its truth and its scale. It subjects the foundation of divine law to the dangers of dilution, instability, and constant fluctuation with human interpretations, leaving no fixed measure by which to gauge these changing concepts. The gap between this view and the belief that religion is merely a human invention is narrow, for the final result is the same. The danger here is immense, and the entire method calls for the utmost caution, both with its near-term and long-term consequences. Despite the clarity of revelation, the disbelievers continued to react as though it was something astonishing. The disbelievers said, "This man is indeed a clear magician." They called him a magician because what he spoke seemed miraculous. Yet it would have been more fitting for them, had they reflected, to say he was a prophet receiving divine revelation, for what he spoke was miraculous in content and meaning. Magic does not contain the great cosmic truths, the guidance for life, movement and moral direction, or the legislative principles capable of forming a refined society and establishing a unique system. At that time they confused revelation with magic, as paganism often entangles religion with magic. It had not yet been made clear to them what becomes evident to the Muslim who grasps the reality of God's religion, and who is thus freed from the delusions and myths of paganism. Your sustainer is God, who created the heavens and the earth in 6 days, then established himself upon the throne governing all affairs. None can intercede except by his permission. Such is God, your sustainer, so worship him. Will you not then reflect? To him is your return, all of you, God's promise in truth. He begins creation and then repeats it to reward those who believe and do good with justice, while those who disbelieve will have a scalding drink and a painful punishment because of their denial. He it is who made the sun a radiant light and the moon a reflected glow, and determined its phases so that you may know the number of years and the reckoning of time. God did not create all this but in truth. He explains the signs for people of knowledge. Indeed, in the alternation of night and day, and in what God has created in the heavens and the earth, are signs for those who are mindful of him. This is the fundamental issue in faith, the question of sustainership. The question of God's existence was not a serious point of contention for the polytheists, for they believed in a deity. Human nature cannot entirely abandon belief in a creator of the universe, except in rare and highly deviant cases. However, they associated other deities with God, offering worship to beings they believed could bring them nearer to God and serve as intercessors with him. Meanwhile, they arrogated to themselves the rights of sustainership, legislating for themselves without God's permission. The Qur'an does not engage in dry intellectual disputes over the question of divinity and sustainership, as later discussions were influenced by Greek logic and philosophy. Instead, it appeals to the innate, clear, and straightforward logic of human nature. God is the one who created the heavens and the earth and all that is within them. He made the sun a radiant light and the moon a gentle glow, setting their phases and governing the alternation of night and day. These are manifest signs that touch the senses and stir the heart, if only one would open themselves to reflect upon them with conscious understanding. Is it not fitting, then, that the one who created and governs all of this should be the sustainer to whom humankind submits in worship, without associating any of his creation with him? Is this not a living, real truth that requires no mental strain, nor the arid reasoning of intellectual syllogisms that neither warm the heart nor stir the soul? This vast universe, the heavens and the earth, the sun and the moon, the night and the day, and everything that fills them, the creatures and nations, the plants, birds and animals, all operate by the same divine order. Look at the night, vast and enveloping, silent except for the subtle stirrings of dreams and shadows. Then the dawn breaks upon it like the smile of a contented infant, and with it the world breathes with renewed energy. Life awakens. The soft movement of shadows may appear still to the observer, yet they glide ever so gently. Birds flit and leap about, restless, never settling. Plants stretch upwards, always yearning for growth. And all creatures, moving and returning, in a constant cycle of creation and decay, birth and death, propelled by the will of God. This assembly of sights and sounds, movements and stillness, growth and decay, dawn and dusk, birth and death, this relentless, unceasing motion of the universe, should stir every fibre of the human soul to contemplation. When the heart awakens, it opens to the signs scattered throughout the vastness of creation. And the Qur'an directly calls upon both the heart and the mind to reflect upon this profusion of images and signs. Your sustainer is God who created the heavens and the earth in 6 days. Your sustainer, who is deserving of worship and submission, is this very creator, the one who brought into being the heavens and the earth with wisdom, balance and design. In 6 days is mentioned not to delve into the specifics of its nature or duration, but rather to point to the careful planning, purpose and order in creation according to the divine will. What those 6 days are we do not know, for it is part of God's unseen knowledge and it is not for us to speculate. The mention of the days is to highlight divine wisdom, planning, and the system by which the universe operates from its beginning to its end. Then he rose above the throne. God's rising above the throne is a metaphor for his supreme, unshakable sovereignty, expressed in a manner that humans can grasp, following the Quranic style of imagery. The word "then" here does not imply a sequence in time, for time does not apply to God. God is exalted above any notions of temporality, change or sequence. Thus, we are confident in affirming that "then" refers to a metaphysical reality beyond time, in accordance with the divine transcendence from any succession of states or limitations of time and space. He governs the affairs. God decrees the beginnings and ends of things, organizes their causes and effects, arranges their sequences and outcomes, and sets forth the laws that govern their unfolding. No intercessor can intervene except by his permission. All matters belong to him, and all judgments return to him alone. There are no intercessors that can draw nearer to him except by his permission, and only those deserving of intercession through faith and righteous action will be granted such a privilege. This challenges the beliefs of those who thought their idols and angels could intercede unconditionally on their behalf. Such is your sustainer, the creator, the sustainer, the one in control. So worship him, for he alone is worthy of submission. Will you not then remember? Here we pause before God's words after presenting the evidence of his divinity in the heavens and the earth. Such is your sustainer, so worship him. We have stated that the question of divinity was not seriously contested by the polytheists, for they acknowledge God as the creator, sustainer, giver of life and death, and the one in control of all affairs. But this acknowledgement did not lead to its logical consequences. If they truly recognized God's divinity, they should have acknowledged his sustainership over all aspects of life, which means submission to him alone, worshipping none but him, and following no law but his. This is the meaning of God's command, so worship him. For worship means submission, servitude, and obedience. It means devoting oneself entirely to God's authority in all aspects of life as a natural consequence of recognizing his divinity. In all forms of Jahiliyyah, the meaning of divinity shrinks. People believe that mere acknowledgement of God as their deity constitutes faith, and that once they recognize God as their sustainer, they have reached the end. Yet they fail to realize the necessary corollary, that God alone is to be obeyed, and his law alone is to be followed in all matters. This is the meaning of sustainership, to acknowledge no authority other than God's. Likewise, in periods of Jahiliyyah, the meaning of worship is diminished, confined to the mere performance of rituals. People think that by offering rituals to God alone, they have fulfilled the essence of worship. However, the term worship originally stems from submission and servitude, and rituals are but one expression of submission. True worship encompasses every dimension of life in submission to God's will. Jahiliyyah is not a time or an era. It is the condition where the true meanings of divinity and worship are obscured. This leads people into hidden forms of idolatry, believing themselves to be in the fold of God's faith, while in reality they serve other masters. This is the condition of much of the world today, including lands where people bear the names of Muslims and offer prayers to God, while their true sustainers are other than God, those who govern them with laws other than His and whose authority they follow. Hence, they worship these authorities, as the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, said, they followed them and that was their worship of them, as narrated in the Hadith of Adi ibn Hatim, reported by Al-Tumidi. To emphasize the true meaning of worship, the same surah offers these divine words. Say, do you see the sustenance God has sent down for you, and yet you have made some of it unlawful and some of it lawful? Say, has God permitted you to do this, or are you inventing lies against God? What we witness today is no different from the condition of the people of Jahiliyyah to whom God addresses His call. This is your sustainer, so worship Him. Will you not then remember? Worship Him and associate nothing with Him, for your return is to Him alone, your judgment rests with Him, and He will reward both the believers and the disbelievers. To Him alone is your return, a promise from God in truth. To Him and not to false partners or intercessors. His promise is true and unfailing, for resurrection is the completion of creation. He begins creation, then brings it back, to reward those who believe and do righteous deeds with fairness, while the disbelievers shall have a drink of boiling water and a painful torment for their disbelief. Thus, justice in recompense is one of the aims of creation and resurrection, to reward those who believe and do righteous deeds with fairness. And the joy, untainted by sorrow or consequences that mar pleasure, is one of the goals of creation and resurrection. It is the pinnacle of human perfection, which humanity can only attain in the hereafter. In this world, tainted by anxiety and distress, no pleasure is free from bitterness or followed by painful consequences, except for the pure joys of the soul, which few can fully experience. Even the mere knowledge of the finite nature of earthly pleasures diminishes them, making perfection unattainable here. Human beings cannot reach their highest potential on this earth, with its imperfections and weaknesses, nor can they experience unclouded joy or freedom from the fear of loss and the anxiety of endings. This ultimate state is reserved for paradise, as the Qur'an describes its perfect and boundless joy. Thus, one of the goals of creation and resurrection is to elevate those who follow the right path, who live in harmony with the divine order, to the highest ranks of human perfection. As for the disbelievers, they have deviated from the divine law, straying from the path of human perfection. This deviation inevitably means they cannot reach the heights of human fulfillment, for they have forsaken the law of perfection. They must face the consequences of their deviation, just as a person who neglects the laws of physical health faces sickness and weakness. For them, the result is degradation and suffering, an existence filled with pain without pleasure, whereas for the believers there is joy without grief. The disbelievers shall have a drink of boiling water and a painful torment for their disbelief. After drawing attention to God's signs in the creation of the heavens and the earth, and the command to worship Him alone, to whom all will return, and by whom all will be judged, the discourse returns to the cosmic signs in their vastness and magnitude. It is He who made the sun a radiant light and the moon a reflected light, and determined phases for it so that you may know the number of years and calculation of time. God did not create all of this except in truth. He explains the signs to people who understand. These two prominent scenes of the cosmos, so familiar to us through long acquaintance, lose their impact on our hearts because of their repetition. But what if one were to witness for the first time the sun rising over the horizon or setting beneath it? What if one were to see the first full moon or watch it disappear for the first time? These familiar repeated scenes are brought back to our attention by the Qur'an, stirring within us a sense of wonder and renewing in our hearts the awe that repetition has dulled. The Qur'an calls us to reflect on the divine wisdom behind the creation of these marvels and their intricate design. It is He who made the sun a radiant light. Its brilliance blazes with fire, and the moon a reflected light. Its gentle glow illuminates the night, and He determined its phases. Each night it passes through a different phase, manifesting in a unique form, a sight visible to all, without the need for specialized knowledge of astronomy. So that you may know the number of years and the calculation of time. Even now, humanity measures time and sets schedules by the sun and the moon, accessible to all. Can this all be without purpose? Can it be meaningless? Can it be the result of mere chance? No, such order, such harmony, such precision in the movement of the cosmos cannot be in vain, nor purposeless, nor the product of blind coincidence. God did not create all of this except in truth. Truth is its foundation. Truth is its instrument. Truth is its goal. Truth is firm, enduring, and undeniable. And these signs which testify to it are clear, ever-present, and eternal. He explains the signs to people who understand. For these scenes require understanding to grasp the wisdom behind their creation and the design that underpins their existence. The one who created the heavens and the earth, who made the sun a radiant light and the moon a reflected light, and who ordained their phases, brings forth the alternating phenomenon of night and day, a phenomenon full of meaning for those who open their hearts to the signs and wonders of this astonishing universe. Indeed, in the alternation of night and day, and in what God has created in the heavens and the earth, are signs for those who are conscious of Him. The alternation of night and day, their coming and going, also includes their variations in length. These two observable phenomena lose their impact on our senses through familiarity, except in moments when the soul awakens, and the heart is stirred at the rising and setting of the sun, pausing in wonder as a new day dawns or as it fades into night. In these moments, one lives fully, experiencing true life as the calloused faculties of perception and response are revived. And all that God has created in the heavens and the earth, if a person were to pause for but a single moment to behold what God has fashioned in the heavens and the earth, and to contemplate this vast array of countless species and forms, of shapes and states, of conditions and figures, if they were to stand still for just that one moment, their heart would overflow with a richness that would sustain them for a lifetime. They would be consumed by reflection, contemplation and awe for the rest of their days. And this, even before considering the creation of the heavens and the earth themselves, their inception and formation in such wondrous fashion, a marvel to which the heart is directed briefly before it is left to ponder the enormity of it all. Indeed, in all of this, there are signs for those who are conscious of God. It is they whose hearts possess a unique awareness, an awareness of reverence that makes their hearts ever sensitive, quick to respond to the manifestations of divine power, the wonders of creation, and the miracles placed before the eyes and ears of humanity. This is the way of the Qur'an, in its address to the human nature, through the signs of God scattered throughout the cosmos. For God knows that between the human soul and the universe there exists a common language, a silent communication that every heart can understand. The Qur'an does not resort to the argumentative approach that later arose among theologians and philosophers, for God knows that such methods do not penetrate the heart. They remain confined to the cold realm of the mind, which stirs no action and leads to no building of a life. At best, they evoke fleeting thoughts that quickly dissipate into thin air. But the evidence presented by the Quranic method through this approach is the strongest proof for both heart and intellect. Its power lies in the fact that it appeals to both simultaneously. The existence of the universe itself, in its vastness and order, and the precise regulated movement within it, governed by laws that were evident long before humanity could comprehend them, are in themselves undeniable signs of a governing power. Those who dispute this truth offer no alternative that is coherent. They merely suggest that the universe exists with its laws and that its existence needs no explanation, as if the universe itself contains its own cause. If such reasoning makes sense, then so be it. This line of argument arose in Europe as a way of escaping from God. For in their flight from the church, people felt the need to flee from God himself. Later it found its way into other lands, adopted as a means of avoiding the consequences of acknowledging God's divinity. In the old paganisms, most of those who worshipped idols did not deny the existence of God. They only contested his sustainership, as we saw with the pagan Arabs who were the first audience of the Qur'an. The Quranic argument cornered them with their own logic, forcing them to admit that if they believed in God's existence, then they must worship him alone and submit to his commandments in both ritual and law. But the paganism of the 20th century seeks to avoid the weight of this logic by denying God's very existence from the outset. It is astonishing that in countries labelled Islamic, every effort is made, both openly and subtly, to promote this flight from God under the guise of science and rationality. We are told that the unseen has no place in scientific systems, and since all matters of divinity pertain to the unseen, they seek to escape through this back door, attempting to flee from God while fearing only the opinion of people. Yet the very existence of the universe and its precise harmonious motion continues to confront those who seek to flee from God. The entirety of human nature, heart, mind, soul, and conscience, faces these undeniable signs and responds to them. The Quranic method continues to address the whole of human nature, speaking to it in the shortest, widest, and deepest of paths. Those who see all this, yet do not expect to meet God, fail to realize that the very order of this intricate system demands the existence of an afterlife. They do not grasp that this worldly life cannot be the end, for humanity has not yet achieved the perfection it is destined for. Those who pass by these signs heedlessly, without hearts that reflect or minds that ponder, will never tread the path of human perfection, nor will they attain the paradise promised to the righteous. Paradise is for those who believe and do good deeds, where they will be freed from the toils of this world, dedicating themselves to glorifying God and praising him in eternal contentment. Indeed, those who do not hope for our meeting, who are content with the life of this world and feel secure in it, and those who are heedless of our signs, those their refuge will be the fire for what they used to earn. But those who believe and do good deeds, their sustainer will guide them by their faith. Rivers will flow beneath them in the gardens of bliss. Their prayer therein will be, "Glory be to you, O God," and their greeting therein will be, "Peace." And the conclusion of their prayer will be, "All praise is due to God, sustainer of the worlds." Those who fail to reflect on the cosmic order which so clearly points to a creator also fail to recognize that the afterlife is a necessity of this system. It is in the hereafter that justice will be fulfilled, and humanity will reach its highest potential. Consequently, they do not anticipate meeting God, and as a result, they are content with this imperfect, deficient world, becoming absorbed in its fleeting pleasures. They do not question its shortcomings, nor do they understand that it cannot be the final destination for humanity. They leave this world without having received the full recompense for their deeds, whether good or evil, and without having reached the perfection for which they were created. Their fixation on this worldly life and their satisfaction with its limits cause them to sink lower and lower, for they never lift their eyes to a higher peak, nor do they gaze toward the horizon of perfection. Instead, they keep their heads and their sights lowered to this earth and what it holds heedless of the cosmic signs of God that awaken the heart, elevate the soul, and inspire the pursuit of perfection. Their abode is the fire for what they used to earn. What an evil abode and a terrible destination. On the other side stand those who believed and did righteous deeds, those who believed, realizing that there is something far greater than this worldly life. They performed good deeds in response to this faith, fulfilling God's command to do what is right in anticipation of the blissful hereafter, for the path to it lies through righteousness. Their sustainer guides them by their faith. He guides them to righteous deeds because of their faith, which connects them with God, opening their inner sight to the straight path. He guides them to goodness through the whispers of a sensitive and reverent conscience. These are the ones who enter paradise beneath which rivers flow. The flowing water forever symbolizes fertility, nourishment, growth, and life. What then are their concerns in this paradise? What occupies their minds, and what is the desire they long to fulfill? Their worries are not about wealth or status, nor are their preoccupations about warding off harm or securing benefits. All such burdens have been lifted from them, and they are content. They have no need for any worldly desires, for God has sufficed them. They have risen above such concerns and anxieties. The height of their preoccupation, so much so that it is described as their plea, is to glorify God first and praise Him last, with greetings of peace exchanged between them and the angels of the Most Merciful in between. Their plea therein will be, "Glory be to you, O God," and their greeting will be, "Peace." And the conclusion of their plea will be, "All praise is due to God, sustainer of all the worlds." It is a liberation from the concerns and distractions of worldly life, an ascent above its necessities and needs, and a flight into the realms of contentment, glorification, praise, and peace, those lofty heights befitting human perfection. After this, the Quranic narrative addresses the challenge posed by the disbelievers to the messenger of God, peace be upon him, demanding that the punishment he warns them of be hastened. It explains that the delay of their punishment to a specified time is an act of divine wisdom and mercy. It portrays their condition when affliction befalls them, how their innermost nature, stripped of all layers, turns instinctively to its creator. Yet, when the affliction is lifted, the heedless ones return to their former state of oblivion. It reminds them of the fate of past nations whom they succeeded, and warns them of meeting a similar end. It explains that this worldly life is but a test, and after it comes the reckoning. If God were to hasten the evil for people as they hasten the good, their term would have been concluded. But we leave those who do not expect to meet us, wandering blindly in their transgression. When affliction touches a person, he calls upon us, whether lying down, sitting or standing, but when we remove the affliction, he passes on as if he had never called upon us for relief from the harm that touched him. Thus, the deeds of the transgressors are made appealing to them. We destroyed the generations before you when they wronged, and their messengers came to them with clear signs, but they would not believe. Thus do we requite the guilty. Then we made you successors in the land after them, to see how you would act. The Arabs who opposed the messenger of God, peace be upon him, would challenge him to bring forth the punishment he warned them of. God recounts in this surah how they would say, "When will this promise be fulfilled if you are truthful?" In another place it is said, "They ask you to hasten the evil before the good, though examples have come to pass before them." The Qur'an also recalls their statement, "And remember when they said, 'O God, if this is indeed the truth from you, then rain down upon us stones from the sky or bring us a painful punishment.'" All of this reflects their stubbornness and defiance toward the guidance of God. But in His wisdom, God chose to delay their punishment. He did not send upon them the destruction that befell previous deniers, knowing that a great many of them would eventually enter Islam and become its foundation, spreading it across the earth. This became clear after the conquest of Mecca, something they were ignorant of as they challenged in their jahiliyyah unaware of the true good that God intended for them, different from the immediate outcome they sought in their haste. In the first verse, God tells them that if He were to hasten their destruction as they hasten the good they seek, their fate would have been sealed long ago. But He grants them respite, giving them time to reflect. Still, those who do not expect to meet God remain lost in their blindness, wandering aimlessly until their appointed time comes. In this context of hastening evil, the Qur'an presents a vivid portrayal of the human condition when touched by affliction. It reveals the contradiction within human nature, which hastens evil while fearing harm. When affliction touches a person, they call upon God from every position, lying down, sitting, or standing. But when the harm is lifted, they pass by as if they had never called upon Him. When affliction touches a person, He calls upon us, whether lying down, sitting, or standing. But when we remove the affliction, He passes on as if He had never called upon us for relief from the harm that touched Him. This is a striking depiction of a recurring human tendency. A person is often driven by the currents of life, making mistakes, committing sins, and transgressing boundaries, especially when health and circumstances are favourable. Few, save those whom God protects, remember during their moments of strength and capability that weakness and inability are always near. Times of ease make one forget, and the sense of self-sufficiency leads to arrogance. Then, when affliction strikes, a person becomes anxious, pleading, and impatient for relief. Once the prayer is answered and the affliction lifted, they continue on as if nothing had happened, heedless of reflection or gratitude. Thus, the flow of the Quranic narrative mirrors the psychological state it describes. It portrays the affliction slowly and deliberately, whether lying down, sitting, or standing, showing every posture, every state, capturing the moment when the driving force within the person halts like a current stopped by a dam. But once the barrier is lifted, the person passes on. With a single word, the narrative conveys a sense of unchecked momentum. He passes on without pausing to give thanks, without reflecting or considering the experience, as if He had never called upon us for relief from the harm that touched Him. He rushes forward with the current of life, unrestrained, unmindful, and indifferent, and it is this very nature, this tendency to remember only in times of affliction and to pass by heedlessly once it is lifted, that has led the transgressors to persist in their excesses, blind to the boundaries they are crossing. Thus, the deeds of the transgressors are made appealing to them. And what was the end of this excess for the earlier generations? We destroyed the generations before you when they wronged, and their messengers came to them with clear signs, but they would not believe. Thus do we requite the guilty. Their excess, transgression, and injustice, particularly their association of partners with God, led to their destruction. The remnants of their dwellings could still be seen in Arabia, in the homes of Ad and Thamud, and the villages of the people of Lot. Those generations, messengers came to them with clear signs, just as your messenger has come to you. But they would not believe because they had veered too far down the path of tyranny, beyond the point of readiness for faith. Thus they met the fate of the guilty. Thus do we requite the guilty. And as this fate is laid before them, those who receive the clear signs but refuse to believe, God reminds them that they are now the inheritors of the earth after these earlier peoples. They have been given the responsibility to act justly and are being tested in their stewardship of what they have inherited. Then we made you successors on the earth after them, so that we may observe how you act. This is a powerful touch upon the human heart, as it realizes that it has been entrusted with dominion, an inheritance from those who once held sway over the earth, but were driven out despite their prior strength and establishment. And just as they were removed, so too will the present inheritors depart, for their time on this earth is but a brief moment, during which they are tested by how they use the power and wealth they are given, and accountable for the little time they remain. This perception that Islam instills in the human heart reveals the truth, stripping away all illusions. It awakens within the soul a sense of vigilance, sensitivity, and piety, qualities that serve as a safeguard for the individual and for the society in which they live. The feeling that one is being tested during the fleeting days spent on earth with every possession and every pleasure granted to them provides protection against delusion and heedlessness. It shields a person from being consumed by the pleasures of this worldly life, from becoming overly attached to them, knowing that they will be held responsible and tested regarding everything they enjoy. Moreover, the awareness of being under divine scrutiny as expressed in God's words, so that we may observe how you act, intensifies one's caution, making one exceedingly mindful, eager to do good, and also deeply concerned about passing this test successfully. This marks the clear distinction between the perspective that Islam instills in the human heart with such powerful touches, and those perspectives that exclude divine oversight and the reckoning of the hereafter from their understanding. It is impossible for two people to meet on common ground, one who lives by the Islamic worldview and another who lives by a limited materialistic view. They cannot share the same outlook on life, nor the same moral code, nor the same approach to action. Likewise, two human systems, each built on these different foundations, cannot converge, for they rest upon irreconcilable principles. Life in Islam is a life of fully integrated foundations and pillars. It suffices to mention just this essential truth in the Islamic worldview and the profound effects it has on both individual and collective action. Thus, it cannot be mixed with a life that is based on any other foundation, nor with the products of such a life. Those who imagine that Islamic life and the Islamic system can be grafted with the products of another way of life and another system fail to comprehend the deep, fundamental differences between the foundations upon which life in Islam is built and those upon which every human-made system is constructed. Here, the Quranic discourse turns from addressing them to presenting examples of their actions after they were made successors. They inherited after the criminal nations, so what did they do? And when our clear revelations are recited to them, those who do not hope to meet us say, "Bring a different Qur'an or change it." Say, "It is not for me to change it of my own accord. I only follow what is revealed to me. Indeed, I fear, if I were to disobey my sustainer, the punishment of a great day." Say, "If God had willed, I would not have recited it to you, nor would he have made it known to you. I have lived among you for a lifetime before this. Do you not understand? Who then is more unjust than one who fabricates a lie against God or denies his signs? Indeed, the wrongdoers will not succeed, and they worship besides God that which neither harms them nor benefits them, and they say, 'These are our intercessors with God.' Say, 'Do you inform God of what he does not know in the heavens or the earth? Exalted is he above whatever they associate with him, and mankind was once one community, but then they differed. And if it had not been for a word that proceeded from your sustainer, the matter over which they differed would have been settled.' And they say, 'Why has a sign not been sent down to him from his sustainer?' Say, 'The unseen belongs to God alone, so wait. Indeed, I am with you among those who wait.' This is how they acted after being made successors, and this is how they behaved toward the messenger. And when our clear revelations are recited to them, those who do not hope to meet us say, 'Bring a different Qur'an or change it.' What a strange request, not born of sincerity, but of mockery and jest, and of jahiliyyah about the nature and seriousness of this Qur'an and its revelation. It is a demand that could only come from those who do not expect to meet God. This Qur'an is a comprehensive constitution for life, harmoniously arranged to meet the needs of humanity in both their individual and collective lives. It guides them toward perfection in their earthly existence to the extent that they can bear, and ultimately toward the eternal life that awaits them. Whoever truly understands the Qur'an could never think of requesting anything else or asking for any part of it to be changed. Most likely those who did not expect to meet God saw this as a matter of craft or skill, treating it like the contest in the marketplaces of pre-Islamic Arabia. They imagined that Muhammad could simply accept the challenge and compose another Qur'an, or swap out one part for another. Say, "It is not for me to change it of my own accord. I only follow what is revealed to me. Indeed, I fear, if I were to disobey my sustainer, the punishment of a great day." This is no game for a poet, nor a feat of eloquence. It is the comprehensive constitution issued by the one who manages the entire universe, the creator of humankind, who knows what is best for them. It is not for the messenger to change it on his own. He is but a messenger who follows the revelation given to him. Any alteration would be disobedience for which he fears the punishment of a mighty day. Say, had God so willed, I would not have recited it to you, nor would he have made it known to you. I had lived among you for a lifetime before this. Will you not then understand? Indeed, it is a revelation from God, and its conveyance to you is a command from him. Had God willed otherwise, I would not have recited it to you, nor would he have made you aware of it. The entire matter, its revelation and its delivery, is in God's hands alone. Tell them this, and remind them that you have lived among them for a full lifetime before the message, 40 years, without ever speaking to them of this Qur'an, for you did not possess it, as it had not yet been revealed to you. Were you capable of producing something like it, or even parts of it? What would have held you back for all those years? Indeed, it is the divine revelation over which you have no control except to deliver it faithfully. Say to them, it is not for me to fabricate lies against God, nor to claim that he revealed to me anything but the truth. For there is no greater injustice than that of one who fabricates falsehoods about God, or one who denies his signs. Who then is more unjust than one who fabricates a lie against God or denies his signs? I warn you against the second crime, the denial of God's signs. And I myself would never commit the first, by lying about God. Indeed, the wrongdoers will never succeed. The discourse continues, illustrating what they have done and said after being made successors on the earth, aside from their mockery and asking for a new Qur'an. They worship, besides God, what neither harms them nor benefits them, and they say, these are our intercessors with God. Say, do you inform God of what he does not know in the heavens or on earth? Exalted is he above whatever they associate with him. When the soul deviates, there is no limit to its absurdity. These multiple deities they worship possess no power to harm or benefit them, yet they imagine that these deities will intercede for them before God. And they say, these are our intercessors with God. Say to them, do you inform God of something he does not know in the heavens or the earth? For God knows of no intercessors, as you claim. Do you know of something that God, in his infinite knowledge, is unaware of? Do you presume to inform him of what he does not know, whether in the heavens or on earth? Such a claim is both foolish and absurd. It is a mocking tone, befitting the absurdity of their belief. The statement is followed by the glorification of God, exalting him far above the falsehood they attribute to him. Exalted is he above what they associate with him. Before the discourse continues to recount their words and actions, it comments on their polytheism, noting that it is but a temporary deviation. The original pure human nature was one of monotheism, but division and disagreement arose later. Mankind was once one community, then they differed. God's will decreed that they be given time to complete their appointed terms, and his word had already gone forth in accordance with the wisdom he intended. Had it not been for a prior word from your sustainer, their differences would have been settled. After this remark, the discourse returns to what these successors say. They say, why has no sign been sent down to him from his sustainer? Say, the unseen belongs to God alone, so wait. Indeed, I am with you among those who wait. Even though this great miraculous book and all the signs of God scattered throughout the universe are not enough for them, they still demand a visible miracle, like those shown by the messengers to the nations before them. They fail to understand the nature of the message of Muhammad and the nature of its miracle. It is not a temporary miracle witnessed by a single generation. Rather, it is an everlasting miracle that speaks to the hearts and minds of generation after generation. God instructs his messenger to refer them back to him, the one who knows the unseen, and who decides whether to send them a miracle or not. Say, the unseen belongs to God alone, so wait. I too am among those who wait. This response contains both a delay and a subtle warning. It also serves to define the boundaries of servitude before divine sustainership. For even Muhammad, the greatest of all messengers, has no knowledge of the unseen. The unseen belongs entirely to God. He also has no control over the fate of humanity, for that too is in God's hands. Thus, the distinction between the two realities, servitude and divine sustainership, is made clear, drawing a sharp, unmistakable line between them, leaving no room for doubt or confusion. After recounting what the successors say and do, the discourse turns again to reflect on certain traits of human nature. How, when they taste mercy after affliction, they engage in deceit concerning God's signs, just as it described them earlier when affliction befalls them and they are delivered from it. A vivid example is presented in the form of a striking Quranic scene. When we let people taste mercy after hardship has touched them, behold, they devise plots against our signs, say, God is swifter in planning. Indeed, our messengers record all that you plot. He it is who enables you to travel on land and sea, until when you are on ships and they sail with them by a favourable wind and they rejoice in it. Then a stormy wind comes, and waves surge upon them from every side, and they think they are surrounded. They call upon God, sincere in their faith to Him alone. If you save us from this, we will surely be among the grateful. But when He saves them, they transgress unjustly upon the earth. O people! Your transgression is only against yourselves. It is the enjoyment of this worldly life. Then to us is your return, and we will inform you of what you used to do. How strange is this human being! He only remembers God in times of hardship. Only in moments of distress does he return to his true nature, casting off the layers of deviation and corruption. Yet when safety returns, it is either forgetfulness or arrogance that follows. Except for those who are rightly guided, whose nature remains pure, responsive at all times, ever illuminated by the light of faith. And when we let people taste mercy after adversity has touched them, behold, they devise plots against our signs. Thus did the people of Pharaoh with Moses. Whenever they were seized by a calamity, they pleaded with him and promised to change their ways. Yet once they tasted mercy, they plotted against God's signs, twisting their meaning and attributing the lifting of the punishment to other causes. In the same way the Quraysh behaved. When they were struck by drought and feared destruction, they came to Muhammad, invoking the bonds of kinship, asking him to pray to God for rain. When he did so and God answered, they plotted against God's sign and persisted in their wrongdoing. This is a recurrent pattern in humanity unless protected by faith. Say, God is swifter in planning. Indeed, our messengers record all that you plot. God is more capable of devising plans and thwarting their schemes. Their plots are exposed to him and known, and their undoing is assured. Indeed, our messengers record all that you plot. Nothing escapes their record, and nothing is forgotten. As for who these messengers are and how they record, that is part of the unseen, known only through this divine text. We must accept it without interpretation or adding meanings beyond the clear words. Then the vivid scene unfolds, as if we are witnessing it before our eyes with every movement and emotion. It begins by asserting the power that governs all motion and stillness. He it is who enables you to travel on land and sea. For this entire chapter is a display of God's sovereign power over the destinies of the entire universe, without partner. And here we are, drawn into the unfolding scene. When you are on ships, and they sail with them by a favourable wind, the ships glide smoothly, and we can sense the feelings of those on board, and they rejoice in it. In this moment of safe passage, in the midst of their joy and contentment, the surprise strikes, overtaking the unsuspecting, complacent travellers. A violent wind comes upon them, how terrifying, and waves come upon them from all sides. The ship is tossed, battered by the waves, rising and falling, spinning like a feather lost in the vast ocean. The passengers are gripped with terror, certain that they are doomed, and they think they are surrounded. No hope for escape remains. At that moment, in the midst of this raging tempest, their innate nature strips away the layers of corruption, and their hearts, freed from delusions, beat with pure devotion to God alone, the one to whom they now turn. They call upon God, sincere to him in their faith, saying, "If you save us from this, we will surely be among the grateful." Then the storm subsides, the waves calm, their frantic breath steadies, and the ship reaches shore, safe and sound. Their feet find firm ground and life returns to them. But then, what happens? Yet when he saves them, behold, they transgress unjustly on the earth. So sudden, so shocking. It is a complete scene with no movement or feeling overlooked. But it is not just a scene of events, it is a scene of the soul, of human nature, and of a recurring pattern in mankind throughout the ages. Hence, the passage concludes with a warning to all people. O people, your wrongdoing is only against yourselves. Whether it is a wrong done to one's own soul, leading it to ruin and regret through disobedience, or a wrong done to others, for humanity is but one soul, those who wrong themselves and those who support injustice will face the consequences. There is no form of wrongdoing more heinous or despicable than rebelling against God's sustainership, seizing the role of divinity and governance, and exercising it over his creation. When people commit this great injustice, they taste its consequences in this world before they face its recompense in the hereafter. They experience its consequences as corruption spreads throughout life, causing suffering for all. There is no dignity, no humanity, no freedom, and no virtue that remains untouched by the harm of their transgression. People must either devote themselves wholly to God, or they will be enslaved by tyrants. The struggle to affirm God's exclusive sovereignty on earth and his sustainership in human affairs is in truth a struggle for humanity, for freedom, for dignity, for virtue, and for every noble meaning that elevates the human being above the chains of servitude, the filth of degradation, and the corruption of society. O people, your wrongdoing is only against yourselves. Mere enjoyment of the life of this world, that is all you gain from it. But then to us is your return, and we will inform you of what you used to do. Thus, there is the reckoning of the hereafter and its recompense, after the hardship and torment of this worldly life. And what is the value of this worldly life? What is its true nature? The passage paints this reality in one of the Qur'an's vivid, dynamic scenes, full of movement and life. It is nonetheless an everyday occurrence that passes unnoticed by those who live through it. The example of the life of this world is like water which we send down from the sky, and the plants of the earth absorb it, of that which men and livestock eat, until when the earth takes on its adornment and is beautified, and its inhabitants think they have mastery over it, our command comes to it by night or by day, and we render it as though it had never flourished yesterday. Thus do we explain the signs for people who reflect. This is the example of the life of this world, of which people have nothing but fleeting enjoyment when they are satisfied with it and fix their gaze solely on it, seeking no higher or more lasting reward. Here is the water descending from the sky, absorbed by the earth's plants, flourishing and blooming. The earth, adorned and vibrant, resembles a bride in her wedding attire. Her inhabitants, proud and full of themselves, believe they have caused her to thrive, that by their will she has flourished, and that they are the masters, with no one to alter or contest their control. But in the midst of this lush abundance, in the height of their revelry, amid their false sense of security, our command comes to it by night or by day, and we render it as though it had never flourished yesterday, in an instant, in a single moment, in a flash. This abruptness in expression contrasts with the lengthy depiction of the scene of prosperity, beauty, and contentment. Such is this world that so many become engrossed in, sacrificing the hereafter for a handful of fleeting pleasures. This is it. There is no security or certainty in it, no permanence or stability, and people have control over it only to a very limited extent. This is the world. And God invites you to the home of peace and guides whom he wills to a straight path. How vast is the distance between a world that can vanish in a moment, just when it has reached its full adornment, and the home of peace, to which God calls his servants, guiding whom he wills to the path that leads to it. This path becomes visible to those whose insight is awakened, those who turn their gaze from the transience of this world to the eternal peace of the hereafter. For those who do good, there shall be the finest reward and even more. Neither gloom nor humiliation shall overshadow their faces. They are destined for paradise, abiding therein forever. But for those who have earned evil, the recompense for an evil deed will be its equal, and disgrace will overwhelm them. They shall have none to protect them from God. Their faces will seem covered with pieces of the night, so darkened and forlorn. These are the companions of the fire, dwelling therein eternally. On that day we shall gather them all together, and then say to those who associated others with God, "Stand apart, you and your partners." Then we shall separate them, and their partners will say, "It was not us that you worshipped. Sufficient is God as a witness between us and you. Truly, we were unaware of your worship of us." In that moment, every soul will be tested for what it has sent forth, and they will be returned to God, their true master, and all that they invented will have forsaken them. Say, who provides for you from the heavens and the earth, or who owns hearing and sight? And who brings forth the living from the dead, and brings forth the dead from the living, and who governs all affairs? They will say, God. Then say, will you not then be mindful of him? Such then is God, your true sustainer. And after the truth, what remains but error? How are you then turned away? Thus the word of your sustainer has been fulfilled against those who persist in sin. They shall not believe. Say, is there any among your partners who can originate creation and then repeat it? Say, God alone originates creation and then repeats it. How then are you deluded? Say, is there any among your partners who guides to the truth? Say, God alone guides to the truth. Is then he who guides to the truth more deserving to be followed, or he who needs to be guided? What is wrong with you? How do you judge? Most of them follow nothing but conjecture is of no avail against the truth. Truly, God knows well all that they do. This Qur'an could never have been devised by anyone besides God. Rather, it is a confirmation of what came before it, and a detailed explanation of the book there is no doubt in it from the sustainer of all worlds. Or do they say he has fabricated it? Say, then bring forth a chapter like it, and call upon whomever you can besides God if you are truthful. Nay, they deny what they cannot grasp, and its final interpretation has not yet reached them. Thus did those before them deny the truth. But see how was the end of the wrongdoers. Among them are those who believe in it, and among them are those who do not believe in it. But your sustainer knows best the corrupters. If they reject you, then say, to me be my deeds, and to you be your deeds. You are free of what I do, and I am free of what you do. And among them are those who listen to you, but can you make the deaf hear, even if they do not understand? And among them are those who look at you, but can you guide the blind, even though they cannot see? Indeed, God does not wrong people in the least, but it is people who wrong themselves. On the day when he will gather them together, it will be as if they had only lingered for an hour of the day, recognizing one another. Those who denied the meeting with God will have lost, and they were not rightly guided. Whether we show you some of what we promised them or cause you to die before it, to us is their return. Then God is a witness over all that they do. For every nation there is a messenger. When their messenger comes, it will be judged between them with justice, and they will not be wronged. They ask, when will this promise be fulfilled if you are truthful? Say, I have no power to bring harm or benefit to myself except as God wills. For every nation there is an appointed term. When their time comes, they cannot delay it by a single hour, nor can they hasten it. Say, have you considered if his punishment comes upon you by night or by day? What part of it would the sinners seek to hasten? Will you then believe in it when it has come to pass, now, and you were hastening it on before? Then it will be said to the wrongdoers, taste the everlasting punishment. Are you recompensed for anything but what you used to earn? They ask you to inform them, is it true? Say, yes, by my sustainer it is true, and you cannot escape it. If every soul that has wronged had all that is in the earth, it would offer it as ransom. And they will conceal their remorse when they see the punishment. It will be judged between them with justice, and they will not be wronged. Behold, to God belongs all that is in the heavens and the earth. Behold, the promise of God is true, but most of them do not know. It is he who gives life and causes death, and to him you shall return. O people, there has come to you an admonition from your sustainer, a healing for what is in the breasts, and a guidance and mercy for the believers. Say, in the bounty of God and his mercy, in that let them rejoice, it is better than what they amass. Say, have you considered the sustenance that God has sent down for you, and you have made some of it lawful and some unlawful? Say, has God permitted you, or do you invent lies against God? What do those who invent lies against God think of the day of judgment? Truly, God is full of bounty to mankind, but most of them are ungrateful. In whatever matter you are engaged, and whatever part of the Qur'an you recite, and whatever deed you do, we are witnesses over you when you are engaged in it. Not even an atom's weight escapes your sustainer in the earth or in the heavens, nor is there anything smaller or larger than that, but it is in a clear record. Behold, the friends of God shall have no fear, nor shall they grieve, those who believe and are conscious of him. For them is good news in this life and in the hereafter. No change can there be in the words of God. That is the supreme triumph. Let not their words grieve you. Verily all might belongs to God. He is all-hearing, all-knowing. Behold, to God belongs all who are in the heavens and the earth. And those who call upon others besides God do not follow any partners. They follow nothing but conjecture, and they do nothing but guess. It is he who made the night for you, that you may rest in it, and the day bright, that you may see. Truly in this are signs for people who listen. They say, God has taken a son. Exalted is he is free from need. His is whatever is in the heavens and the earth. You have no authority for this. Do you say about God what you do not know? Say, those who invent lies against God will never prosper. A brief enjoyment in this world, then to us is their return, and we shall make them taste the severe punishment for their disbelief. This lesson is a series of deeply emotional impressions, all leading to a single aim, confronting the human nature with the clear signs of God's oneness, the truth of the messenger, and the certainty of the last day and its justice. These impressions seize the soul from every side, carrying it on a wide, all-encompassing journey from the earth to the heavens, from the horizons of the universe to the depths of the self, from the ancient past to the present, and from this world to the hereafter, all within a flowing context. In the previous lesson, there were touches of these same impressions and journeys, yet they appear more prominently here. From the scenes of the day of gathering to the vast universe, from the soul itself to the challenge posed by the Qur'an and reminders of the fates of past deniers. Then a fleeting glimpse of the gathering shifts to a new scene, warning of sudden punishment in an evocative image that stirs a sense of fear. This is followed by a portrayal of God's all-encompassing knowledge, where nothing escapes his awareness, to some of his signs in the universe, and a warning of what awaits those who fabricate lies against God on the day of reckoning. These are profound and sincere impressions, and any sound nature, if it is open and receptive, cannot help but respond. No barriers or obstacles can stand before this flood of influences drawn from the realities of existence, from the nature of the universe, the self, and the essence of being. The disbelievers were indeed sincere in their awareness of the Qur'an's threat to their ranks. They discouraged others from listening to it, fearing that its influence would overwhelm them and shake their hearts. Yet they wished to remain steadfast in their idolatry. For those who have done good, there is the best reward and even more, and no dust or shame will cover their faces. They are the dwellers of paradise, abiding therein forever. But those who have earned evil deeds will be recompensed with a like measure, and disgrace will cover them. They will have no protector from God, as though their faces are covered with patches of the night's darkness. They are the companions of the fire, abiding therein forever. The last verse of the previous lesson declared, God invites to the home of peace and guides whom he wills to a straight path. Here the rules of recompense are clarified for the guided and the misguided alike. It reveals God's mercy, his grace, and his perfect justice in rewarding both groups. As for those who have excelled in belief, in action, and in understanding the straight path and the cosmic law leading to the home of peace, for them is the best reward and more. They are saved from the distress of the day of gathering, from the terrors of that moment before judgment is passed. and no dust or shame will cover their faces. Dust symbolizes grief and sorrow, and shame symbolizes humiliation and defeat. Their faces will not be tainted by any of this. The expression suggests that the gathering will be filled with crowds, fear and distress, but they will be saved from all of it, a bounty and grace from God in addition to the reward. They are the companions of paradise, abiding therein forever. As for those who earned only evil from the transaction of life, they will receive God's justice. Their punishment will not be multiplied, but the recompense of an evil deed will be its like, and disgrace will cover them. Disgrace will overwhelm them, burdening them with distress. They will have no protector from God. None can save them from the inevitable outcome, for they defied the cosmic law and went against the natural order. The Quranic context then paints a vivid image of the inner darkness and misery that engulfs the guilty, terrified soul, as though their faces are covered with patches of the night's darkness. It is as if pieces of the darkest night have been draped over their faces. The whole atmosphere is shrouded in darkness, and these faces are veiled with the gloomy patches of that black night. They are the companions of the fire, abiding therein forever. But where are the false gods and intercessors now? Why haven't they saved them from God? This is their story on the dreadful day of gathering. And on the day when we gather them all together, we will say to those who associated partners with God, "Remain in your place, you and your partners." We will separate them from one another, and their partners will say, "You did not worship us. Sufficient is God as a witness between us and you. We were unaware of your worship." At that point, every soul will test what it sent ahead, and they will be returned to God, their true master, and what they fabricated will have forsaken them. This is the fate of those false gods and intercessors in a scene from the day of resurrection, a living scene more powerful than mere words declaring that they will not save their worshippers from God or deliver them from the torment. The idolaters and their so-called gods stand together on that day, frozen in place as they are addressed. Remain in your place, you and your partners. They must have been struck motionless. The command on that day is absolute. Then they are separated from their false gods. We will separate them from one another. At this point, the disbelievers fall silent, but their false gods begin to speak, absolving themselves of any blame for being worshipped alongside God. They claim jahiliyyah of such worship and call God as their witness. Their partners will say, "You did not worship us. Sufficient is God as a witness between us and you. We were unaware of your worship." Now, in this exposed and undeniable scene, every soul confronts the reality of its deeds. At that point, every soul will test what it sent ahead. And now the truth stands revealed. They are returned to God, their true master. And everything they once claimed and believed in has vanished, and what they fabricated will have forsaken them. Thus the living scene unfolds before us with all its realities, events and effects, conveyed by just a few words, achieving what mere arguments and proofs could never attain. And from that journey into the day of resurrection, where false claims and deceptions fall away, and where it becomes clear that the sovereign is none but God, the one who holds sway over all things, let us now turn to the realm in which they live, to the very selves they know so well, and to the signs they witness in their lives. Indeed, even their own admission attests that all of this is from the command and creation of God. Say, who is it that provides for you from the heavens and the earth? Who is it that governs hearing and sight? Who brings forth the living from the dead and brings forth the dead from the living? And who controls the affairs of all things? They will surely say, "It is God." So say to them, will you not then fear him? This then is God, your true sustainer. What is there after the truth but error? How then are you turned away? It has already been mentioned that the Arab idolaters did not deny the existence of God, nor that he is the creator, the provider, and the disposer of affairs. Rather, they set up partners alongside him for the sake of drawing near, or they believed in other powers alongside his power. Here, God takes them to task for what they themselves believe, to awaken their consciousness and correct their confusion and error through the innate logic of their own nature. Say, who provides for you from the heavens and the earth? Who sends the rain that revives the earth and brings forth crops? Who sustains you with the food of the earth, its plants, its birds, its fish, its animals, and all that you harvest for yourselves and your livestock? This is what they understood in their time to be the provision from the heavens and the earth, though it is far more vast than that. Humanity continues to discover, as they unlock the laws of the universe, sustenance upon sustenance in both the heavens and the earth, using it at times for good and at times for evil, according to whether their beliefs are sound or corrupted. All of this is from the provision that God has subjected to mankind. From the surface of the earth there is sustenance, and from its depths there is sustenance. From the surface of the water there is sustenance, and from its depths there is sustenance. From the rays of the sun there is sustenance, and from the light of the moon there is sustenance. Even the mould of the earth has revealed within it remedies and cures. Who governs hearing and sight? Who gives these faculties the ability to perform their functions or deprives them? Who restores them to health or afflicts them with illness? Who directs them to work or distracts them? Who allows them to perceive what they love or what they loathe? This is what they understood in their time of the one who governs hearing and sight. It was sufficient for them to grasp the meaning and purpose of this question. Yet to this day humanity continues to uncover the mysteries of hearing and sight and the marvels of God's creation in these two faculties, adding greater depth and breadth to the question. The structure of the eye, its nerves, and how it perceives, or the composition of the ear and how it detects sound waves, each alone is a world unto itself that leaves the mind in awe. When we compare these organs to the most sophisticated inventions that people today regard as wonders of modern science, we find that nothing compares to what God has created. And yet, people are astonished by devices made by human hands, while they pass by the divine marvels within themselves and the universe, heedless, as though they neither see nor understand. Who brings forth the living from the dead and the dead from the living? They understood the still and lifeless to be dead, and the growing or moving to be alive. For them, the meaning of the question was clear in witnessing the sprout emerging from the seed from the plant, the chick from the egg, and the egg from the chick. These were wondrous to them, and rightly so, for they remain wondrous even now, though we know that the seed and the egg and their likes are not dead, but rather alive with latent life and potential. The hidden life within, with all its capacities, inheritances, traits and characteristics, is one of the most astonishing manifestations of God's power. To stand before a seed or a kernel from which springs a plant or a palm tree, or before an egg or an embryo from which emerges a chick or a human being, is enough to consume a lifetime in contemplation and awe. Where was the spike of grain hidden within the seed? Where was the stem? Where were the roots, the leaves, the branches? Where within the kernel was the heart, the bark, the towering trunk, the fibres? Where were the flavour, the scent, the colour, the dates, the ripening fruit? Where within the egg was the chick? Where were the bones, the flesh, the down, the feathers? Where were the colours, the chirps, the flutters of wings? Where within the embryo was the remarkable human being? Where lay hidden the features passed down from countless generations, the inherited traits that stretch far into the past? Where were the voice, the gaze, the turn of the head? Where were the nerve responses, the inherited instincts of gender, family and parents? And where were those unique characteristics and qualities? Can we say that this boundless world lay dormant within the seed, the kernel, the egg and the embryo, and still not marvel at the incomprehensible wonder of it all? Is there any explanation but the power of God and his wise design? And so, humanity continues to uncover the mysteries of death and the secrets of life, how the living is brought forth from the dead and the dead from the living. With each passing day and every fleeting moment, the question deepens and expands as the elements of creation undergo their transformations, passing through stages of life and death. Consider how food, once lifeless and subjected to fire, transforms into living blood within the living body, and how this blood, through the process of combustion, turns into lifeless waste. This is a wonder whose marvel only increases as our knowledge grows, and yet it unfolds at every moment, night and day. Life itself is a profound and stirring miracle, confronting human existence with questions that have but one answer. There is a God who gives life. And who governs the affairs? In all that has been mentioned and in every aspect of the cosmos and human existence, who governs the universal laws that so precisely regulate the movements of the heavens? Who directs the course of life, leading it along its destined path with such delicate and profound order? Who manages the social laws that guide human lives, never erring or swerving? And who else but God? They will say, God. For they did not deny God's existence nor his hand in these great matters, yet their corrupted nature led them, even with this admission, to associate others with him, directing their worship to beings besides him, and following laws not ordained by God. So say to them, will you not then fear God? Will you not fear the one who provides for you from the heavens and the earth? The one who controls your hearing and sight, who brings forth the living from the dead and the dead from the living, and who governs all affairs in both the heavens and the earth. He who possesses all this is God, and he alone is the true sustainer. This then is God, your true sustainer. And the truth is one, it does not multiply. Whoever goes beyond it has fallen into falsehood and has gone astray in their estimation. What is there after the truth but error? So how are you turned away? How is it that you turn away from the clear truth, which is plain and visible to all eyes? In this turning away from the evident truth, whose premises even the idolaters accept, though they reject the inevitable conclusions, God has decreed, through his laws and the workings of his universe, that those who deviate and rebel against the logic of sound nature and the way of creation will not believe. Thus has the word of your sustainer been fulfilled upon those who rebel, that they will not believe. Not because God prevents them from believing, for his signs are evident in the universe, and the premises of faith are established within their own beliefs. Rather, they themselves stray from the path leading to faith, rejecting the premises they hold, turning away from the clear signs before them, and stifling the sound reasoning of their own innate nature. Then the discourse returns to the manifestations of God's power. Do the partners they set up have any share in this? Say, are there any of your partners who initiate creation and then repeat it? Say, God initiates creation and then repeats it. So how are you deluded? Say, are there any of your partners who guide to the truth? Say, God guides to the truth. Is he then who guides to the truth more deserving to be followed, or he who cannot guide unless he himself is guided? What is wrong with you? How do you judge? The matters being questioned here about the resurrection and guiding to the truth are not as self-evident in their direct experience or established beliefs as the earlier questions. Yet the questions are directed to them, relying on the premises they have already accepted. For with a bit of reflection and contemplation, these follow as necessary consequences, and no answer is required from them, as the answer is made clear by the logical outcome of their own beliefs. Say, are there any of your partners who initiate creation and then repeat it? They admit that God initiates creation, but they do not accept its repetition, nor do they believe in resurrection, judgment and recompense. But the wisdom of the Creator and Sustainer cannot be complete merely by initiating creation and then ending the lives of his creatures upon this earth, before they have attained their full potential, and without them receiving their just rewards for their good or evil deeds, their adherence to the right path or their deviation from it. Such a journey would be incomplete, unbefitting of a wise and just Creator. Indeed, the afterlife is a necessary belief for anyone who contemplates the wisdom, governance, justice and mercy of the Creator. This truth must be made clear to them, for they believe that God is the Creator and they acknowledge that he brings forth the living from the dead. And the afterlife is akin to this very act of bringing forth the living from the dead. an act they already accept. Say, God originates creation, then brings it forth anew. Yet how wondrous it is that they turn away from this evident truth, though its signs are all around them. How then are they so led astray? How is it that they are led away from the truth towards falsehood and delusion? Say, is there among your claimed partners any who can guide to the truth, who reveals a book, sends a messenger, establishes a system, ordains a law, and directs towards goodness, who unveils the signs of God in the vast universe and within the human soul? Who awakens the slumbering hearts and stirs the dormant minds, like what God and his messenger have brought to you for guidance? This is not a matter buried in ancient beliefs, but a reality unfolding before their very eyes. Let the messenger declare it to them and hold them to it. Say, God guides to the truth. From this arises a profound question, with a clear answer. Is one who guides to the truth more deserving to be followed, or one who cannot find his way unless guided? The answer is self-evident. He who guides to the truth is more worthy of being followed than one who is himself dependent on guidance. This applies equally whether the objects of worship are stones, trees, stars, or even human beings, including Jesus, peace be upon him, who, despite being a prophet, needed God's guidance for his human nature, though he was sent as a guide to others. And if this applies to Jesus, then how much more so to others beside him? What has befallen you? How do you judge? What has come over you? And what has clouded your perception? How do you assess matters, turning away from the clear, manifest truth? Once this question is posed and its inevitable answer settled by reason and inherent truth, it is followed by an examination of their reality in thought, judgment, and belief. They do not rely on certainty in their worship, beliefs, or judgments, nor on studied truths that satisfy both reason and innate nature. Rather, they cling to illusions and conjectures, living by them even though they do not avail against the truth in the least. Most of them follow nothing but conjecture. Truly, conjecture avails nothing against the truth. Indeed, God is well aware of what they do. They imagine that God has partners without verifying this notion or testing it with reason. They assume their forefathers would not have worshipped these idols unless they contained some truth, yet they never question this myth, nor free their minds from the chains of blind tradition. They think that God cannot send revelation to one among them without pondering why such a thing would be beyond God's power. They believe the Qur'an is but the work of Muhammad, but do not consider if he, being merely a man, could produce such a scripture, while they, being human like him, cannot. Thus, they live amidst a web of unfounded beliefs that offer no grasp of the truth, and God alone possesses certain knowledge of their actions and deeds. Indeed, God is well aware of what they do. From this reflection, the discourse takes them into a new journey surrounding the Qur'an. It begins by refuting the possibility that the Qur'an could be fabricated without divine origin, challenging them to produce a chapter like it. It continues by accusing them of rushing to judge what they have not understood with certainty, and affirms their state in response to this revelation. It then strengthens the messenger's resolve, regardless of whether they accept or reject his message, and concludes with the inevitable outcome for those who persist in error, showing that God does not wrong them, but that they bring this fate upon themselves by their own misguided ways. This Qur'an could never have been devised by anyone other than God. For with its inherent qualities and expressive beauty, its perfect coherence, its balanced creed, its comprehensive guidance for human life, and its deep portrayal of the divine reality, human nature, and the universe, it could only come from the one whose power embraces all that is manifest and hidden, who ordains a flawless path, free from the marks of human error, jahiliyyah, or incapacity. This Qur'an could never have been devised by anyone other than God. It is not that falsehood is merely denied, but that even the very possibility of such fabrication is utterly inconceivable. This denial is more emphatic, more absolute. Rather, it confirms the message that came before it, the message of the earlier scriptures, aligned in their core beliefs and the call to righteousness. It is the unfolding of a single divine book brought by all messengers, its foundations consistent while its details vary. This Qur'an unfolds God's book, explaining the means to achieve the good it enjoins and how to preserve that goodness. For belief in God is one, and the call to righteousness is one. Yet, the manifestation of this goodness varies, as does the law that enacts it, suited to the growth and progression of humanity over time. Thus, when humanity reached maturity, the Quran addressed them as responsible, discerning beings, no longer through miraculous signs beyond their understanding, but through a message that appeals to reason and reflection. In it there is no doubt a revelation from the sustainer of all worlds. This is a declaration, an affirmation that removes any possibility of its being fabricated, for its source is none other than the sustainer of all worlds. Or do they say, he has fabricated it? After denying this, the claim remains that it is the work of Muhammad. Yet Muhammad is but a man, speaking the very language they themselves speak, possessing no more than the same letters they possess: alif, lam, mim, alif, lam, ra, alif, lam, mim, saad, and so on. If they claim he has forged it, then let them, along with whoever they can muster, produce just a single chapter like it, not an entire Qur'an. Say, then bring forth a chapter like it, and call upon whomever you can besides God, if you are truthful. This challenge has been made, and the inability to meet it has been established, enduring to this day. Those who appreciate the eloquence of this language, who can taste the artistic beauty and perfect harmony in its expression, know that such speech is beyond human capacity. And those who study the social systems, the foundational laws, and the comprehensive guidance within this Quran, understand that its perspective on organizing human society, addressing every aspect of life and adapting with ease and flexibility to changing circumstances is far beyond the scope of a single human mind, or even the collective minds of an entire generation, or indeed of all generations. Equally, those who explore the depths of the human soul and the ways of reaching and influencing it, then study the methods and approaches of the Quran, recognize its profound and unique nature. Its miracle lies not only in the words, expressions, and style of delivery, but in the absolute miracle that experts perceive in its social systems, legislation, psychology, and much more. Those who have engaged in the art of expression, who possess a keen eye for the subtleties of artistic communication, grasp more than others the depth of the Quran's miraculous nature in this aspect. Similarly, those who delve into social, legal, and psychological thought, or human affairs in general, perceive the profound objective miracle within this scripture. Yet even with the acknowledgement of human incapacity to fully convey the nature and extent of this miracle, and the recognition that articulating its depth exceeds the limits of human language, and though a detailed discussion of this miracle would rightly be the subject of an independent work, here I shall attempt to offer a brief glimpse into this marvel. The Quranic expression stands apart from all human speech. It possesses a strange power over hearts unlike any other words. Indeed, it sometimes affects listeners merely through its recitation, even if they understand not a single word of Arabic. There are astonishing instances that cannot be explained except by this, though they are not the norm, but their occurrence invites explanation and reflection. I will not recount incidents experienced by others, but rather share one that I experienced with 6 witnesses around 15 years ago. We were 6 Muslims aboard an Egyptian ship crossing the Atlantic Ocean to New York, among 120 foreign passengers, none of whom were Muslim. It occurred to us to hold Friday prayers at sea, on the ship's deck. God knows that our intention was not so much to perform the prayer itself, as it was a surge of religious enthusiasm in response to a missionary who was preaching on board and had attempted to preach to us. The ship's captain, an Englishman, graciously allowed us to conduct our prayer and permitted the ship's crew, Nubian Muslims, who were not on duty at the time, to join us. They were overjoyed, as it was the first time that Friday prayers had been held on that ship. I delivered the Friday sermon and led the prayer with many of the foreign passengers gathered around observing our worship. After the prayer, many of them came to congratulate us on the success of what they thought was our Mass. This was the extent of their understanding of our prayer, but among them was a woman who stood out, a Yugoslav Christian fleeing the horrors of Tito's regime and its communism. She was deeply moved, her eyes brimming with tears, unable to contain her emotions. She clasped our hands warmly and said in broken English that she could not help but be profoundly moved by the reverence, the order, and the spirit of our prayer. But this was not the remarkable part of her story. What struck us was her question, "What language was your priest speaking?" The poor woman could not conceive of prayer without a priest, as is customary in her Christian tradition. We corrected her, explaining our prayer, and she replied, "The language he spoke had a strange musical rhythm, even though I could not understand a single word of it." Then came the real surprise. She continued, "But that is not what I wanted to ask. What truly captured my senses were certain passages, different from the rest, more musical, with a deeper rhythm. These particular sections sent a shiver through me, as though the imam were filled with the Holy Spirit," a term she borrowed from her Christian background. We reflected for a moment, then realized she was referring to the Quranic verses recited during the sermon and prayer. It was a revelation even to us that a woman who understood nothing of our speech could be so profoundly moved. As I mentioned, this is not always the case, but such instances, as recounted by others as well, suggest that there is a hidden secret in the Qur'an that some hearts can sense merely by listening to its recitation. Perhaps her faith in her religion, her escape from the oppressive regime of her homeland, had sharpened her sensitivity to the words of God in this extraordinary manner. Yet why should we be surprised? For tens of thousands among our own people listen to the Qur'an without understanding a word, yet their hearts are touched by its rhythm, by this very secret, despite their understanding of the Qur'an's language being little different from that of this Yugoslav woman. I sought to introduce the Qur'an's wondrous and hidden power, its profound influence over hearts, before delving into its more perceivable aspects, which those skilled in the art of expression and deep contemplation understand best. The Quranic expression stands apart in its capacity to convey vast and weighty meanings within a scope that human language finds impossible to encapsulate. It does so with the utmost clarity, precision, and beauty, imbuing every word with life, while maintaining a sublime harmony between meaning, phrasing, rhythm, and ambience. Here, precision and beauty intertwine seamlessly, with no word capable of replacing another, nor elegance compromising accuracy. This intricate balance reaches a level of perfection that transcends human capacity, a truth most evident to those well versed in the art of expression, for they recognize the limits of human ability in such matters. Hence they can perceive with clarity that this is a standard beyond the reach of any human effort. From this arises yet another phenomenon of Quranic style. A single passage can embody multiple harmonious meanings, each articulated with such clarity that it leaves no room for confusion or mingling between them. Every idea and every truth finds its rightful space within the text, allowing a single verse to serve as evidence across various contexts, appearing anew each time as though crafted specifically for that very instance. This unique characteristic requires no further proof, and any reader who reviews the examples provided in the commentary on this chapter will find that a single verse serves as proof for a range of purposes, each time fitting perfectly into its respective context. Another distinctive feature of the Quranic mode of expression is its power to bring scenes vividly to life, as though they unfold before the listener's very eyes, something entirely unprecedented in human discourse, beyond the capacity of human expression to imitate. For example, consider how it narrates the story of Moses and Pharaoh. "And we led the children of Israel across the sea, and Pharaoh and his hosts pursued them with arrogant aggression, until when he was about to drown, he cried, 'I believe that there is no deity but he in whom the children of Israel believe, and I am of those who submit.'" Here the narrative is presented as a tale from history, but immediately it transitions into a direct address, as if the scene were unfolding in the present. "Now you have rebelled before and been of the corrupters, but today we shall save you in your body, that you may be a sign to those who come after you." Then it returns to narrating the consequences of this moment. "Yet indeed many among mankind are heedless of our signs, Similarly, in another verse, it begins with a declaration and a direct statement to the prophet. Say, what thing is of greatest witness? Say, God is witness between me and you, and this Qur'an has been revealed to me that I may warn you thereby, and whomever it may reach. Here the command is given, and the messenger receives it, until suddenly he turns to question his people. Do you indeed testify that there are other deities beside God? Then he returns to his role as the receiver of revelation, affirming, Say, I do not testify. Say, He is indeed one God, and I am innocent of whatever you associate with him. This back and forth continues throughout the Quran, creating a style entirely unique from human discourse. And if anyone wishes to contest this claim, let them try to produce such an expression, one that is both coherent and lucid, let alone one that carries this unmatched beauty, profound rhythm, and perfect harmony. These are but a few glimpses into the miraculous nature of the Quran's style. Beyond this remains its thematic depth and divine character, which are distinct from any human craftsmanship. This Quran addresses the entirety of the human being. It does not speak merely to the intellect at times, the heart at others, and the senses separately. Rather, it engages the whole of human consciousness simultaneously, activating all faculties of perception and reception in one unified address. With each message, it shapes thoughts, stirs emotions, and imprints impressions of reality, achieving a depth and comprehensiveness unmatched by any other means ever employed by humankind throughout history. I draw here upon passages from the second part of the book, the characteristics and fundamentals of Islamic thought, which aid in clarifying this profound reality. They speak of the Quranic approach in presenting the foundations of the Islamic worldview, in its beautiful, complete, harmonious and balanced form, and the most distinguishing features of this approach. It stands apart from all other methods. First, in that it presents reality as it truly is in the realm of existence, with an expression that unveils every corner, every facet, every interconnection and every requisite. And despite this vastness, it does not obscure or shroud this reality in ambiguity. Rather, it addresses the human soul in all its dimensions. God, in his infinite mercy, did not make the understanding of these principles or their grasp dependent on prior knowledge, for faith is the soul's foremost need, and the worldview that it establishes within the hearts and minds of believers determines their entire approach to life and existence. It guides them in their quest for knowledge and understanding. For this reason, God did not make comprehension of this faith contingent upon previous knowledge, and moreover because he intended that the perception shaped by the truths of this faith should serve as the foundation of all human knowledge, just as it serves as the basis for their interpretation of the universe, of the events unfolding within it, and of what transpires within themselves. Thus their knowledge rests upon a certain and unwavering truth, one beyond which there is no higher certainty. For everything that reaches the human mind outside of this divine source is merely speculative knowledge, tentative conclusions, not definitive truths. This includes even the findings of empirical science. For the path of empirical science is that of analogy, not exhaustive investigation. No human being can encompass the entirety of any phenomenon. This holds true even when all observations and human judgments of phenomena are accurate. At best, science conducts a series of experiments and then draws analogies from their outcomes. And science itself acknowledges that the conclusions drawn from such analogies remain probabilistic and tentative, not absolute and certain. Indeed, every individual experiment is based on the probability of a particular outcome rather than any definitive necessity. Hence, the only certain knowledge that humanity can attain comes from the one who is all-knowing and all-aware, delivered by him who relates the truth with the utmost clarity and fairness. Second, in that this method is free from the fragmentation and disjunction found in scientific studies, philosophical reflections, and artistic flashes of insight. It does not isolate each aspect of the harmonious whole with independent discussion, as is typical of human expression. Rather, it presents these aspects within a continuous, connected narrative, linking the seen and the unseen, intertwining the realities of the cosmos, life, and humanity with the reality of the divine. It binds this world with the hereafter, connecting the life of humankind on earth with the life of the celestial realm in a style that no human expression can match or imitate. For when human attempts strive to emulate this quality, their words become muddled, their truths clouded, their message unclear and disorganized, unlike the crystalline precision of the Quranic approach. This seamless interweaving of truths within the single fabric of the Quranic narrative might vary in emphasis, depending on the context. Yet, the connection is always evident. When, for instance, the emphasis is on introducing people to their true sustainer, this grand reality shines through the manifestations of divine power at work within the cosmos, within life and within humanity, within both the seen and the unseen realms. And when, in another context, the focus shifts to the nature of the universe, it reveals the relationship between the reality of the divine and the reality of the cosmos, delving into the nature of life, living beings, and the divine laws governing all existence. When the focus shifts to the nature of humanity, it emphasizes its connection to the divine, to the universe, to all living beings, and to both the visible and invisible worlds. And when it turns to the hereafter, it reminds of the life of this world, uniting them both with God and with all other eternal truths. And so too, when it turns to matters of worldly existence, extending through the Qur'an's masterful, clear exposition. Thirdly, with all its aspects interwoven in perfect harmony, it grants to each dimension of the truth, within the seamless whole, a space proportionate to its true weight in the divine balance, for his measure is the ultimate measure. Thus, the reality of God and his attributes, and the profound relationship between divinity and servitude, remain ever-present, dominant, and all-encompassing. So much so that it appears as if the primary purpose of the Qur'an is to reveal this truth and elucidate this central relationship. The unseen world, encompassing destiny and the hereafter, claims a significant space as well. And yet, the reality of humankind, the cosmos, and the essence of life, each finds its rightful portion, reflecting their place in the fabric of existence. In this way, no truth is swallowed by another, nor is any neglected or obscured within the grand panorama where these truths are displayed. Just as in the Islamic worldview itself, where no aspect overpowers another, as we have elaborated in the chapter on balance in the first section, one's awe at the physical universe and the precision of its laws does not lead to its deification, as seen in ancient and modern worship of the material world. Nor does admiration for the magnificence of life and its intricate guidance lead to the worship of life itself, as in the schools of vitalism. Nor does reverence for the uniqueness of humankind, with its potential and its power to engage with the cosmos, lead to the idolization of humanity or the intellect, as in idealist philosophies. And nor does veneration of the divine reality diminish the significance of the physical realms or of the human being, like the distorted doctrines of Hinduism, Buddhism, or certain strands of Christianity. This balance is a hallmark of the Islamic perspective itself, and it is also the hallmark of the Quranic method in presenting the pillars of this perspective and the truths upon which it rests. It makes each of these truths manifest within the singular vision that the Qur'an paints in a way that human expression cannot hope to emulate. Fourthly, the Quranic method possesses a living dynamism that flows with inspiration, alongside precision, clarity, and definitive articulation. This quality endows these truths with a vibrancy, a rhythm, a splendor, and a beauty unmatched by any human approach or style. Yet even with its striking precision and definitive nature, this method never allows accuracy to overshadow its vitality and beauty, nor does its clarity diminish its rhythm and grandeur. We cannot, through our human language, fully capture the essence of the Quranic method. Its true depth can only be appreciated through a direct encounter with its message. Just as this entire exploration of the characteristics and foundations of the Islamic perspective cannot reach what the Qur'an itself accomplishes on this matter. We present this study to people only because they have become distant from the Qur'an, having distanced themselves from the life context in which it was revealed. They no longer experience the circumstances and concerns faced by those to whom the Qur'an first descended, as they were building a Muslim community amidst all the challenges of that time. Thus, People today are no longer able to taste the Quranic method itself, nor to delight in its unique qualities and subtleties. Thus end the quoted passages. The Quran sometimes presents the truths of faith in realms where the human mind would not ordinarily wander, as these are not typically the domains of human contemplation or reflection. An example of this is found in Surah Al-An'am, which portrays the reality of divine knowledge and its scope. With him are the keys of the unseen. None knows them but he. And he knows what is on the land and in the sea. Not a leaf falls, but he knows it, nor a grain in the darkness of the earth, nor anything fresh or dry, but it is inscribed in a clear record. Such vast domains, hidden and manifest, are not typically the pursuits of the human mind, even when it strives to convey the all-encompassing nature of knowledge. For if a human intellect sought to express the vastness of knowledge, it would gravitate towards concepts aligned with human preoccupations and modes of understanding. As we mentioned when interpreting this verse earlier in the 7th volume, consider this short verse from any perspective and you will see its miraculous nature, testifying to the divine origin of this Quran. When we look at its subject matter, we are instantly struck by the realization that these are words no human could speak, for they do not bear the imprint of human thought. When human reason speaks of such a theme, of the breadth and comprehensiveness of knowledge, it does not venture into such realms. The avenues and flights of human thought are of a different nature, confined within its limits. It derives the images it expresses from its immediate concerns. What concern, then, would human thought have in counting and cataloguing every falling leaf from every tree across the world? The notion would never cross the human mind. It would not think to pursue and account for such details. Therefore, it would not take such an approach or employ such language to describe all-encompassing knowledge. Rather, the accounting of the falling leaves is a matter known and expressed by the Creator alone. What concern does the human mind have with such a boundless expression? Nor anything fresh or dry. The utmost that human thought reaches is to benefit from the fresh and the dry that lie within its grasp. But to speak of them as signs of an all-encompassing knowledge, this is beyond the scope of human contemplation and language. Indeed, every fresh and every dry thing is known and counted by the Creator alone, and it is He who expresses it. Human minds do not dwell on the notion that every falling leaf, every hidden grain, every fresh and dry thing is recorded in a clear book, in a well-guarded register. What concern is this of theirs? What benefit do they derive from it? Why would they give thought to its inscription? It is only the owner of all dominion who keeps account of such things. Nothing escapes his knowledge, be it small or great, insignificant or magnificent, hidden or manifest, unknown or known, distant or near. This grand, all-encompassing vision of every fallen leaf from every tree on earth, of every hidden seed in the depths of the soil, of every fresh and dry thing in all the realms of earth. This vision is beyond the grasp of human thought and beyond the reach of human attention. The human eye does not perceive it, nor does the human mind encompass it. It is a scene that only reveals itself to the knowledge of God alone. He who oversees all things, encircles all existence, preserves all creation, whose will and decree encompass everything. Whether small or great, insignificant or magnificent, hidden or manifest, unknown or known, distant or near, those who experience the feelings and expressions of human thought understand well the limitations of human imagination and human expression. They know from their own human experience that such a vision never crosses the human heart, just as such an expression never flows from it. Those who doubt this should review all human speech to see if any has ever ventured in this direction. Verses like this one in the Quran are sufficient on their own to reveal the source of this sacred book. Consider also its artistic brilliance in expression, and behold realms of beauty and harmony beyond the reach of human works, standing at such heights. With him are the keys of the unseen. None knows them but he. Depths and horizons in the realms of the absolute unknown, across time and space, in the past, the present and the future, in the events of life and the stirrings of the soul. And he knows what is in the land and the sea. Expanses and depths in the visible realm, vast and all-encompassing, matching in the world of the seen, those depths and horizons in the hidden world. Not a leaf falls, but he knows it. The movement of death and decay, of falling from heights to the depths, from life to oblivion, nor a grain in the darkness of the earth. The emergence and growth sprouting from the depths to the surface, from concealment and stillness to motion and release, nor anything fresh or dry, but it is inscribed in a clear book. The comprehensive inclusion of life and death, of flourishing and withering, of all living things without exception. Who then could create such a direction, such a vision? Who could weave such harmony and beauty? Who could compose all of this in such a concise verse but God? Consider also this other verse about the boundless knowledge of God. He knows what enters the earth and what emerges from it, what comes down from the sky and what ascends into it, and he is the most merciful, the most forgiving. When a human stands before this scene displayed in a few brief words, they find themselves before an overwhelming multitude of things, movements, sizes, shapes, forms and meanings, an array so vast that the imagination falters before it. Were all the people of the earth to devote their lives to tracking and counting all that happens in a single moment, as this verse suggests, they would be unable to do so with certainty. How many things in this very moment are entering the earth? How many in this very moment are emerging from it? How many things in this very moment are descending from the sky? How many are ascending into it? How many things are entering the earth? How many seeds are hidden in the folds of the soil? How many worms, insects, and creeping creatures burrow into the vast expanse of the earth? How many drops of water, particles of gas, or electrical charges seep into its wide regions? And how many more does the vigilant gaze of God keep watch over, never slumbering? And how many emerge from it? How many plants sprout forth? How many springs burst open? How many volcanoes erupt? How many gases rise? How many hidden things are revealed? How many insects emerge from their concealed dwellings? And how much more of what is seen and unseen, of what is known and what remains beyond human knowledge, vast and abundant beyond measure? And how much descends from the heavens? How many drops of rain? How many piercing meteors? How many searing rays? And how many gentle beams of light? How many decrees fulfilled and destinies ordained? How many mercies that encompass all creation? And how many that are bestowed upon specific servants? How much sustenance does God spread out to whomever he wills among his servants? And how much does he withhold? And how many more things that none can enumerate except God? And how much ascends back to the heavens? How many breaths rise from plants, animals, humans and other creations unknown to humankind? How many calls to God, whispered or proclaimed, that reach only his exalted hearing? And how many souls of creatures known or hidden to us depart from life? How many angels ascend with a command from the Spirit of God? How many spirits flutter through this celestial realm known only to God? And then, how many droplets of vapour rise from the seas? And how many particles of gas ascend from bodies? How much and how much more beyond all human knowledge? How much happens in just a single moment? Where does human knowledge stand in comparison to this? And how futile their attempts at enumeration, even if they spent their entire lives counting and measuring. While the encompassing, profound and subtle knowledge of God enfolds all of this, in every place, at every time, in every heart, with all its intentions and thoughts, with every movement and stillness under God's watchful eye. And yet he conceals and forgives, for he is the most merciful, the most forgiving. Indeed, a single verse like this from the Qur'an is enough to suggest that this Qur'an is not the word of man. Such cosmic reflections do not naturally arise in the human heart. Such a comprehensive vision has no root in human perception. This all-encompassing grasp, revealed in a single touch, displays the craftsmanship of God, the creator of all existence, a craftsmanship unmatched by any human hand. In this way, the divine nature of the Qur'an is evident in its approach to drawing proofs from seemingly small and simple events, events that appear minor but in reality carry immense truths, befitting the profound subject they illuminate. This is seen in God's words. It is we who created you, so why do you not believe? Have you considered what you emit? Is it you who create it, or are we the creator? We have decreed death among you, and we are not to be outdone in replacing you with others like you, and in recreating you in forms unknown to you. And indeed you have known the first creation, so why do you not take heed? Have you considered the water you drink? Is it you who send it down from the clouds, or are we the sender? If we willed, we could make it bitter. Why then are you not grateful? Have you considered the fire that you kindle? Is it you who grow its trees, or are we the grower? We have made it a reminder and a provision for the wayfarers. So glorify the name of your sustainer, the Most Great. This Qur'an turns the familiar experiences of human life, those repeated events, into cosmic principles that reveal the divine laws governing existence. It constructs a vast and comprehensive worldview, offering a vision of life and the universe while providing a framework for reflection and contemplation. It enlivens the soul and the heart, awakening the senses and the inner perception to the signs of existence that unfold before people day and night, even as they remain heedless of them. It awakens them to the wonders and marvels within themselves. It does not rely solely on extraordinary miracles or rare exceptional events, nor does it demand that people search far and wide for miracles, signs, or evidence beyond their immediate experiences, their daily lives, or the familiar natural phenomena surrounding them. It does not lead them into convoluted philosophies, complex intellectual problems, or scientific experiments that few can access in order to instill faith and a view of the universe and life rooted in that faith. For their own souls are the creation of God, and the phenomena of the universe around them are the works of his power. The miracle lies in everything shaped by his hand, and this Qur'an is his Qur'an. Thus it guides them towards those hidden miracles within themselves and scattered throughout the universe. It draws their attention to the extraordinary wonders they are accustomed to, those they witness but do not perceive as signs of miraculous power, having grown too familiar with them to notice their marvels. It opens their eyes to these wonders, so they may behold the profound secret within them, the secret of creative power, the secret of divine oneness, and the secret of the eternal law that operates within their own beings as it does in the universe around them, a law that carries the signs of faith and the proofs of belief, sowing them deep within or reawakening them in their innate nature. This is the path upon which the Qur'an leads, as it presents to them the signs of creative power in their very existence, in the plants they cultivate with their own hands, in the water they drink, in the fire they kindle, all of which are the simplest of their daily observations. It also paints for them the moment of the end of life on this earth and the beginning of life in the hereafter. The moment that confronts every soul, when all strategies fall away, and all living beings stand face to face with the absolute sovereign power in a decisive encounter, with no room for excuses or pretensions, where all veils fall and all justifications vanish. The way the Quran addresses the human nature bears witness to its origin. It is from the same source as the universe itself. Its structure mirrors the structure of creation. From the simplest of cosmic materials emerge the most complex forms and the greatest creatures. The atom, though minute, holds the secret of the universe's construction, and the cell, though tiny, holds the secret of life. And just as the atom and the cell are miracles in their own right, so too does the Quran use the simplest observations familiar to humankind as the foundation for constructing the most profound faith and the widest vision of the cosmos. These are observations that every person experiences: procreation, cultivation, water, fire, and death. Who among the inhabitants of this earth has not witnessed the beginning of life, the growth of a plant, a drop of water, the kindling of fire, or the passing of a life? From these simple, everyday observations, the Quran builds a profound belief, for it addresses every human being in every environment. These humble observations contain within them the grandest cosmic realities and the greatest divine mysteries. In their simplicity, they speak to the nature of every person, while their essence becomes the subject of study for the wisest scholars until the end of time. We cannot delve further into the nature of this Quran, for even this glimpse should suffice to return us to the flow of the Surah. And indeed, God speaks the truth. This Qur'an could not have been fabricated by anyone apart from God, or do they claim he invented it? Say thou, then bring forth a surah like it, and call upon anyone you can besides God if you are truthful. And the discourse does not linger further on this challenge. It moves on, establishing that they follow nothing but conjecture, for they judge what they do not know. True judgment must be rooted in knowledge, not driven by whims or mere assumptions. And what they have judged here is the revelation of the Qur'an, the truth of its promises and warnings. They have denied it without possessing any knowledge to support their denial, and its true meaning and fulfillment have yet to unfold before them. Nay, they denied what they could not comprehend, and its reality has not yet dawned upon them. Their condition mirrors that of those who denied before them, those who were unjust and associated partners with their sustainer. Let the discerning mind reflect on the fate of those who came before, to recognize the destiny of those who come after. Just as those before them denied the truth, behold then how was the end of the wrongdoers. And if many among them follow mere conjecture, denying what they have no knowledge of, yet among them there are those who believe in this book, for not all are deniers. And among them are those who believe in it, and among them are those who do not believe. And your sustainer knows best the corrupters. And the corrupters are those who do not believe. Corruption on earth spreads when people stray from faith in their sustainer, failing to worship him alone. All corruption on earth stems from giving sovereignty to others besides God, followed by the ensuing evil that manifests in every aspect of human life. The evil of following desires within themselves and in others, and the evil of worldly rulers who corrupt all things to maintain their false sustainership. They spoil the morals, souls, thoughts and perceptions of people, then proceed to ruin their well-being and livelihoods, all in service of their fabricated and deceitful dominion. The history of Jahiliyyah, both ancient and modern, is overflowing with such corruption, sown by the hands of those who refuse to believe. After defining their stance towards this book, the discourse addresses the Prophet, peace be upon him, urging him not to be disheartened by the denials of the rejectors, but rather to withdraw from them, declaring his innocence of their deeds, separating himself with clarity, firmness and certainty. But if they deny you, say, for me is my work, and for you is your work. You are free from what I do, and I am free from what you do. It is a message that touches their hearts, leaving them to their actions, abandoned to their fate, after being warned of that dreadful destiny. It is akin to leaving a stubborn child who refuses to walk alongside you in the middle of the road, to face his fate alone without your support, and often such a method of warning proves to be effective. Then the surah proceeds to describe the state of some of them towards the Prophet, peace be upon him, as they listen to him with their ears, yet their hearts remain sealed. They look upon him with their eyes, yet their inner sight is veiled, so they derive no benefit from hearing or seeing, nor do they find guidance. Among them are those who listen to you, but can you make the deaf hear, even though they do not understand? And among them are those who look at you, but can you guide the blind, even though they cannot see? These are those creatures who listen, but do not grasp what they hear, who look, but do not perceive what they see. These, indeed, are many in every time and place. The Prophet, peace be upon him, cannot do anything for them, for their senses and faculties are cut off from their minds and hearts, as though they were suspended, unable to fulfill their true function. The Prophet, peace be upon him, cannot make the deaf hear or the blind see. That is the work of God alone, exalted is he. God has established a law and left creation to follow its course. He has granted them hearing, sight and intellect so they might find guidance. But when they disable these faculties, his unchanging law takes effect, and they face their fate in justice, for God does not wrong anyone. Indeed, God does not wrong people at all, but it is people who wrong themselves. In these final verses, there is solace for the messenger, peace be upon him, from the distress he feels over their denial of the truth he bears, and their obstinate defiance despite repeated clarifications and warnings. For his sustainer reassures him that their rejection of guidance is not due to any shortcoming in his efforts, or deficiency in the truth he carries. Rather, they are like the deaf and blind, and only God can open ears and eyes. This matter lies beyond the nature of the call and the caller. It belongs solely to God's domain, and herein lies a decisive clarification of the nature of servitude and its boundaries, even when it manifests in the person of the messenger of God. He is but a servant among God's servants, possessing no power beyond the limits of his servitude, for the entire affair belongs to God alone. Thereafter the Qur'an touches their hearts with a swift and fleeting glimpse of the day of resurrection, where the life of this world, which consumes their senses, preoccupies their souls, and absorbs their concerns, is revealed to be nothing more than a brief journey. The people had their brief stay in this transient world and then returned to their eternal abode, their true and lasting home. And on the day when he gathers them together, it will seem to them as though they had stayed but an hour of the day, merely getting to know one another. Truly, those who denied the meeting with God will have lost, for they were not guided aright. In this brief moment, we witness the assembly of souls taken by surprise as they realized that their worldly sojourn was fleeting, so fleeting that it seems to them like but an hour of mingling and acquaintance, and then the curtain falls. Or is this but a metaphor for the life of this world and for those who enter and depart from it, as though they had done nothing but meet and acquaint themselves with one another? Indeed, it is a metaphor, yet one rooted in absolute truth. For does not humanity, in its time on this earth, spend its days merely acquainting itself with others? They come and go, and just as they begin to know one another, they depart. And yet, do these individuals who quarrel and clash and are embroiled in misunderstandings at every hour, do they truly know one another as they should? Do these warring nations and disputing states, fighting not for any noble cause or righteous path, but for fleeting gains and shallow desires, do they truly know each other? Hardly have they finished one conflict before plunging into another. It is a metaphor illustrating the brevity of worldly life, but it also depicts a deeper reality about the interactions among people in this life before they leave it behind. In the shadow of this scene, the terrible loss becomes clear for those who made their entire concern this fleeting journey, denying the meeting with God, engrossed in this brief sojourn, this mere moment of time, and thus failed to prepare for the eternal meeting. They had nothing ready for their encounter with their sustainer, nor for the long residence in the everlasting abode. Truly, those who denied the meeting with God will have lost, for they were not guided aright. From this fleeting scene of the day of gathering and the short days spent on earth, the discourse turns to the messenger, peace be upon him, concerning God's warning to those who deny the truth. The warning remains ambiguous to them. They do not know whether it will come upon them tomorrow, or if they will be deferred until the day of judgment. Yet it remains suspended above them, looming over their heads, that they might take heed and find guidance. Gradually the discourse, which began with warnings, comes to its conclusion on the day when no ransom will suffice, even if all that is on earth were offered. On that day God will judge with absolute justice, and no one will be wronged. This is the Quranic way of linking the life of this world with the hereafter in a few words and moments, depicting the reality of the connection between the two realms as they truly are, and as they should be perceived in the correct Islamic worldview. Whether we show you part of what we promise them, or whether we take you, to us is their return, and God is witness over all that they do. For every nation there is a messenger, and when their messenger comes, judgment is passed among them with justice, and they are not wronged. They ask, when will this promise be fulfilled, if you are truthful? Say, I have no power to harm or benefit myself, except as God wills. Every nation has its appointed term. When their time comes, they cannot delay it for a single hour, nor can they advance it. Say, have you considered, if his punishment comes to you by night or by day, what is it that the guilty ones seek to hasten? Then will you believe in it when it has befallen you? It will be said, now, and you had sought to hasten it. And it will be said to those who wronged themselves, taste the punishment of eternity. Are you rewarded for anything other than what you used to earn? They ask you, is it true? Say, yes, by my sustainer, it is indeed true, and you will never be able to escape. If every soul that had wronged possessed all that is on earth, it would offer it as ransom. They will hide their remorse when they see the punishment, and judgment will be passed between them with justice, and they will not be wronged. This passage begins by affirming that the return of all people is to God, whether part of the promised punishment comes to pass during the prophet's lifetime or after his departure. In both cases, their return is to God, and He is witness over all they do, whether the prophet is alive among them or has passed from this world. Nothing of their deeds will be lost, and the prophet's death will not absolve them from what they have been promised. And whether we show you part of what we have promised them or cause you to pass away before it, to us is their return, and God is witness over all that they do. Thus, all matters proceed according to a precise plan, unfolding as ordained. No detail is omitted, no circumstance alters its course, but each community is granted time until their messenger comes to warn them, making clear the message. In this, they fulfill their due. For God has decreed upon himself that he will not punish a people without first sending them a messenger to deliver the message and to leave them without excuse. Then he judges them with justice according to their response. And for every community there is a messenger, and when their messenger comes, judgment is passed between them with justice, and they are not wronged. In these verses, we encounter the essence of divine sovereignty and human servitude, foundations upon which the entire Islamic vision is built, and which the Qur'an constantly reaffirms and clarifies through diverse expressions and varied occasions. The Prophet, peace be upon him, is reminded that the matter of this faith and the fate of those who are addressed by it rests entirely with God. For the Prophet's role is solely to convey the message, while everything beyond that lies with God alone. It may even be that his entire lifetime passes without witnessing the ultimate fate of those who reject and oppose him, for God is under no obligation to show him their end, nor the retribution that awaits them. This is for him alone. As for the prophet and every messenger, his task is to deliver the message and then to leave the outcome to God. This is to teach the servants their place, so that those who call others to faith do not hasten God's decree, no matter how long their mission endures, and no matter what hardship they face in their calling. And they say, when will this promise be fulfilled if you are truthful? They would ask, challenging and impatient, demanding the realization of the punishment that the Prophet, peace be upon him, warned them about, as had happened with the earlier nations who denied their messengers and whom God then seized in retribution. The response is given, say, I have no power to harm or benefit myself except as God wills. For every community there is an appointed term. When their time comes, they can neither delay it by an hour, nor can they advance it. And if even the messenger, peace be upon him, has no power over his own harm or benefit, then surely he has no power over theirs. The reference to harm comes first here, as the prophet speaks of himself, for they are the ones hastening the punishment upon themselves. It aligns with their request. However, in another instance in Surah Al-Araf, benefit is mentioned first, as it is more fitting for the prophet to seek good for himself, saying, Had I known the unseen, I would have sought much good, and no harm would have touched me. Say, I have no power to harm or benefit myself, except as God wills. Thus the matter rests with God, to fulfill his warning at a time of his choosing. God's laws do not change, nor does the appointed term hasten. For every community there is an appointed term. When their time comes, they can neither delay it by an hour, nor can they advance it. And the end of a term may manifest as physical destruction, like the total annihilation that befell some past nations. Or it may come as a more subtle downfall, through defeat and loss. This can happen to a community temporarily, allowing them to rise again, or it may be a permanent decline, erasing their identity as a distinct people, leaving only scattered individuals behind. All of this unfolds according to the immutable laws of God. No coincidence, no randomness, no injustice, no favoritism. A nation that grasps the means of life shall thrive, while those that stray from them will weaken, diminish, or perish in proportion to their deviation. And for the Islamic community, it is decreed that its vitality lies in following its messenger, for he calls them to that which grants them life, not merely through belief, but through actions that the faith prescribes across every aspect of existence, living according to the law God has ordained, the path he has outlined, and the values he has established. Otherwise, their appointed time will come according to the divine decree. Then the Quranic discourse delivers a striking shift, moving them from the stance of mocking challengers to that of those who might face the unexpected punishment at any moment, in the darkness of night or the brightness of day. Say, have you considered if his punishment comes upon you by night or by day? What is there about it that the guilty would seek to hasten? This hidden punishment, whose time and place none can foresee, might descend upon them at night while they sleep, or by day while they are awake. Their vigilance will not avail them in deflecting it. What is it then that the guilty hasten towards when no good will come to them from its swift arrival? And while they are caught off guard by this question, which turns their thoughts towards the imminence of danger, the next verse strikes them with the image of the punishment already having occurred, though it has not yet come to pass. Yet the Quranic imagery renders it as if it were a present reality, overwhelming their hearts and stirring their deepest emotions. So when the inevitable arrives, do you then believe in it? Is it now that you hasten towards faith, though you were once in such a rush for its coming? It is as though the event has already occurred, as though they have already believed, as though they stand rebuked in a scene they now witness. And in this very scene, it is said to the wrongdoers, "Taste the everlasting torment. Are you repaid for anything except what you used to earn?" And thus we find ourselves transported with the flow of the text, standing in the plain of reckoning and punishment, though just moments ago we were in the world hearing God's address to his messenger about this very fate. The culmination of this journey is the people's questioning of the messenger, asking if this warning is truly real. They are shaken within, longing for certainty, but devoid of conviction. The response comes, firm and decisive, sealed with an oath. They ask you, is it truly so? Say, by my sustainer, indeed it is the truth, and you will not escape it. By my sustainer, the sustainer whose sovereignty I know well. So I do not swear by him falsely, nor do I swear by him except in earnestness and with certainty. Indeed, it is the truth, and you cannot escape it. You cannot evade being brought forth, nor can you evade being judged and requited. And while we are still with them on this earth in their questioning and the response given, suddenly, with the shift of the Quranic style, vivid and striking, we are transported to the scene of judgment and recompense, as though this fate is not a mere possibility, but an unfolding reality. And if every soul that wronged had all that is on earth, it would offer it as ransom. Yet no ransom will be accepted, even if they had it at hand. And the verse does not end until this hypothetical becomes fact, and the decree is sealed. They conceal their remorse when they see the punishment. The shock of the moment overtakes them, and they are gripped by regret, a silent anguish etched upon their faces, though no words escape their lips. And the judgment is passed between them in justice, and they are not wronged. Thus ends the scene which began as a mere supposition and concludes as a concrete reality, following the vivid style of the Qur'an, stirring and profound. The closing reflection reaffirms the final resurrection and judgment, and then leads into another scene, showcasing God's power in the heavens and the earth, in life and death. A swift, passing glimpse to underscore the certainty of his ability to fulfill his promise. Then follows a universal call to all humanity, inviting them to benefit from this Qur'an, which brings them admonition, guidance and healing for their hearts. Indeed, to God belongs all that is in the heavens and the earth. Indeed, the promise of God is true, though most of them do not know. He gives life and causes death, and to him you shall return. O people, there has come to you an admonition from your sustainer, and a healing for what is in your hearts, and a guidance and a mercy for the believers. Say, by the grace of God and his mercy, in that let them rejoice, for it is better than what they amass. Behold, with this resounding declaration, to God belongs all that is in the heavens and the earth. And the one who owns all that is in the heavens and the earth can surely make his promise a reality, for none can hinder him from fulfilling it nor obstruct it from coming to pass. Indeed, the promise of God is true, but most of them do not know. In their jahiliyyah they doubt or deny it. He gives life and causes death. And the one who holds power over life and death holds power over resurrection and judgment. To him you shall return. This is a swift reminder, affirming with urgency after the stirring portrayal. Then follows the all-encompassing call to humanity. O people, there has come to you an admonition from your sustainer, and a healing for what is in your hearts, and a guidance and mercy for the believers. It has come to you through this book, about which you harbour doubts. It has come to you as a message from your sustainer. Not the fabrication of any human being, it has come to revive your hearts, to heal the diseases that afflict them, the superstitions that cloud them, the doubts that dominate them, the deviations that corrupt them, and the anxieties that confuse them. It has come to fill them with clarity, peace, certainty, and faith. For those blessed with belief, it is a guidance along the straight path and a mercy shielding them from misguidance and torment. Say, by the grace of God and his mercy, in that let them rejoice, for it is better than what they amass. So, in this grace which God has bestowed upon his servants, and in this mercy which he has poured forth upon them through faith, let them rejoice. For this is the joy worthy of celebration, not wealth, nor the fleeting pleasures of this world. This is the transcendent joy that liberates the soul from the shackles of worldly desires and fleeting gains, making these earthly things serve life rather than dominate it. It raises the human being above these ephemeral pursuits, granting him mastery over them so that he enjoys them without being enslaved by them. Islam does not belittle the blessings of this worldly life, nor does it call for people to abandon or disdain them. Rather, it assigns them their true worth, allowing people to enjoy them freely with their sights set on higher goals and loftier aspirations. For the true blessing lies in faith, and the purpose of life is fulfilling its demands. The world thereafter becomes theirs to possess without possessing them. From Uqba ibn al-Walid, from Safwan ibn Amr, who said, I heard Aifa ibn Abdullah al-Kala'i narrating that when the tribute of Iraq arrived to Umar, may God be pleased with him, he went out with his servant to count the camels. Upon seeing their abundance, Umar exclaimed, Praise be to God Most High. His servant, overjoyed, said, By God, this is indeed from the grace and mercy of God. But Umar in his wisdom corrected him, saying, You have lied. This is not what God meant when he said, Say by the grace of God and his mercy, in that let them rejoice, for it is better than what they amass. Thus were the early generations of this nation in their understanding of life's true values. They saw the foremost grace and mercy to be what had come to them from God, his admonition and guidance. As for wealth, riches, and even victory itself, these were but secondary. This is why victory came to them, why wealth flowed towards them, and why prosperity sought them out. The path for this ummah is clear, set by the teachings of its Qur'an and the way of its earliest believers who understood its meaning. This is the true path. Material sustenance and worldly values do not define people's rank in this life, let alone in the life to come. In fact, material wealth, comforts and values can become sources of misery for humanity, not just in the hereafter, but even in this worldly life, as we witness today in the bleak civilization of materialism. There must be higher values that govern human life. These other values are what give material sustenance and comforts their true worth in the lives of people, turning them into means of happiness and relief for humanity. It is the guiding framework that governs a society that determines the worth of material wealth in their lives. It is this framework that makes wealth a source of happiness or a source of misery, that either elevates human beings or causes them to fall. Hence, the emphasis on the value of this religion in the lives of its followers. O people, there has come to you an admonition from your sustainer, and a healing for what is in your hearts, and a guidance and mercy for the believers. Say, by the grace of God and his mercy, in that let them rejoice, for it is better than what they amass. This is why those who first received this Qur'an understood this supreme value so deeply, to the point that Umar, may God be pleased with him, would say about wealth and possessions, "This is not what God meant when he said, 'Say by the grace of God and his mercy, in that let them rejoice, for it is better than what they amass.'" Indeed, Umar, may God be pleased with him, had a profound understanding of his faith. He knew that the grace and mercy of God were first and foremost embodied in the revelation he had sent down to them, his admonition, healing for their hearts, guidance and mercy for the believers, not in the wealth, camels and material possessions they accumulated. They understood the immense transformation this religion had brought them, lifting them from the depths of Jahiliyyah they had once been in. And indeed it is a vast transformation when measured against the Jahiliyyah of every age and place, even the Jahiliyyah of the 20th century. The fundamental transformation this faith brings is the liberation of people from servitude to one another, freeing them from this bondage and dedicating their worship solely to God. It establishes their entire way of life upon this liberation, which elevates their worldview, their values, their morals, and their entire existence from servitude to freedom. Material wealth, comforts and power follow naturally from this freedom and elevation, just as they did in the history of the Muslim community, as it swept away the Jahiliyyah surrounding it, taking control of the world's reins of power and leading humanity towards God so they could share in the blessings of His grace. Those who focus solely on material wealth and production while neglecting this supreme value are enemies of humanity. They do not want humanity to rise above the level of beasts, confined to the needs of the animal self. Their calls are not innocent. They aim to eradicate spiritual values and the creed that connects people's hearts to something loftier than mere animalistic desires, though it does not neglect basic human needs, while offering humanity a higher purpose beyond food, shelter and sex, which is where the life of animals is confined. This constant clamour for material values and production has become so overwhelming that it dominates people's lives, thoughts, and perceptions entirely. People are turning into mere machines, endlessly chasing this value, considering it the ultimate purpose of life. In the storm of this constant cry for production, all spiritual and moral values are forgotten, trampled underfoot in the name of material progress. Family, honour, freedom, rights, everything is sacrificed if it stands in the way of increasing production. What are these if not new gods and idols? A god need not be made of stone or wood. It could be a value, a notion, or even a label. The supreme value must remain God's grace and mercy, manifest in His guidance that heals hearts, frees souls, and elevates human values. Under the shade of this supreme value, we can benefit from the sustenance God has granted us on this earth, from the industry that produces material goods, and from the comforts that reduce the burdens of labour. All these things that today's ignorant world beats its drums for can find their rightful place only under the guidance of this higher value. Without the presence of that supreme value to govern life, wealth, comforts and productivity become a curse that burdens humanity. For in such a world, these resources are harnessed to elevate animalistic and mechanical values at the expense of higher human ideals. Indeed, God the Almighty speaks the truth. O people, there has come to you an admonition from your sustainer, and a healing for what is in your hearts, and a guidance and mercy for the believers. Say, by the grace of God and His mercy, in that let them rejoice, for it is better than what they amass. In the light of this divine declaration about God's grace and mercy, embodied in the admonition, guidance and healing that He has bestowed upon humanity, the discourse turns to address the ways of Jahiliyyah, that conduct their affairs not by what has come from God, but by following their own whims, infringing upon the exclusive rights of God in matters of law and governance, as they arrogate to themselves the authority to declare what is lawful and what is forbidden from the sustenance God has provided. Say, what do you think of the sustenance God has sent down to you, of which you have made some unlawful and some lawful? Say, has God permitted you, or are you fabricating lies against God? And what do those who fabricate lies against God think will happen to them on the day of judgment. Surely God is bountiful to the people, but most of them are ungrateful. Say, what do you think of the sustenance that God has sent down to you? For everything that descends from God's supreme realm to mankind is sent down from that exalted station. What do you make of this sustenance he has granted you? To use it according to his permission and law, yet here you are, without any divine sanction, declaring some of it forbidden and some of it lawful. Prohibiting and permitting are acts of legislation. Legislation is an act of sovereignty, and sovereignty belongs only to God, yet you exercise it on your own accord. Say, has God permitted you, or are you fabricating lies against him? This is the fundamental issue that is reiterated time and again in the Qur'an, confronting Jahiliyyah wherever it arises. For it is the second great testimony after the declaration that there is no God but God. Indeed, it is its practical manifestation in life itself. Acknowledging that God is the creator and sustainer necessitates that he alone is to be worshipped and that he alone governs all matters in life, including the sustenance he has provided to humanity. This includes everything that God has bestowed upon them from the heavens and the earth. The Arabs of Jahiliyyah acknowledged God's existence, just as many today who call themselves Muslims do. They acknowledged that he was the creator and sustainer, just as many do today. Yet, despite this recognition, they took it upon themselves to declare things lawful and unlawful without God's permission, just as some people who call themselves Muslims do today. The Qur'an confronts them with the stark contradiction between their acknowledgement of God as creator and sustainer and their actions where they assume sustainership over others by legislating on their own. It is a glaring contradiction that stamps them with the mark of polytheism, just as it brands all who engage in this contradiction today, tomorrow, and until the end of time, no matter what names or labels they adopt. For Islam is a living reality, not just a title. The Arabs of Jahiliyyah claimed, just as some today who call themselves Muslims claim, that the prohibitions and permissions they enforced were sanctioned by God, that it was his law they were following. In Surah Al-An'am, God addresses their false claims that the animals they declared unlawful or the crops they forbade were done in accordance with God's will. God says, "And they say, 'These animals and crops are forbidden. None may eat them except those whom we will by their assertion. And there are animals whose backs are forbidden, and animals over which they do not mention God's name, fabricating lies against him. He will repay them for what they used to fabricate.' They claimed that God willed this or that, fabricating lies against him, just as some today legislate from their own selves and then call it the law of God. Here, God rebukes them for their falsehoods, asking them, "What do you think of your sustainer when you stand before him on the day of judgment after fabricating lies against him? And what do those who fabricate lies against God think will happen to them on the day of judgment?" This statement encompasses all who lie against God, bringing them all into its fold. What do they think will become of them on that day? What is their imagined fate when they stand before their sustainer for this grievous crime? It is a question that could cause even the hardest hearts to melt. Surely God is bountiful to the people, but most of them are ungrateful. Indeed, God is generous to humanity, granting them material sustenance, embedding it within the very fabric of the universe, and gifting them with the capacity to discover its sources, comprehend the laws that govern it, and the ability to diversify its forms through analysis, synthesis, and innovation. All of this is part of the sustenance he has bestowed upon them. And God's grace extends further still through the guidance, mercy, and healing he has revealed in his way of life, a way that directs humanity towards a sound and upright path. It is through this guidance that they can harness the best of their human faculties, emotions, and aspirations, harmonizing the good of this world with the good of the hereafter, and aligning their innate nature with the nature of the universe they live in and interact with. Yet most people remain ungrateful for this blessing, straying from God's path and his law, associating others with him, and ultimately bringing misery upon themselves. They suffer because they fail to benefit from that which is a healing for what is in their hearts. Indeed, it is a wondrous expression for a profound truth. This Qur'an is a healing for what lies within the hearts in every sense of the word healing. It seeps into the hearts like the gentle spreading of recovery through a body stricken by illness. It flows through them with its mesmerizing rhythm, carrying an unseen, awe-inspiring power. It touches the hearts with its guidance, awakening the innate faculties of perception, those that stir, open, receive and respond. It courses through them with its ordinances and laws, ensuring the smoothest interactions possible between human groups in their daily lives. It moves within them with its calming suggestions, pouring tranquility into the hearts, a peace with God, a trust in divine justice, a faith in the triumph of good, and an assurance of a blessed destiny. Such is the phrase that evokes wave after wave of meanings and insights, meanings that human language falls short of capturing, inspired by this miraculous expression. Yet most of them do not give thanks. And God is the one who knows the innermost secrets, who encompasses all that is hidden and revealed. Nothing escapes his knowledge, not even the weight of an atom in the earth or in the heavens. This subtle touch to the feelings and the conscience embedded in the verse leads to a reassurance for the prophet. Peace be upon him and for those with him, that they are under his care and guardianship, and that the deniers cannot harm them. These deniers who associate others with God are utterly deluded. Whatever you may be engaged in, and whatever portion of the Quran you recite, and whatever deed you do, we are witnesses over you when you are immersed in it, and not even the weight of an atom is hidden from your sustainer, neither in the earth nor in the heavens, nor anything smaller or greater than that, but it is all in a clear record. Indeed, the friends of God shall have no fear, nor shall they grieve. Those who believe and are conscious of him, they shall have glad tidings in this world and in the hereafter. There is no altering the words of God. That is the ultimate triumph. And do not let their words distress you, for all power belongs to God. He is the all-hearing, the all-knowing. Verily, to God belongs all that is in the heavens and on earth. Those who call upon others besides him are merely following conjecture. They are but guessing. It is he who made the night for your rest and the day for seeing. Surely in this are signs for people who listen. This awareness of God as portrayed by the verse, whatever you may be engaged in, and whatever portion of the Qur'an you recite, and whatever deed you do, we are witnesses over you when you are immersed in it. This awareness brings both reassurance and awe, intimacy and dread. How does the human being, preoccupied with their own concerns, feel knowing that God is with them, observing their every matter and overseeing their every affair, God with all his greatness, all his majesty, all his omnipotence, all his might, the creator of this vast universe, for whom all of it is but an insignificant thing to manage, the one who governs all that is grand and all that is small. And God is with this human being, this fleeting atom in the expanse of space, held and cared for only by God's attention. It is a terrifying feeling. Yet it is also a comforting and reassuring one. This wandering atom is not abandoned, not left without care, without support, without protection. God is with it. Whatever you may be engaged in, and whatever portion of the Quran you recite, and whatever deed you do, we are witnesses over you when you are immersed in it. This is not merely the all-encompassing knowledge of God, but his all-encompassing care and constant surveillance. Not even the weight of an atom in the earth or in the heavens, nor anything smaller or greater, escapes your sustainer. It is all recorded in a clear book. The imagination soars, journeying with the atoms that float through the earth or the heavens, encompassed by the knowledge of God, along with what is smaller than the atom and what is greater, all captured within the grasp of his infinite knowledge. The heart trembles in awe and reverence and bows down in humility until faith calms the overwhelming sense of majesty and fear. Then the trembling heart is soothed by the intimacy of God's closeness. In the serenity of this closeness to God and in the peace of this nearness comes the resounding declaration, "Behold, the friends of God shall have no fear, nor shall they grieve, those who have believed and have been conscious of him." For them is glad tidings in the life of this world and in the hereafter. No change shall there be in the words of God. That is the supreme triumph. How can the friends of God feel fear or grief when He is with them in every matter, in every action, in every movement or stillness? They are the friends of God, the believers, those who are ever mindful of Him in both the hidden and the open. Those who have believed and have been conscious of Him. How can they fear? How can they grieve when they are connected to God, being His chosen ones? And why should they mourn or fear when glad tidings await them in both this life and the next? It is the true promise, unchanging. No change shall there be in the words of God. And that is the greatest victory. The friends of God mentioned here are those who truly believe, those who possess true God consciousness. For faith is that which takes root in the heart and is affirmed by deeds, deeds that reflect the commands of God, steering clear of what He has forbidden. This is the true understanding of being a friend of God, not as the common folk might imagine, thinking of those who are deluded or deranged and wrongly calling them saints. And in the shelter of this divine protection and care for the friends of God, the prophet, peace be upon him, is addressed, he being the foremost of God's friends, to reassure him in the face of the deniers and slanderers who at that time held power and prestige. And let not their words grieve you, for all might belongs to God. He is the all-hearing, the all-knowing. Here God reserves all might for Himself alone, without adding it to the prophet or the believers, as He does in other instances, because the context is about God's protection of His friends. He declares that all might belongs to Him alone, though it is derived by the messenger and the believers from Him, to strip all people, including the arrogant Quraysh idolaters, of any claim to it. As for the messenger, peace be upon him, he is under the divine protection that encompasses God's friends. Let him not grieve over their words, for God is with him, hearing their speech and knowing their schemes, and protecting His friends from their words and their plots. In His dominion lie all those in the heavens and on the earth, humans, jinn, angels, whether disobedient or devout. All those who wield power among His creation are under His rule and ownership. Behold, to God belongs all who are in the heavens and all who are on earth. This is the wisdom of using who instead of what here, as it emphasizes that the powerful, just like the weak, are all under His authority. The context drives this meaning home, and those who call upon others besides God are following nothing but conjecture. These so-called partners they claim to be associating with God in reality share nothing with Him, and their worshippers are far from certain about the partnership they assert. They follow nothing but assumption, and they are only guessing. Then there is a shift in focus, drawing attention to the manifestations of God's power in the cosmic signs that people often overlook due to their familiarity with them. It is He who made the night for you to rest in, and the day to give light. Indeed, in that are signs for those who listen. He is the master of both movement and stillness, making the night for people to find repose and the day to be bright, so that they may see and be active. The one who controls movement and rest holds sway over people, and He is able to protect His friends from harm. His messenger, peace be upon him, is foremost among His friends alongside those believers who are with Him. Indeed, in this are signs for people who listen. Those who listen reflect and truly understand what they hear. The Quranic method often employs these cosmic scenes in the context of discussing divine sovereignty and servitude. For the very existence of this universe, with all its wonders, is a witness to the fitra, innate nature, a witness that no one can refute. The message resonates with people's lived experience as they perceive the harmony between these cosmic phenomena and their own lives. This night, which offers them rest, and this day, which provides them sight and movement, are cosmic realities intimately connected to their lives. They sense the harmony of these cosmic signs, even if they do not delve deeply into scientific inquiry, for their inner nature understands the hidden language of the cosmos. Thus, humanity was not blind to the language of the universe before the advent of modern sciences. They understood this language with their entire being, and it is this language that the all-knowing, the all-wise has been speaking to them through the ages. It is a language that renews itself with every advancement in knowledge, and the more people progress in understanding, the more capable they become of grasping its message, provided their hearts are illuminated with faith, and they see the world with the light of God in these vast horizons. The attribution of partners to God, such as claiming that he has offspring, is a grave falsehood. The idolaters of ancient Arabia used to assert that the angels were the daughters of God. And so this lesson culminates in an exploration of this kind of idolatry and falsehood, beginning with a refutation in this world and concluding with the punishment in the hereafter in the unique style of the Qur'an. They say, God has taken a son. Exalted is he. He is free of all needs. To him belongs whatever is in the heavens and on the earth. You have no authority for this claim. Do you say about God what you do not know? Say, indeed, those who fabricate lies against God will not succeed. A brief enjoyment in this world, then to us is their return, and we shall make them taste the severe punishment for their denial. The belief that God, exalted is he, has a child is a simplistic and naive notion, born from a lack of understanding. It fails to grasp the vast chasm between the eternal divine nature of God and the mortal created nature of human beings. It also reflects a misunderstanding of the wisdom behind procreation among creatures of the world, who are incomplete and deficient, deficiencies that can never apply to God. Human beings die, but life must continue until the appointed time, and so the wisdom of the Creator necessitates the continuation of humankind through offspring. Children serve as a means for this continuation. Humans grow old, weaken, and their children compensate for their declining strength with youthful vigor, playing their part in the development of the earth as ordained by God, supporting the elderly in the remainder of their lives. Humans struggle in their surroundings and against their enemies, be they animals or other humans, and they need support. In such times, children are the closest and most reliable source of aid. People labor to amass wealth, and children help in this effort, providing additional strength. Thus, by the wisdom of the Creator, human procreation fulfills various needs necessary for life on earth to persist until the decreed end. None of these needs, however, pertain to the divine essence. God has no need for continuation, no need for support in old age, no need for a protector, nor for wealth. Nothing, whether conceivable or beyond human imagination, could relate to God in a way that requires offspring. Thus, the notion of God having a child is entirely negated, for the divine nature has no external purpose to fulfill through a child. God's wisdom only ordained procreation for humankind because their nature is deficient and in need of completion. The matter is not arbitrary. Hence the refutation of their falsehood, they say God has taken a son, is met with, exalted is he. He is free of all needs. To him belongs whatever is in the heavens and on the earth. Exalted is he. A declaration of his absolute transcendence above such thoughts or any conception or imagining. He is free of all needs, free of any dependence on the needs mentioned earlier or any other that might cross the human mind, whether related to offspring or otherwise. Needs are what necessitate the means to fulfill them, and nothing exists in vain without purpose, reason, or wisdom. To him belongs all that is in the heavens and on earth. Everything is already his. He has no need for a child to help him possess or manage anything. A child, therefore, would serve no purpose, a purposelessness far removed from the divine. Exalted is God above all such absurdities. The Qur'an does not delve into speculative arguments about the nature of divinity and humanity, as later theologians and philosophers have done. Instead, it addresses these issues in a manner that is close to human nature, dealing directly with the subject at hand, without getting lost in theoretical debates that can obscure the real issue and become an end in themselves. The Qur'an is content with this subtle touch, one that addresses the reality of human need for offspring. the human perception of this need, and the complete absence of any such need in relation to God, the self-sufficient, who owns all that is in the heavens and the earth. It appeals to their hearts, convincing them or silencing them, without engaging in abstract debates that could weaken the profound emotional impact that resonates with the innate nature of humankind. Then the Qur'an confronts them with a stark reality. They have no proof for what they claim. It calls such proof authority, for true proof is a form of power, and the possessor of proof holds authority. You have no authority for this claim. You possess no evidence or argument for what you assert. Do you say about God what you do not know? For a person to speak without knowledge is an offence in and of itself, but to speak without knowledge about God, exalted is He, is an even greater crime. It is a transgression against what is due to God, failing to honour Him with the reverence and majesty that He alone deserves, for it ascribes to Him the characteristics of imperfection, weakness, and deficiency. Exalted is He far above such claims. It also corrupts the understanding of the relationship between the Creator and the created, leading to a warped perception of all other relationships in life. Every aspect of life, all human interactions and social systems are a reflection of this fundamental understanding. All that the pagan priests claimed for themselves in the old idolatries, and all that the Church established for itself in terms of authority, arose from the distorted understanding of the relationship between God and His angels, or between God and Jesus, the Son of Mary, which they falsely presented as a relationship of Father and Son. From this sprang the doctrine of original sin, leading to the practice of confession, and the Church's role as a supposed intermediary between humanity and the Father of Christ, as they allege. And so once the first link in the chain of understanding is corrupted, every subsequent link is tainted, distorting life in all its forms. The issue at hand is not merely one of a flawed theological concept, but rather it encompasses the entirety of life. The hostility that arose between the Church and the forces of science and reason, which culminated in society's emancipation from the authority of the Church by casting off the authority of religion itself, originated from this very link, the corrupted understanding of the relationship between God and His creation. This misunderstanding unleashed great misfortune, whose consequences humanity continues to suffer from in the tides of materialism and the manifold calamities that follow in its wake. Thus, the Islamic creed has taken great care to clarify this relationship with crystal clarity, leaving no room for ambiguity or confusion. God is the eternal creator, who has no need for offspring. The relationship between Him and all of mankind is that of creator and creation without exception. The laws of the universe, life, and all living beings are constant and impartial. Whoever aligns with these laws succeeds and prospers. Whoever deviates from them is led astray and falls to ruin. In this, all people stand equal. All will return to God. There are no intercessors, no partners with Him. Each soul shall stand before Him alone on the day of judgment, accountable for what it has earned. And your sustainer does not wrong anyone. A belief so simple, so clear, that it leaves no room for misguided interpretations. It does not mislead the heart through winding paths or obscure it with clouds of doubt and confusion. Thus all people stand equal before God, each addressed by His law, each bound to its observance, and each responsible for safeguarding it. In this way, human relations are set aright, because the relationship between humankind and God is set aright. Say, those who fabricate lies against God will not succeed. They will find no success, neither in any endeavour nor on any path. They will not succeed in this world nor in the next. True success springs from aligning with the sound laws of God that lead to goodness, the upliftment of humanity, the betterment of society, and the flourishing of life. Success is not merely material production, accompanied by the destruction of human values and the degradation of people to the level of beasts. That is only a fleeting, superficial success, one that strays from the path of advancement which would bring humanity to the fullness of its potential. A brief enjoyment in this world, then to us, is their return, and we shall make them taste the severe punishment for their denial. It is nothing but a lowly enjoyment, one that is short-lived, severed from the enduring joy that befits humanity in the hereafter. Instead, it is followed by the severe punishment, a consequence of straying from the universal laws of God, which lead to the higher, noble fulfillment meant for the children of Adam. And recite to them the story of Noah when he said to his people, "O my people, if my standing here and my reminding you of the signs of God have become too much for you to bear, then know that I have placed my trust in God alone. So gather together all your plans and call upon your partners besides God, and let not your plans be obscure to you. Then carry them out against me and give me no respite. But if you turn away, then I have asked you for no reward. My reward lies with God alone, and I have been commanded to be among those who submit to him." But they called him a liar, so we saved him and those with him in the ark, and we made them successors upon the earth, while we drowned those who rejected our signs. Behold then how terrible was the end of those who had been warned. Then after him we sent messengers to their peoples, and they came to them with clear proofs, but they would not believe in what they had already rejected before. Thus do we seal the hearts of the transgressors. Then we sent Moses and Aaron after them to Pharaoh and his elite with our signs, but they acted arrogantly, for they were a wicked people. When the truth came to them from us, they said, "This is nothing but obvious sorcery." Moses said, "Do you say this of the truth after it has come to you? Is this sorcery? Sorcerers never succeed." They said, "Have you come to turn us away from what we found our forefathers practicing, and so that the two of you may have greatness in the land? We will never believe in you." Then Pharaoh said, "Bring me every learned sorcerer." When the sorcerers came, Moses said to them, "Throw what you wish to throw." And when they threw, Moses said, "What you have brought is mere sorcery. Surely God will nullify it. Indeed, God does not reform the deeds of those who spread corruption. And by his words God will establish the truth even if the evildoers detest it." But none believed in Moses, except a few descendants from among his people, fearing Pharaoh and his chiefs, lest they persecute them. Truly Pharaoh was arrogant in the land, and indeed he was one of those who transgressed all bounds. And Moses said, "O my people, if you truly believe in God, then put your trust in him, if you are indeed those who submit." They said, "In God we place our trust. O our sustainer, do not make us a trial for the wrongdoing people, and by your mercy save us from the disbelieving people." And we revealed to Moses and his brother, "Settle your people in houses in Egypt, and make your homes places of worship, and establish the prayer, and give glad tidings to the believers." And Moses said, "Our sustainer, you have indeed given Pharaoh and his chiefs splendor and wealth in this life, so that they may lead people astray from your path. Our sustainer, obliterate their wealth and harden their hearts, so that they will not believe until they see the painful punishment." God said, "Your supplication has been answered, so remain steadfast and do not follow the path of those who do not know." And we brought the children of Israel across the sea, and Pharaoh and his forces pursued them in tyranny and enmity, until when drowning overtook him, he said, "I believe that there is no God but he in whom the children of Israel have believed, and I am among those who submit." But God said, "Now, when you had been rebellious all along and were among the corrupt, today we will save you in your body, so that you may be a sign for those who come after you. But truly, many people are heedless of our signs." Indeed, we settled the children of Israel in a goodly dwelling, and provided them with good things. They did not differ among themselves, until knowledge came to them. Surely your sustainer will judge between them on the day of resurrection regarding that in which they used to differ. So if you are in doubt about what we have revealed to you, ask those who have been reading the book before you. The truth has certainly come to you from your sustainer, so be not of the doubters. And do not be among those who deny the signs of God, lest you be among the losers. Indeed, those against whom the word of your sustainer has been confirmed will not believe, even if every sign were to come to them, until they see the painful punishment. Why was there no town that believed, so that its faith benefited it, except the people of Jonah? When they believed, we removed from them the punishment of disgrace in the life of this world, and allowed them to enjoy themselves for a time. If your sustainer had willed, all those on earth would have believed, all of them entirely. Will you then compel people to become believers? It is not for a soul to believe except by God's permission, and he places filth upon those who do not use reason. Say, look at what is in the heavens and the earth, but neither signs nor warnings will avail a people who do not believe. So are they waiting for anything but the like of the days of those who passed away before them? Say, wait, for indeed I too am waiting with you. Then we save our messengers and those who believe. Thus it is an obligation upon us to save the believers. It has already been mentioned in this surah, the fate of bygone generations, and how they met their end for denying their messengers, followed by the succession of others after them as a test. We destroyed the earlier generations before you when they did wrong, and their messengers came to them with clear signs, but they did not believe. Thus do we requite the guilty. Then we made you their successors in the land after them, to see how you would act. Similarly, it has been alluded to that every nation has a messenger, and when their messenger comes, they are judged with justice. For every nation there is a messenger. When their messenger comes, the matter is decided between them with justice, and they are not wronged. Now the discourse embarks on a detailed journey, elaborating upon these earlier references. It presents a glimpse of the story of Noah and his confrontation with his people, and part of the story of Moses and his struggle with Pharaoh and his elite. In these stories, the consequences of rejection unfold, as well as the fate of a nation after the arrival of its messenger, delivering the message and warning them of the consequences of disobedience. Also, there is a fleeting reference to the story of Jonah, whose people believed after being on the brink of destruction. Their belief saved them from punishment, a touch that embellishes the beauty of faith for the disbelievers, so that they may be spared the torment they are warned about, and that their end does not resemble the destruction of the people of Noah or Moses. The previous lesson concluded with the command to the messenger, peace and blessings be upon him, to proclaim the fate of those who fabricate lies against God and attribute to him partners. Say, those who fabricate lies against God will never succeed. A brief enjoyment in this world, then to us is their return, and we will make them taste the severe punishment for their disbelief. This came after reassuring the prophet, let not their words grieve you, truly, all honor belongs to God. Also, a reminder was given that God's allies shall have no fear, nor shall they grieve. The discourse continues with a new command for the messenger to recount to them the story of Noah, his challenge to his people, his salvation, and that of those who believed with him, their succession upon the earth, and the destruction of those who rejected the truth, though they were stronger and more numerous. The occasion for presenting this narrative is clear, both in relation to the context of the surah and the preceding themes. The stories in the Qur'an come in a manner that serves the overall message of the discourse, and they are repeated in different places with styles suited to their context. The episodes that are presented serve the specific need of the moment, and in other places different aspects of the same story may be highlighted as the situation demands. As we shall see, the episodes of Noah, Moses and Jonah presented here and the manner of their narration align perfectly with the situation of the prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, and the small, faithful community in Mecca standing firm in their faith against the overwhelming forces of power and might. We will also observe the connection between the stories and the lessons that interweave and follow them, and recite to them the story of Noah when he said to his people, O my people, if my presence among you and my reminding you of the signs of God have become too much for you to bear, then know that I have placed my trust in God. So gather together all your plans and your partners besides God, and let not your plans be obscure to you. Then carry them out against me and give me no respite. But if you turn away, then know that I have asked you for no reward. My reward is with God alone, and I have been commanded to be among those who submit to him. But they called him a liar, so we saved him and those with him in the ark, and we made them successors upon the earth, while we drowned those who rejected our signs. Behold then how terrible was the end of those who had been warned. This episode from the story of Noah is the final episode, the moment of ultimate challenge after a long period of warning, reminder, and persistent rejection. In this telling, the mention of the ark, those who boarded it, or the flood, is omitted. Nor are the details of that episode elaborated, for the purpose here is to highlight Noah's defiance and reliance on God alone, the salvation of the few who believed with him, and the destruction of the multitude who rejected him. Therefore, the account is brief, focusing only on the decisive outcome, as this is what the context calls for. And recite to them the story of Noah when he said to his people, "O my people, if my presence and my reminder of God's signs have become burdensome for you, then know that I place my trust in God alone. So gather together all your plans and your partners. Let your plan be clear and without confusion. Then carry out your scheme against me and do not give me any respite. If it has become unbearable for you to tolerate my presence among you, my calling you, and my reminders of the signs of God, then do as you wish. As for me, I continue on my path, relying on none but God. I place my trust in God. In him alone do I trust, for he is sufficient for me, without need for allies or helpers. So gather your plans and your partners. Consider all your sources of strength and take every preparation you need, united in your purpose. Let your plan be without confusion. Let your intent be clear, with no ambiguity or hesitation, with no wavering or uncertainty. Then carry it out against me. Execute whatever you have decided concerning me, after careful thought and full deliberation, and do not give me respite. Do not grant me time to prepare, for all my preparation is my trust in God alone, without reliance on anyone else. This is a bold, fearless challenge that only one filled with absolute certainty and trust in God can make. It is a challenge that invites his opponents to come at him with all their might and plans. Yet, what was Noah's strength behind this fearless stance? What forces of the earth did he command? He had with him the power of faith, the strength that dwarfs all others, that renders multitudes insignificant, and that leaves all human scheming powerless. And behind him was God, who never abandons his allies to the allies of Satan. It is faith in God alone that connects its possessor to the supreme source of power, the one who governs this entire universe and all that it contains. This challenge was neither arrogance nor recklessness nor a futile sacrifice. Rather, it was the challenge of true and mighty strength against feeble, transient powers, which shrink and wither before those who hold fast to their faith. Those who call others to God have an excellent example in the messengers of God. Their hearts should overflow with trust, and they should place their reliance on none but God when facing any tyrant, no matter who or what they may be. The tyrant will harm them only with trials, as a test from God, not out of any inability on his part to aid his allies, nor because he has abandoned them to their enemies. No, it is a test that refines hearts and purifies ranks. Then the turn will come for the believers, and God's promise to grant them victory and authority will be fulfilled. God, the Most High, recounts the story of his servant Noah as he boldly challenged the tyrants of his time with such clear defiance. Let us proceed with the story, and soon we shall witness its conclusion. If you turn away, I have not asked you for any reward. My reward is with God alone, and I have been commanded to be among those who submit to him. If you reject me and turn away, then so be it. I have not sought any reward from you for guiding you, nor will your rejection diminish my reward. My reward is with God alone, and this will not cause me to waver in my faith, for I have been commanded to surrender myself entirely to God. And I have been commanded to be among those who submit to him, and I remain steadfast in my submission, as I have been commanded. What was the outcome? But they rejected him, so we saved him and those with him in the ark, and we made them successors upon the earth, while we drowned those who rejected our signs. Thus, in summary, he and those with him, those who believed, were saved in the ark. They, though few, were made successors on the earth, and those who denied the truth, though powerful and numerous, were drowned. Behold then how the end of those who had been warned was. Let those who are able reflect upon the fate of those who were warned yet rejected the message, and let those who seek guidance take heed from the salvation of the believers. The narrative hastens to announce Noah's salvation and that of those with him. For Noah and the small band of believers were confronting the danger posed by the overwhelming disbelievers. The outcome was not merely the destruction of the disbelievers. Prior to that, the believers were saved from all harm, given authority on earth to renew life and rebuild, fulfilling their vital role for a period of time. This is the way of God on earth. This is his promise to his allies. If the road seems long for the small group of believers at times, they must know that this is the path. They must be certain that the ultimate victory and succession belong to the believers, and they should not hasten the promise of God, for it will come to pass as they continue on the path. God does not deceive his allies, glorified is he, nor is he incapable of granting them victory, nor does he abandon them to their enemies, but he tests them, trains them, and provides them, through these trials, with provisions for the journey ahead. In brief and succinct fashion, the discourse then points to the messengers who came after Noah, and the clear signs and miracles they brought, and how the disbelievers responded to them. Then we sent after him messengers to their people, and they brought them clear signs, but they would not believe in what they had rejected before. Thus we seal the hearts of the transgressors. These messengers brought clear signs to their people, yet the text tells us that they would not believe in what they had previously rejected. This suggests two possibilities: either that, after the signs came, they persisted in denial as they had before, unchanged by the signs, or it could mean that the disbelievers are all of one kind across generations, bound by a shared nature. They could not believe in what their forefathers had rejected, nor in what they themselves had denied through the persons of their ancestors. For they are of the same kind, with the same nature, and their stance toward the signs is the same. They do not open their hearts to them, nor do they ponder them with their minds. They are transgressors, having overstepped the bounds of moderation and the path of guidance, because they disable the faculties God has granted them to reflect and discern. With such willful blindness, their hearts are sealed and their insights are blocked. Thus, we seal the hearts of the transgressors. This is in accordance with God's ancient law. The heart that its owner has shut off is sealed in this state, hardened and frozen, no longer fit for receiving guidance or truth, not because God preemptively prevents it from being guided, but because the law of consequences is always fulfilled. The story of Moses is then introduced, beginning from the stage of denial and defiance, and concluding with the drowning of Pharaoh and his armies. This story unfolds on a broader scale than that of Noah, encompassing scenes that closely mirror the situation of the disbelievers in Mecca toward the prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, and the small community of believers who stood with him. The episode of Moses presented here is divided into 5 scenes, followed by reflections that contain the lessons for this surah, as presented in this manner. The 5 scenes unfold as follows. Then we sent Moses and Aaron after them to Pharaoh and his elite with our signs, but they were arrogant and were a people of wickedness. When the truth came to them from us, they said, "This is clear sorcery." Moses said, "Do you say this about the truth when it has come to you? Is this sorcery? But sorcerers do not succeed." They said, "Have you come to turn us away from what we found our forefathers upon, and so that you too may have greatness in the land? But we are not going to believe in you." The signs that Moses brought to Pharaoh and his elite are the 9 signs mentioned in Surah Al-Araf, yet they are not detailed here, as the context does not require it. A summary suffices. What matters is how Pharaoh and his elite responded to God's signs. They were arrogant and were a people of wickedness. When the truth came to them from us, the mention of "from us" emphasizes the enormity of the crime in what they said about the truth that came directly from God. They said, "This is clear sorcery." With brazen certainty, they declared this without any evidence. This is clear sorcery. It is as though this phrase has become a familiar slogan, passed down among disbelievers of every era. This is exactly what the Quraysh disbelievers said, as narrated at the beginning of this surah, despite the wide gulf in time and place, and the great difference between the miracles of Moses and the miracle of the Qur'an. Moses said to them, "Do you dare call the truth a lie when it has come to you? Is this truly magic?" Yet the sorcerers never succeed. What Moses first left unsaid is implied by what follows. It is as if he was saying, "Do you claim this truth to be magic when it has come to you? Is this truly magic?" In the first question, there is astonishment at the audacity of labeling the truth as magic, while in the second, there is amazement that anyone would think to call it so. For magic does not aim to guide people. It contains no creed, nor does it speak of divinity or the bond between creation and creator. It offers no system for the organization of life. Magic, then, bears no resemblance to this truth and cannot be confused with it. Sorcerers who rely on illusion and deception would never achieve the goals this message seeks, nor would they ever succeed. At this point, the chieftains reveal their true motives for rejecting the signs of God. They said, "Have you come to turn us away from what our forefathers practiced, and so that you and your brother might gain power in the land? We will never believe in you." Thus, it is fear that drives them, the fear of shattering their inherited beliefs upon which their political and economic systems are built. It is the fear of losing their dominance, a dominance grounded in the myths of their forefathers. This is the age-old reason, ever renewed, that tyrants resist the call to truth. They devise countless excuses, hurl accusations at the messengers, and indulge in the most shameless opposition. It is their arrogance in the land, sustained by the false beliefs they cling to, frozen in the hearts of the masses. These beliefs are steeped in falsehood, corruption, and superstition. For to open hearts to the true faith, to illuminate minds with the light of new understanding, is a threat to the status quo, a threat to the tyrants standing in the hearts of the people, and a threat to the very foundation upon which their authority rests. They fear losing a power that rests on illusions and idols, that enslaves people to sustainers other than God. The message of Islam, as carried by all the messengers, calls for the recognition of God's sovereignty alone over all creation, and for the rejection of false deities that usurp the divine right and practice it in the lives of people. These false sustainers who manipulate the masses would never allow the word of truth and guidance to reach the people. They would not allow the proclamation of Islam, declaring the sole sustainership of God over all, to reach the ears of the masses, for they know that such a proclamation is nothing less than a call to revolution, a revolt against their false authority, a rejection of their dominion, and a sweeping drive towards the liberation of humanity into the vastness of true freedom, befitting the dignity of mankind. Indeed, it is the same old reason, renewed every time someone rises to call for the worship of God, the sustainer of all worlds. Even the sharpest minds among the Quraysh could not have failed to recognize the truth and the sublime nature of Muhammad's message, peace be upon him, nor the weakness and corruption inherent in their idol worship, but they feared for their inherited positions, sustained by the superstitions and customs of that creed, just as the chieftains of Pharaoh's people feared for their authority in the land, and thus arrogantly declared, "We will never believe in you." Pharaoh and his elite clung to the claim of sorcery. They likely intended to immerse the masses in this narrative, to arrange a contest of magicians to challenge Moses and the signs he brought, which appeared outwardly similar to magic, in hopes of concluding that Moses was nothing more than a skillful magician. In this way, they believed they could neutralize the threat to their inherited beliefs and their dominion over the land, which was the core of their concern. It is likely that this was the true motive behind the spectacle of sorcerers after they had confessed their fear of the real danger. Pharaoh said, "Bring me every learned magician." And when the sorcerers came, Moses said to them, "Cast what you will." And when they cast, Moses said, "What you have brought is but magic. Indeed, God will nullify it." Truly, God does not support the work of those who spread corruption. Moses' words, "What you have brought is but magic," are a direct refutation of the accusation of sorcery levelled against him. True magic is what these sorcerers perform, for it is nothing more than illusion, a trick of the eyes meant to deceive and mislead, without any higher purpose, devoid of a meaningful message or movement. This is the nature of magic, not the signs of God which Moses brought to them in truth. In truth, God will nullify it. Here we see the confidence of a believer fully trusting in his sustainer, assured that his sustainer will not allow falsehood to prevail, for magic is but a corrupt act, and God does not support the work of those who spread corruption, whether they are the magicians who deceive the people, or the chieftains who brought forth the sorcerers with the intent to mislead and perpetuate their own corruption. And God will establish the truth by his words, whether by his creative command, "Be," and it is, or by his revealed signs and proofs, even though the guilty may detest it. For their hatred cannot stand in the way of God's will, nor can it hinder his signs. And so it was. The magic was defeated and the truth prevailed. But the account here is brief, for the focus is on the result. The curtain falls, only to rise again on Moses, standing with a small band of young believers from his people. None of their elders had joined them. This, too, is one of the profound lessons of the story. Yet none believed in Moses except a small band of youths from among his people, fearing that Pharaoh and his nobles might put them to trial. For indeed, Pharaoh was mighty in the land, and truly he was among those who transgress all bounds. And Moses said, "O my people, if you have truly believed in God, then put your trust in him, if you are indeed submitted unto him." They replied, "In God do we place our trust. O our sustainer, do not make us a trial for the oppressors, and deliver us through your mercy from the disbelieving people." And we inspired Moses and his brother, "Provide for your people houses in Egypt, and make your homes places of worship, and establish prayer, and give glad tidings to the believers." This passage reveals that those who openly professed their faith and joined Moses were not the entire community of Israel, but a small group of youths. These youths were vulnerable to being swayed or persecuted by Pharaoh and his nobles, particularly those elders of their own people who were subservient to the ruling powers and benefited from their proximity to authority. Pharaoh, in his towering power and extravagant tyranny, knew no restraint and had no qualms about resorting to the most brutal measures. In such a climate, faith must outweigh fear, bringing solace to the heart and anchoring it firmly in the truth to which it cleaves. Moses said, "O my people, if you have believed in God, then rely on him, if you are indeed Muslims." Trust in God is the hallmark of faith and its natural consequence. It is the source of strength added to the account of the weak, transforming them into a force stronger and more steadfast than the oppressive might they face. Moses reminded them of faith and submission to God, making reliance upon him the essential outcome of both. Born of the belief in God and the willing surrender of oneself to his will, striving to do what he commands, the believers responded to this call of faith, voiced by their prophet. They said, "In God do we place our trust." And thus they turned to God in earnest supplication. "O our sustainer, do not make us a trial for the oppressors." By this they meant, do not allow the oppressors to prevail over us, for such a victory would lead them to believe that their way is right, that their creed is superior, simply because they were able to overcome us. This would only lead them further astray, entrapping them in their falsehoods. Therefore the believers prayed that God would protect them from falling into the hands of the wrongdoers, even if only as a means of testing those wrongdoers. The following supplication made their plea even clearer. "And deliver us through your mercy from the disbelieving people." Their prayer for salvation from the disbelievers through God's mercy did not contradict their reliance on him, nor did it show a lack of faith. Rather, it underscored their complete dependence on God, for a true believer does not seek tribulation but stands firm when faced with it. After this clear distinction, and during the period of waiting following the first confrontation, and the belief of those who followed Moses, God revealed to Moses and his brother to prepare the children of Israel for the coming deliverance. He instructed them to set aside homes in Egypt where their people could be gathered, preparing them for the departure from the land at the appointed time. He also charged them with purifying their homes and hearts and with rejoicing in the promise of God's victory. And we inspired Moses and his brother, "Provide for your people houses in Egypt, and make your homes places of worship, and establish prayer, and give glad tidings to the believers." This was spiritual preparation alongside organizational readiness. Both were essential for individuals and communities, especially before facing great trials and battles. Some may underestimate the importance of spiritual preparation, but experience, even to this day, shows that faith is the foremost weapon in any struggle. A soldier whose heart lacks conviction holds a weapon of little worth when the true test comes. The experience presented here is not solely for the children of Israel. It is a timeless lesson in faith. Believers may one day find themselves pursued by a corrupt, tyrannical society where oppression is widespread and evil permeates the air, much as it was in the time of Pharaoh. In such times, God provides guidance. Believers must withdraw from this jahiliyyah and its corruption, its stench, its vice and its evil, so far as it is possible, and gathering the faithful, pure-hearted community unto themselves to purify their souls, to elevate their spirits, to train and organize themselves until the promise of God comes to pass. Turning away from the temples of Jahiliyyah and transforming the homes of the Muslim community into sanctuaries where they feel detached from the corrupt society, where they can worship their sustainer in purity and truth, and where through worship itself they cultivate a sense of organization in an atmosphere of sacred devotion. Moses, peace be upon him, turned to his sustainer, having despaired of Pharaoh and his nobles, seeing no goodness left in them, nor any hope for their rectification. Thus, he called upon his sustainer to destroy their wealth and harden their hearts, so that they would not believe until it was too late, when faith would be of no benefit to them. And God responded to his supplication. Moses said, "O our sustainer, you have granted Pharaoh and his nobles splendor and wealth in the life of this world. O our sustainer, that they may lead people astray from your path. O our sustainer, destroy their wealth and harden their hearts, so they will not believe until they see the grievous punishment." God said, "Your supplication has been answered, therefore remain steadfast and do not follow the path of those who are ignorant." Moses' plea, "O our sustainer, you have granted Pharaoh and his nobles splendor and wealth in the life of this world," arises from the fact that this wealth leads people astray from the path of God, either through the allure that such blessings create in the hearts of others, or through the power that wealth bestows upon its possessors, enabling them to oppress and mislead others. Indeed, the presence of blessings in the hands of the corrupt shakes many hearts that lack certainty in God, preventing them from realizing that these blessings are but a trial, and that they hold little value compared to the grace of God in this world and the next. Moses speaks here of the reality he witnessed among people and seeks to put an end to the misguidance, asking God to strip the tyrants of their wealth so they would no longer be able to exploit it. As for his plea to harden their hearts, it is the supplication of one who has despaired of their repentance, praying that their hearts be further sealed until they face the punishment, at which point faith would no longer avail them, for faith in the face of punishment is neither genuine nor accepted. God said, "Your supplication has been answered." The decree had been issued and the matter was settled. Remain steadfast on your path and with your guidance until the appointed time. And do not follow the path of those who are ignorant, who stumble blindly, wavering in their plans, anxious about their fate, uncertain whether they are on the path of truth or lost in error. The next scene presents the execution of the divine will. "And we led the children of Israel across the sea, and Pharaoh and his soldiers pursued them in arrogance and hostility, until, when drowning overtook him, he cried, 'I believe that there is no God but he in whom the children of Israel believe, and I am of the Muslims.' But God said, 'Now, and before this, you were rebellious and among the corrupt. So today we will preserve your body, that you may be a sign for those who come after you. Yet indeed many people remain heedless of our signs.'" This is the decisive moment, the final act in the story of defiance and denial. The narrative presents it succinctly, for the purpose of this account is to highlight the conclusion, the manifestation of God's protection for his chosen ones, and the destruction of his enemies. Those who remain heedless of his signs, whether in the universe or through his messengers, are seized by a punishment that leaves no room for repentance or remorse. This confirms what was foretold earlier in the Surah regarding the fate of those who reject the truth. And every nation has a messenger. When their messenger comes, judgment is passed upon them in justice, and they will not be wronged. And they ask, when will this promise be fulfilled if you are truthful? Say, I have no power over my own benefit or harm, except by the will of God. Every nation has an appointed time. When their time comes, they cannot delay it by an hour, nor can they advance it. Say, tell me, if his punishment comes upon you by night or by day, what will the criminals seek to hasten? Is it only now that you will believe in it, but before this you were seeking to hasten it? And thus, the story here confirms the fulfillment of that warning. We led the children of Israel across the sea by our guidance and protection, and this attribution to divine leadership here carries profound significance. Pharaoh and his soldiers followed them not out of faith or righteousness, but in arrogance and enmity, and from this scene of arrogance and enmity, the narrative swiftly shifts to the moment of drowning in a mere flash of words, until when drowning overtook him, and he saw death before him with no chance of escape, he cried, I believe that there is no God but He, in whom the children of Israel believe, and I am of the Muslims. But in that moment, all of Pharaoh's arrogance and pride, all the mighty airs that inflated his image in the eyes of his people, collapsed. Now he not only declares belief in the God of the children of Israel, but he adds in utter submission, and I am of the Muslims. But it is too late. Now, and before this, you were rebellious and among the corrupt. Now, when there is no choice left, no escape. Now, after all your rebellion and pride, so today we will preserve your body. It will not be consumed by the sea nor swept away by the current unknown to the people. Rather, your body will remain, that you may be a sign for those who come after you, so that the multitudes who follow will see the fate that befell you. But indeed many people remain heedless of our signs. They do not turn their hearts and minds to them, nor do they reflect upon them in the horizons and within themselves. And so the curtain falls on the final act of this tragic story, a story of arrogance, corruption, defiance, and rebellion. The narrative briefly mentions the fate of the children of Israel thereafter, covering events that span generations. And we settled the children of Israel in a blessed dwelling place and provided them with good things. But they did not differ until after knowledge had come to them. Surely your sustainer will judge between them on the day of resurrection concerning that wherein they used to differ. Their dwelling was one of truth and security, adding to the steadfastness and tranquility of the place, just as truth itself is steadfast and unwavering, in contrast to the fickleness of falsehood. The children of Israel enjoyed a period of peace after their long trials, which the narrative does not recount here, as it is not the primary focus. They were granted good and lawful provision until they transgressed God's commands, and those blessings were taken from them. The narrative only highlights their subsequent division, which arose not from Jahiliyyah, but after knowledge had been granted to them, divisions caused by their misuse of that knowledge for false interpretations. Since the purpose here is to emphasize the triumph of faith and the defeat of tyranny, the narrative does not dwell on the details of what transpired afterward with the children of Israel, nor does it elaborate on their disputes after knowledge had come to them. Instead, it closes this chapter entrusting its contents to God for judgment on the day of resurrection. Verily, your sustainer will judge between them on the day of resurrection concerning that wherein they used to differ. Thus, the majesty of the story remains intact, and the impact of the final scene endures. In this way, we come to understand why the Quranic narratives are presented and how they are presented in each instance. They are not mere stories, but measured touches and profound allusions. Following this conclusion of the story of Moses and of Noah's story before it, the discourse turns to the prophet, peace be upon him, offering him reassurance by recounting what happened to the messengers who came before him. It clarifies that the rejection of his message by his people is not due to a lack of signs or evidence, but rather It is in keeping with God's way in dealing with those who deny the truth, as well as the nature of humanity itself, which is predisposed to both guidance and misguidance. Along the way, there is a brief mention of the story of Jonah and how his people believed in him, just as the punishment was about to descend upon them, and thus it was averted. Perhaps this serves as a warning to the deniers, urging them to repent before it is too late. The narrative then culminates in a clear message. The same law of God that applied to the early generations still applies to the later ones: punishment and destruction for the deniers, and salvation and deliverance for the messengers and the believers. This is a promise that God has made upon himself and has established as an unchanging and unwavering law. So if you are in doubt concerning what we have revealed to you, then ask those who read the book before you. Verily, the truth has come to you from your sustainer, so be not of those who doubt, and be not of those who deny the signs of God, for then you would be among the losers. Surely those upon whom your sustainer's decree has been passed will not believe even if every sign were to come to them until they see the grievous punishment. Why was there not a single town that believed, so that its belief benefited it, except for the people of Jonah? When they believed, we removed from them the punishment of disgrace in the life of this world and allowed them to enjoy life for a time. Had your sustainer willed, all those on earth would have believed altogether. So would you compel people to believe? It is not for a soul to believe except by the permission of God, and he places defilement upon those who do not use reason. Say, look at what is in the heavens and the earth. But neither signs nor warnings benefit a people who do not believe. What are they waiting for but the same fate as those who passed away before them? Say, then wait, for indeed I am waiting with you. Then we will save our messengers and those who believed, just as it is incumbent upon us to save the believers. The last mention was of the children of Israel, who are people of the book, and who know the story of Noah with his people and the story of Moses with Pharaoh. They read it in their scriptures. Now the address turns to the prophet, peace be upon him, suggesting that if he were in doubt about what has been revealed to him, whether it be these stories or anything else, he should ask those who read the book before him, for they possess knowledge of these matters from their reading. So, if you are in doubt concerning what we have revealed to you, then ask those who read the book before you. Verily, the truth has come to you from your sustainer, so be not of those who doubt. However, the prophet, peace be upon him, never doubted what God had revealed to him. As has been reported from him, I neither doubt nor ask. So why then is he told to ask as though he were in doubt, followed by the assertion that the truth has indeed come to him from his sustainer, sufficient for his certainty? This directive, however, hints at the intense pressure and crisis that the prophet was facing in Mecca after the event of the Isra night journey, which led some who had accepted Islam to apostatize due to their inability to believe it. This came after the deaths of Khadijah and Abu Talib and the intensification of persecution against the Prophet, peace be upon him, and his followers. The mission in Mecca had nearly come to a standstill due to the obstinate stance of the Quraysh. These circumstances cast a shadow over the heart of the Prophet, and so his sustainer reassured him with this divine affirmation, following the inspired stories. At the same time, this statement serves as an indirect critique of those who doubted and rejected the message. And be not of those who deny the signs of God, for then you would be among the losers. This indirect reproach leaves open the possibility for those who wish to turn back and repent. For if the prophet, peace be upon him, is being given permission to ask if he were in doubt, though he neither asks nor doubts, then he is certainly in no doubt that the truth has come to him. This implies an encouragement for others not to waver and not to be of the doubters. This passage also establishes a method for the Muslim community, that in matters where certainty is lacking, they are to ask the people of knowledge, even when it concerns the most fundamental matters of faith. For a Muslim is obligated to attain certainty in their faith and their law, and not to rely on mere imitation without verification and conviction. Is there then a contradiction between permitting this inquiry in the case of doubt and his command, "So be not of those who doubt"? There is no contradiction, for what is forbidden is to persist in doubt, to allow it to become a permanent trait, to dwell in hesitation without seeking the path to certainty. Such a state is wretched, for it neither leads to knowledge nor fosters insight, nor does it yield the tranquility of conviction. But if what has come to the messenger is the truth beyond any doubt, then why do some persist in denial and obstinately reject it? The answer lies in the decree and way of God. Those who do not take the path of guidance cannot be guided. Those who do not open their inner sight to the light cannot perceive it, and those who suppress their faculties fail to benefit from them. The end for such people is deviation and loss, no matter how many signs and proofs they encounter. For to them the signs and proofs hold no meaning, and thus the word of God is fulfilled upon them. Indeed, those upon whom the word of your sustainer has come into effect will not believe, even if every sign were to come to them, until they behold the painful punishment. At that moment, faith will not avail them, for it did not come from free choice, and there will no longer be an opportunity to realize its meaning in life. Just moments ago, we witnessed a scene that affirms this truth. The scene of Pharaoh as he was drowning, crying out, "I believe that there is no God but He, in whom the children of Israel have believed, and I am of those who submit." But it was said to him, "Now, while you had previously rebelled and were of the corrupt?" At this point, where the unchanging laws of God are manifest and their inevitable conclusion is reached once man has made his choice, a window of light opens, offering a final glimmer of hope. For the deniers, it is the possibility of returning from their rejection before the punishment descends. Why was there not a single town that believed, so that its belief benefited it, except for the people of Jonah? When they believed, we removed from them the punishment of disgrace in the life of this world and allowed them to enjoy life for a time. This is a reflection on the past, indicating that such a case had not occurred. Had there been a town among those previously mentioned that believed and was saved, it would have been different. But no towns believed, save for one. And here town refers to its people, emphasizing that the messengers were sent to settled communities, not to nomadic tribes. The Qur'an does not elaborate on the story of Jonah and his people here, but merely alludes to its conclusion, for the conclusion is the focus. And that is enough for us to understand. Jonah's people were on the brink of a humiliating punishment. But when they believed at the final moment before its arrival, the punishment was lifted, and they were granted respite for a time. Had they not believed, the punishment would have befallen them, in accordance with God's established way, which unfolds based on the actions of His creation. This suffices for us to grasp two important points. First, it urges the deniers to cling to the last threads of salvation. Perhaps they too might be saved as the people of Jonah were saved from the disgrace of punishment in this world. This is the immediate aim of recounting the story in this way. Second, it shows that God's law was not suspended when the punishment was lifted and Jonah's people were given a reprieve. Rather, His law continued to operate, for the natural outcome of His law was that the punishment would have descended upon them had they persisted in their denial. But when they turned back before the punishment arrived, His law granted them salvation as a result of that change. Thus, human actions are not determined by compulsion, but their consequences are inevitable once the actions are taken. Therefore, the universal principle concerning belief and disbelief is reaffirmed. Had your sustainer willed, all those on earth would have believed, all of them together. Would you then compel people until they become believers? It is not for any soul to believe except by the permission of God, and He places defilement upon those who do not reason. Had your sustainer so willed, He could have created humanity with a different nature, making them, for instance, like the angels, knowing only the path of faith. Or He could have endowed them with a single disposition, leading all to belief. And had He willed, He could have forced all people to believe, compelling them without allowing them any choice in the matter. But the wisdom of the Creator, which we may grasp in part and not in full, has determined otherwise. This wisdom decreed that mankind be created with the capacity for both good and evil, for guidance and misguidance, and granted them the ability to choose either path. It has been ordained that if they wisely use their God-given faculties, senses, emotions, and intellect, and direct them toward perceiving the signs of guidance in the universe and within themselves, and heed the messages brought by the prophets, they will believe, and through that belief find the way to salvation. Conversely, if they neglect their faculties, close their minds, and blind their hearts to the signs of faith, they harden in their disbelief, their minds become sealed, and they end up in denial or rejection, facing the consequences that God has ordained for the deniers and rejectors. Thus, faith is left to free will, and the messenger does not compel anyone to believe, for there is no place for compulsion in the inclinations of the heart or the stirrings of the soul. Would you then compel people to become believers? This is a rhetorical question, for such compulsion is impossible. No soul can believe except by God's leave, according to his eternal law, which we have already explained. A soul cannot reach faith if it walks the path that leads elsewhere. This does not mean that one who genuinely seeks faith is prevented from attaining it. Rather, it means that no one reaches faith except by following the way God has decreed in his universal law. And once a person follows this path, God guides them, and faith is bestowed upon them by his leave. For nothing occurs without a specific measure decreed by God. People travel the path, and God determines the outcome of that journey, granting it in accordance with their efforts to seek his guidance. This meaning is further clarified by what follows, and he places defilement upon those who do not reason. Those who shut off their intellect from reflection are afflicted with defilement, the most vile spiritual corruption. This impurity befalls them because they have forsaken their faculties, neglected reason and contemplation, and as a result, they are led to denial and disbelief. The matter becomes even clearer when it is stated that signs and warnings do not benefit those who refuse to believe, because they do not reflect upon them, even though these signs are present all around them in the heavens and on earth. Say, look at whatever exists in the heavens and the earth, but neither signs nor warnings avail a people who do not believe. Whether this statement takes the form of a question or an affirmation, the meaning remains the same. The heavens and the earth are full of signs, but these signs and warnings are of no benefit to those who refuse to believe, for they paid no heed to them from the start and did not reflect upon them. Before we move further, let us pause for a moment at the verse. Say, look at whatever exists in the heavens and the earth, but neither signs nor warnings avail a people who do not believe. At the time when this Qur'an was first revealed, the audience had little scientific knowledge of the heavens and the earth. Yet, as we have noted before, there is a deep and subtle language between human nature and the universe we inhabit, a language rich with meaning. When the human soul awakens and opens itself to this universe, it hears and understands much from it. The Quranic method in shaping the Islamic worldview draws upon what is in the heavens and the earth, inviting us to turn our gaze, our hearing, our hearts and minds toward them. It does so without disrupting the harmony and balance in creation, and without turning the universe into a force that rivals God in its influence on humanity, such as the materialists, blind to truth, claim when they call this blasphemous belief a scientific doctrine upon which they construct their social systems, calling it scientific socialism. True science is utterly innocent of such blasphemy. Reflecting upon what is in the heavens and the earth provides the heart and mind with nourishment for feelings and contemplation, nourishment for the soul's response and emotions, nourishment for an expanded awareness of existence, and nourishment for a sense of harmony with the universe. All of this leads to the filling of the human soul with the subtle rhythms of the cosmos, which inspire the awareness of God's presence, God's majesty, God's governance, God's dominion, God's wisdom, and God's knowledge. As time passes and human knowledge of the universe grows, those who are guided by the light of God alongside their scientific knowledge will find that this knowledge enhances the spiritual nourishment they gain from contemplating the universe. They will find companionship in it. They will come to know it intimately, resonate with it, and join it in its praise of God. And there is nothing but glorifies him with his praise, but you do not understand their glorification. None understands this praise but the one whose heart is connected to God. However, if this scientific knowledge is not accompanied by the joy and light of faith, it leads those unfortunate souls deeper into misery, further from God, and deprived of the radiant beauty, light and breeze of faith. And what benefit can signs and warnings bring to a people who refuse to believe? What use are these signs and warnings when hearts have become sealed, minds have become frozen, and the innate faculties of perception and reception have been suspended? When the human being, in his entirety, has veiled himself from this universe, no longer hearing the harmonies of its praise and glorification. Indeed, the Quranic approach to unveiling the reality of God's divinity presents the cosmos and life itself as a wondrous exhibition where this truth reveals itself through its active signs, filling every corner of the human soul with the awareness of his existence. The Quranic method does not present God's existence as a matter for argument or debate. Rather, the existence of the divine overflows the human heart, both through the Quranic vision and the visible reality, leaving no room for doubt. Instead, the Qur'an speaks directly of the manifestations of this existence throughout the universe and of its demands upon human conscience and life. In following this method, the Qur'an relies upon a fundamental truth of human nature. For it is God who created, and he knows best who he has created. Indeed, we have created man, and we know what his soul whispers to him. The human soul has an inherent need for faith, a deep-seated inclination toward belief in a higher power. When human nature is sound and upright, it instinctively feels drawn to a single God, sensing with profound certainty his existence. The role of true belief is not to create this need for God, for that is already embedded within the human soul. Rather, its role is to correct the human understanding of God, to teach humanity who the true God is, he who has no partner. It defines his nature and attributes, not merely his existence. It also clarifies what is required of human beings in their lives as a result of God's divinity, his sustainership, his governance, and his authority over all things. Doubt or denial of the divine reality is, in itself, a clear indication of a profound imbalance within the human soul, a malfunction of its innate faculties of reception and response. Such dysfunction is not addressed through argumentation, for that is not the way to heal it. This universe is a believer, a submitter to God. It knows its creator, surrenders to him, and glorifies his praise. Everything within it, every living being except some among humanity, joins in this song of faith, submission, and praise. The very atoms and cells of man's own body are part of this cosmic symphony, obeying the natural laws ordained by God. A being whose innate nature does not sense these vibrations, whose faculties do not register the rhythms of these divine laws, is one whose reception mechanisms have been entirely disabled. As such, there is no way to reach his heart or mind through debate. The only path to healing such a soul is to attempt to reawaken its dormant faculties, to stir the depths of its nature, in the hope that it may once again respond and function as it was created to do. Directing the senses, heart and intellect toward contemplation of the heavens and the earth is one of the Quranic methods for reviving the human soul, in the hope that it may begin to beat with life, to awaken, to receive, and to respond. Yet these disbelievers, among the Arab pagans and others like them, neither reflect nor respond. So what are they waiting for? God's law does not change, and the fate of those who deny the truth is well known. They should not expect God's law to be suspended. Though he may grant them respite and not destroy them immediately, those who persist in denial will inevitably face the consequences. So do they await but the days like those who passed before them? Say then, wait, I too am among those waiting. This is a warning that ends the debate but strikes terror into the hearts. This passage concludes with the final outcome of every message and every denial, and with the ultimate lesson from all these stories and reflections. Then we will save our messengers and those who believed. Thus, it is incumbent upon us to save the believers. This is the word God has inscribed upon himself, that the seed of faith will remain, grow, and be saved. Such was the way before. This very chapter of the Qur'an bears witness, and such will it always be. So let the believers be reassured. Say, O mankind, if you are in doubt concerning my religion, know that I do not worship those whom you worship besides God, but I worship God alone, the one who causes you to die. I have been commanded to be among the believers and to turn my face steadfastly towards the true faith as a pure monotheist, and not to be among those who associate others with God. And do not invoke besides God that which neither benefits nor harms you, for if you do so, you will surely be among the wrongdoers. If God touches you with harm, none can remove it but he, and if he wills good for you, none can withhold his grace. He bestows it upon whomever he wills among his servants, for he is the forgiving, the merciful. Say, O mankind, the truth has now come to you from your sustainer. Whoever chooses guidance, it is only for his own soul. And whoever chooses to go astray, it is only against his own soul. I am not set over you as a guardian. Follow then what has been revealed to you, and be patient until God judges between you, for he is the best of judges. This is the conclusion of the Surah, the final destination after traversing vast realms, the expanses of the universe, the depths of the soul, and the worlds of thought and reflection. It feels as though we are returning from a long journey, weary from the length of the exploration, yet enriched by the abundant harvest and filled with the weight of what has been gathered. This is the conclusion of a surah that encompasses profound insights into the core tenets of faith. The oneness of God in his sustainership, his authority and his governance, the rejection of partners and intercessors, and the ultimate return of all matters to God, whose laws are unchangeable by anyone. It affirms the truth of revelation, the purity of the message, the reality of resurrection, the final day, and the perfect justice of reward and punishment. These are the central pillars of faith around which the surah's discourse revolves. Stories were narrated to clarify them, and parables were drawn to make them clear. Now, in this closing, they are all summarized. The prophet, peace be upon him, is commanded to declare them openly to all people and deliver the final, decisive message, that he will remain resolute on his path, unwavering in his mission, until God passes his judgment, for he is the best of judges. Say, O mankind, if you are in doubt concerning my religion, then I do not worship those whom you worship besides God. But I worship God alone, the one who causes you to die. I have been commanded to be among the believers. Say, O people of all lands, though those being addressed here are the disbelievers of Quraysh, if you doubt that the religion I call you to is the truth, then know that your doubt will not shake my certainty. I will not turn to worship your false gods, those you invoke besides God. Rather, I worship God, the one who controls your lifespan and ordains your end. The mention of this attribute of God here is significant, reminding them of God's power over them, that their lives are in his hands and it is he to whom their fates ultimately return. He is far more worthy of worship than the lifeless idols that can neither give life nor bring death. And I have been commanded to be among the believers. For I stand firm in obedience, and I do not overstep what I have been commanded. And set your face steadfastly towards the true faith as a pure monotheist, and do not be among those who associate others with God. Here the tone shifts from a narrative to a direct command, as if the prophet, peace be upon him, is received. Set your face firmly towards the faith, with pure devotion, unswervingly committed to it. And do not be among the polytheists, further emphasizing the command to uphold the faith and to be among the believers through a direct prohibition against associating others with God, following the clear directive to remain a monotheist. And do not call upon besides God that which can neither benefit nor harm you, for if you do so, then you will surely be among the wrongdoers. Do not invoke any besides God, those powerless beings whom the polytheists call upon for benefit or protection from harm. If you were to do so, you would be counted among the wrongdoers, For the balance of God is impartial, and his justice does not falter. And if God afflicts you with harm, none can remove it but he. And if he wills good for you, none can withhold his grace. He bestows it upon whomever he wills among his servants, for he is the forgiving, the merciful. Harm is a natural consequence of God's laws when a person exposes themselves to its causes, just as goodness follows when one aligns themselves with his laws. So, if God afflicts you with harm by the operation of his laws, no human can lift it. Only by following his guidance and avoiding harmful causes can relief come. And if he wills good for you as a result of your actions in accordance with his laws, none among his creation can withhold that grace. His favour reaches those among his servants who align themselves with the causes of good, according to his eternal will. And he is the forgiving, the merciful, who forgives past sins when repentance is sincere and accepts good deeds, bringing his servants back to the straight path. This then is the essence of the entire creed, encapsulated within this surah. The Prophet, peace be upon him, is tasked with proclaiming it to the people, with a direct address that feels as if they are standing before him, for they are the ones intended by this message. It is a powerful method of instruction, profoundly stirring the souls of those who hear it. The Prophet, peace be upon him, stands firm in the face of strength and numbers, in the face of entrenched Jahiliyyah and the deep history of idolatry, and declares this message with strength and clarity, even while he is among a small band of believers in Mecca, where all apparent power lies with the polytheists. But this is the path of the message and its burdens of truth and the strength and certainty it demands. Thus, the final proclamation is given to the people. Say, O mankind, the truth has come to you from your sustainer. So, whoever is guided, it is only for the benefit of his own soul, and whoever goes astray, it is only to its detriment, and I am not set over you as a guardian. This is the last declaration, the decisive word, the complete separation. Now let each choose for themselves. The truth has come to them from their sustainer. Whoever is guided, it is for his own soul, and whoever goes astray, it is only against it. The Prophet, peace be upon him, is not responsible for forcing people into guidance. His role is only to deliver the message. People are left to their own will, their choices, and the consequences they must face, with God's decree ultimately guiding their fate. The final word to the Prophet, peace be upon him, is to follow what has been revealed to him and to endure patiently whatever he encounters until God passes his judgment. And follow what has been revealed to you and be patient until God judges, for he is the best of judges. This is the perfect conclusion, harmonizing with the opening of the surah and in complete alignment with its overall